What is up, gentlemen? Gentlemen. Man, lots of stuff going on today. Crazy how Israel first, the people that, when we attack Iran and all this crazy shit going on in Iran, and then everybody says, wow, he's controlled by Israel, this and that. And all those cocksuckers, they come out and they say, are you suggesting that the almighty Donald J. Trump is controlled by little old Israelis? Those same motherfuckers come out today and say the same thing from the other side. Oh, Donald Trump, he's such a, it's, you couldn't make this shit up. The people at one point, they were saying, oh, he can do no wrong. He is God Almighty. But as soon as he makes decisions for the good of America and Americans, oh, then he's a traitor. I see. I see. These people, I mean, are they truly stupid? Like retarded? I don't know. It kind of gives me a kind of a not good feeling how you really can't tell what's real and what isn't real. Is it all an act? It's the water is muddy. The water is murky, no doubt about it. I was watching Young Turks just for a second before I came on here, and I guess Alec Baldwin is joining Young Turks, which, fuck Alec Baldwin. He's such a scumbag.
Or the media is kind of, labels you the do-gooder, some of the politics
you're referring to, and he had to threaten Howard Schultz.
Which framed the political landscape. But at the same
Anna Kasparian with you guys.
I haven't seen this yet. I just saw like a 30-second
So we've got a hell
clip.
of a packed show for you guys today. We've got a peace deal signed in Versailles. The Israelis are livid, and we're including the Israelis that are pretending to be Americans here. We'll have that story for you a little bit later. And it's J.D. Vance now versus Israel first. That is an interesting turn of events. Joe Kent will join us later to talk about the former National Counterterrorism Director. And later in the program, Jim Acosta is going to join us. So a lot going on. Speaking of a lot going on, we're going to start out with something really interesting, different at the top of the show here. Joining us now on the Young Turks are Alec Baldwin and Mark Morey. Mark is the director of Baristas versus Billionaires, and Alec is the one of the producers of that movie. And we want to find out all about it. So welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, no problem. So Mark, let's start with you. Tell us what the movie's about.
Oh, it's a
it's Baristas versus Billionaires. It's about the Starbucks union drive that started at a single store in Buffalo, New York in 2021 and has now spread to 700 Starbucks stores around the country. But this is part of a bigger movement of young people taking matters into their own hands and standing up against the billionaires.
Bro, this is such bullshit. When I hear every time I hear somebody saying, oh, this is young people standing up for themselves, this, that, and the other. It's like, no, what you mean is they're young people that have been fooled into thinking something benefits them. It's like any time that they use baristas, young people as the shock troops, as the people pushing for change, it's absolutely corporate interest or establishment interests have whipped that up. Straight up, man. If there are baristas or young people that are advocating for whatever the hell he's talking about, it's because they've been lied to, because they've been told that if you fight for this, you'll get this in the end. But really, it's totally co-opted. And when they need a ready-made populace a ready-made political movement, or they need a group of people to be the face of one of their crooked ass deals, they use young people. They use young people. Remember climate change? Yeah, they use young people. Ruin their lives, sell them some bill of goods that's total horseshit.
Yeah. So, Alex, speaking of that, look, you've been a lifelong liberal. Everybody knows that. You've been on the left fighting for these type of causes. So, and if we're being honest, you know, I'm on the same place as you are, and we've been losing for a long time, for decades, right? And I think the main reason we've been losing is money in politics. But what's your sense of, you know, whether Democrats have done enough in the past to help out in situations like this? How bad the situation is with money in politics, and whether you see a spark of hope here now?
Well, that's a good question. I think that
This fucking guy.
the Democrats seem to have necessarily in their mind a lot more significant issues than unionizing a coffee chain. You know, they have a lot of. I don't need to go into too much detail about that, about what this time in our lives has meant, what it's cost, how it's framed the political landscape. But at the same time, I'm more interested in smaller on the ground issues now. You know, my biggest issue I worked on for years, for decades, was campaign finance reform, and that seems to be in a coma now.
Right? These people, they work on shit for years. I never fucking heard of no campaign finance garbage. Bro, you worked on that for years? Well, congratulations. You fucking failed, bro. Why don't you just stop, man? Anything good that you know, randomly happenstance stumbled upon? Because, you know, every now and again, a blind squirrel finds a nut. But Hollywood celebrities, have literally pushed zero positive change. They pushed a lot of negative change that's ruined our lives, or that's made our lives harder, made shit more difficult, but they need to just stay the fuck out. It's like, bro, anytime you sons of bitches get involved in anything, it's a shit show. It's a total shit show. They get these assholes, they get their faces to sell, you know, a bag of dog shit to us. You know, whenever there's some dog shit that they need to sell, they get morons like this guy. Like, bro, if you were smart, you wouldn't lend your name to any of that shit. Any of it. But, you know, he's so arrogant. And these people, they think they're going to bring about positive change. They've been trying since like the 60s or 70s, since like Marlon Brando brought that fake, literally a fake Indian woman who wasn't Indian to, like, you know, protest the Oscars, like, you know, where she came up on stage, and it was ridiculous, and it was a total scandal. And it's been like a never-ending scandal with Hollywood's, you know, since the 60s. They haven't brought us anything good. All they do is shit on us from their ivory tower about the unwashed masses, you know. Like, remember when Hillary ran and they ran that moronic commercial with Robert Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson, what's that jerk off's name that he played Hulk, Mark Ruffalo. Fuck those people, man. And it's a total joke. They get those people to sell us the stuff that hurts us. It's I wish they would just not get involved at all. They don't help. They only hurt us. You know, if they genuinely were trying to bring about positive change, they wasted their time. They wasted years and years. And they conned regular people into joining them in that wasteful years of nothing.
Since Citizens United. And Mark, who I've known for years, he asked me to join him in helping to produce this film and market this film. And I love the story. I mean, many people would use a cliche to say it's like David and Goliath, and that's what happens. But you don't do that in a coffee shop. there are people there. There are human beings who work there and who are mistreated. And I think that that has to change.
I used to be a coffee bean and tea leaf barista, and it is incredibly difficult work. Not only are you dealing with people who are, grouchy and they want their coffee immediately, you're on your feet for 8+ hours.
Continue complaining. The more you complain, the faster robots replace your bitch asses. Replace your liberal-minded, arrogant, insufferable asses. I cannot wait for that day when these people, those kind of people, when their voice is made all but irrelevant, totally like, bro, you don't even have coffee to serve anymore because you just couldn't keep your suck shut. They open it at every possible opportunity.
And you have
baristas. You know something? Starbucks. I wish it had never been. I wish they had never started it. It's been nothing but a pain in the. It's just having to hear these people whine and drone on. They literally invented baristas, and we haven't heard the end of it since. It's just every time you hear it's some other it's environmental or some bullshit about equality or especially baristas. It's like a glorified bartender.
In orders to deal with. So it is very difficult labor. And
I think that on a wholesale level, no. I think when the comment was made by Hillary the other day that she felt that Biden's campaign was a mistake, sign of our energy freedom, and it's the smartest thing we could possibly be doing is covering as much of this country. That makes sense. I mean, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know, but covering this country with more.
Oh, you are an impressionist. You are an impressionist, my dude. What the fuck are you up there talking to us about anything? You do good impressions, bro. Like he's like, I'm not an engineer. Dude, you're an impressionist. You shouldn't be talking about anything, bro. You're like a mime, man.
Bible says.
Oh, wow. And there's literally a mime in the background behind her. When I I thought it looked like a mime.
You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate.
Play football with my friends.
There was a section that I passed it, I guess, or I shouldn't have moved away from it, but it was. I like Baldwin said some slick shit.
Right? Like that's so it's this weird system in the media that.
Or he ran. He wasn't the nominee. But the point is that in this country, people are. They're filled with fear. And Americans aren't used to being filled with fear. Americans have always believed the country was the strongest country, the smartest.
Bro, we lived in fear of nuclear annihilation for over half a century. You fucking moron. This guy is a moron. These people don't have they don't have a double-digit IQ, it seems like. They don't know what it's like to fear. Really? Really? Because I think every boomer would beg to differ with you. I guess you're just like this guy's a boomer himself. It just totally forgets the last century.
This country, the best country.
We're well acquainted with
like 9/11, or now we're in a war with Iran. Americans aren't used to losing, and when they do, not necessarily lose, but when they do have.
Bro, we've lost before. We lost Vietnam. We've experienced this before. The whole Iran thing, like us capitulating, bro, we've been praying that they would do this. This bullshit figment of people's imagination that we're this grand superpower that has never been defeated. It's bullshit, man. And anybody in the know that understands things is ready for that narrative to be dead and gone and buried. I'm so ready for it. I'm ready for us to lose this glow that we seem to have, this stupid, this glow around the world that if they just get here, all their problems will be solved. It's not true. And then they get here and they want to change it to more like their home country because it's not what they expected. Well, stay the fuck home then, man.
A tough time. They're not ready for that. Because it seems like it's a bottomless list, itself. by the Trump administration. I never dreamed, by the way, that so many people would come to his aid. I never.
In this country just don't want to hear the crap of mainstream media and the politicians in Congress and the movie. Have our politicians helped at all, or have they hurt, or have
work? Not only are you dealing with, and so what I'm curious about is, what do you see as a path forward for workers who want to fight back? I mean,
you know, whether
I can't fucking find it, so whatever. Something else.
just gets Trump to engage again.
No, I'm not worried about the intel. I think that if those New York Times stories are even halfway right. Okay. Anyways, so thank you for all of you. And ring the bell too. That's super easy, it's free, and it helps you keep up with the show. Casper, oh no, I've got the next story for you guys. Okay, we have Israel First plan for how to restart the war, and we're worried about it. Anna, tell us all about it.
What's amazing about the Israel Firsters is they're typically very candid about what they're plotting. And in this case, we have both Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro openly expressing what they intend to do. Let's start with Mark Levin. This is graphic 17. Time for a change in strategy, he writes on X. We should consider slow walking the enemy, building up our munitions, our oil reserves, get the price of gasoline down, get through the midterms, then knock them out. Instead of rushing to a deal, building up their oil industry, transferring billions to them, etc. Now, if this was just a one-off from Mark Levin, it probably wouldn't get my attention. But then you have Ben Shapiro vocalizing a very similar strategy. Take a look.
After the midterms, once those elections are over, and again, the president is deeply concerned about the economic health of the country right before the election. He believes that if the economy is doing better, if oil prices are lower, then that means that maybe Republicans hold the House.
These motherfuckers, they are so, if they are adamantly against America settling down and becoming a peaceful, equal member of the world. It's like we're trying to get away from the foreign expeditions, the foreign wars and the foreign operations and all of this corrupt, crooked, elitist bullshit. And they're just, they're fighting mad and throwing all of their weight into stopping that. It's like they don't want us to recuperate. They don't want us to be a peaceful country. They don't want us to just mind, not isolationist, but mind our own fucking business. It's like, as long as we keep dealing with these Jews in the Middle East, man, they're never going to let us just live our lives. They're never going to let America just do its own thing. Like, I pray to God that they are rebuffed. Like, yeah, Iran would be a much better ally in the Middle East than Israel. Orders of magnitude better. Israel has done nothing but hurt us, done nothing but suck the blood and resources out of us, sabotage anything that doesn't directly benefit them. And there's almost nothing that benefits them while benefiting us. It's like mutually exclusive, zero-sum game. Either it benefits Israel or it benefits us. It can't be both. And as long as we deal with these uppity Jews, it's just nothing but decline and just being sucked dry, where they've hollowed us out into like a husk, and they're not even content with that. It's like they must destroy our government, like break us down to a civil war, like they do to countries in the Middle East.
It means that Republicans hold the Senate. Okay, well, what does that mean for after the midterms? Well, I do trust that President Trump will start to enforce red lines after the midterms. The president was threatening just that yesterday.
If they don't honor the agreement, or some things aren't even mentioned in the agreement, it's a memorandum of understanding, but we have an understanding of certain things without writing it. And if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it. It's amazing what bombs can do.
All right,
Not really,
so here's what I worry about, Jake. If we rely on Israel's wonderful intel, I mean, they have a motivation here to give us bad intel, much like they have in the past, much like they did in the lead up to the war beginning February 28th. what if that, just gets Trump to engage again?
No, I'm not worried about the intel. I think that if those New York Times stories are even halfway right, he feels burned by Netanyahu and Mossad coming into the Situation Room and telling him a bunch of lies about, oh, the Iranians can't hit your bases in the Gulf. They can't close the Strait of Hormuz, et cetera. So that's less likely to be effective. Look, he's defying them, so either they don't have the blackmail or he's not as worried about the blackmail. If that's true, then that's awesome, because if you have Trump unleashed without reservations and they goad him too much, watch out. And that's why the Israelis were opposed to Trump in the first place. Remember, most of the Israel First guys were never Trumpers because he's a wild card because of exactly things like this.
Right.
If they can't control him, they're going to be in a world of trouble. And so they're in a bit of a panic about that. Now, the smart thing to do would be to, and I hate to say this, but it's true, do what Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin are kind of nudging Israel to do, and I'm sure they have an open line of communication, so they're probably telling them directly as well, right, as they get their talking points on how they should manipulate Americans and et cetera. But wait till after the election and have everybody get excited.
Yeah, I guess I guess they don't want to talk about what's going on. Cenk just wants to kind of ramble and.
Everyone understandably gets a bit nervous when an agent of Israel starts predicting a major mass casualty terrorist attack on American soil just days after the American president announces a deal that enrages all of Israel. What's another way they could sabotage a peace deal with Iran? Another way is false flag. And now Larry Luber, the mouthpiece of Israel, is actually predicting it. So she says, soon there will be a massive Islamic terror attack in America, and the perpetrators will likely have financial ties to podcasters and those who are sowing discord for foreign nations in America. That would be you.
That's the Rogan sphere.
That would be what Larry Luber's doing. I predict there will be many casualties, and only then will it be set that the people have been conned into supporting a terrorist psyop to distract you from the threat of Islam. So what this is all about is that she's almost broadcasting that watch for a false flag coming from the Zionists.
Look at Julian Dory. Look what he wrote up the top.
She says it will likely be 10 times worse than 9/11, which was also a false flag.
Which is also, why? Because you'll be dancing 10 times as hard to it, Israelis?
So Julian Dory says, it's the way this guy clearly wants an attack to happen that pisses me off more than anything.
And I feel like I see this kind of regularly where Jews, there's going to be an Islamic attack, an imminent Islamic attack in Europe or in America. And people rightly see that as a false, threatening a false flag. It's like they've done enough false flags to where we caught on to it. And now that we've caught on to it, they use these predictions like threats. These aren't predictions. They know that we're going to take it as a threat. And so it's a neat little trick. It's a neat little way they figured out to threaten America without actually threatening America. People read between the lines, but they still have the plausible deniability. Oh, we were just making predictions, of course.
That's my boy Julian Doy. Hilarious.
So if I was a Jew, I would be furious at Larry Luber and people like this, because now people see it coming. And now they know it's going to be a false flag, and this is what makes Jews less safe. When you predict stuff like this. Again, let's remember that the Zionists got the Muslims and Christians, which are actually get along fine together, until Zionists made them think they were enemies. Muslims revere Jesus. They revere the Mother Mary.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't?
That is a good point. The way that we were propagandized to hate Muslims, to think they hated us, and then to come to find out that it was all a ruse, it was all propaganda to help Israel out. and that these people actually are more like ideological or, religious cousins almost, or religious brothers. Like, I have spoken to Muslims, like from Bangladesh, that, every time they say Jesus' name, they say the same thing that they say after they say Muhammad. They say peace and peace be upon him. Anytime they say Muhammad, or they refer to the Prophet Muhammad, they say, and peace be upon him. They do the same thing with Jesus. I believe with Mary, his mother. And somehow we're allied with the people that think Jesus is in hell, swimming in human feces, human excrement, and that his mother was a whore. Ass backwards.
Judaism. So as we've shown you many times, they if you go to Israel, they'll spit on Christians, and the people at the tippy top of government just say it's a
Tippy-top.
tradition. So what this does is make Jews less safe. This makes people, so now if there is a false, so when a false
That's
flag,
the goal. That's the goal.
and so so as Kurt says, that's
And part of me, I like the idea of them moving to Israel, because that's where their allegiance lies with Israel. And Israel, they commit all these false flags and do all this stuff. They do that trying to motivate Jews to move to Israel. But at the same time, it's like they want those people to move to Israel. Like, so, I'm torn. Do I want them out of America? But yeah, I suppose I want them out of America, because the alternative, if they stay here, it just bothers Israel. And really, because Israel, a lot of this stuff is specifically meant to motivate the diaspora to move to Israel. Maybe we should just help Israel out and force them to leave, make them go home, leave. Then we won't have to have all these false flags and all of this fake anti-Semitism propaganda. That would be, we would avoid a hell of a lot of misery and adversity. If these people weren't here, because they're here, then Israel, they think they have like the right or the duty to push for legislation in America to protect, like in Australia. In the last year, they've made like anti-Semitism illegal in Australia, and expressly, like, because of Israeli lobbying. It's like, well, then maybe these people, maybe they don't belong here. Maybe they're out of, like, if them living here gives Israel cause and gives Israel the ability or the leg to stand on to affect legislation in our country, then get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, man. These people, and honestly, yeah, I just wish they would go, because everywhere they are, everywhere they go, they demand special favors, special treatment. Fuck you, man. You want special treatment, go get it in your own country. Especially the fact these people are the ones that have been beating this bullshit equality drum for a century. Yet at the same time, they refuse to accept equality. They don't consider themselves equal. They don't, and if you say that they're equal, they see that as anti-Semitism, because according to them, they're superior. And to not withhold acknowledgement on that, that's anti-Semitism, don't you know?
the goal, because that is the fuel for Zionism. The fuel for Zionism is to make Jews feel unsafe in other parts of the world, so they feel like they have to go to Israel to feel safe. That was the whole deal that they made with Hitler. Am I wrong about that, Kurt?
No,
Man, this little bitch-ass group of people has just been the gift that keeps on giving to the human race. I mean, bro, how long has it been now? 2,000, 3,000 years that we've been fucking dealing with these scumbags? Tried to get rid of them how many times? And they just never go away. They're not upfront. You know, it's not like, you know, another like Germany where they make their sentiment known. It's well known, like in World War II. I mean, you know, like where other honest, good faith, honorable groups of people, they own up to, you know what I, like they come out with it and say, yeah, we don't like you. We want to fight you. We want to go to war with you, this, that, and the other. And everybody, that's how everybody behaves, except for Israel. It's always smiling faces and then a knife in the back. Nobody knows what's in their mind. It's like impossible to know. They you know, there's all the disinformation, the misinformation that they spread. And they're just a constant thorn in our side. Either they're bitching at us about how we treat somebody else, or they're bitching about how they're treated. And it's always unreasonable. Like, why can't they just be quiet? Why can't they just assimilate? Like, why do they have to be this little group of people with this incredibly outsized voice? It's like they have a bullhorn or a megaphone, and in this, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, bro. They always get the grease. I mean, they must be the most vocal human beings on the planet. And it's kind of, it is a stereotype, and it's like a running joke how much they complain. There's like I remember hearing this joke about, it was about, you know, rabbis and priests, and it was one of those jokes about religious leaders. But, you know, the joke was that, you know, you can give them fruit like melon, and, you know, they'll complain that it's not ripe, or that it's, you know, it's a little bit bruised, or, you know, like they'll complain. They could be starving to death. You give them bread and they'll say, oh, this is stale. The fuck, man? You can't even give us fresh bread? You know, like it's never good enough. It's never good enough. They're a perpetually malcontented population. Nothing is good enough. Their own country isn't good enough. And their own politicians aren't good enough. Never. You know, like never. It doesn't matter what their policies are. The Israeli people are always on the verge of protesting. Just truly a problem population. Like, can they just go the fuck away, bro? Just be quiet. Go away. Let us forget about you. You know, and the time that when they were actually quiet, like when there was too few of them to make a ruckus after World War II, bro, the world was doing great. The world was kicking ass. You know, but they replenished their population, you know, they refilled their ranks.
It's very obvious that's what they've been doing, and you can go look it up real easily, and there's plenty of Jews that talk about it, so.
Here's what Glenn Greenwald says about it. Everyone understandably gets a bit nervous when an agent of Israel starts threatening, predicting a major mass casualty terrorist attack on American soil just days after the American president announces a deal that enrages all of Israel. You know who's not upset about this peace deal? Iran. You know who's not upset about this peace deal? Shia Muslims, which are the people who populate Iran and run it. Those are the people who are not upset about this peace deal. In fact, they want it almost as much as Donald Trump wants it. He's desperate for this peace deal because he realizes he screwed up. He has no cards to play. Iran can shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which they've done. And we've now almost burned through all our reserve oil, which means that the economy is going to tank if he doesn't get a peace deal right now and open the Strait of Hormuz back up to oil traffic, because we burned through all our oil.
And these people, they're leaving no doubt in anybody's mind that they're an enemy. You know, they once had the majority of us on their side. Straight up on their side. I used to be, I didn't think there was anything out, I just like, oh, it's just another country, yeah, they're Jews, but what do I care? And they have just played the worst cards. The way that they're playing their foreign policy game. It didn't take them but like a decade or two since 2000 when everybody loved, was okay with Israel and Israelis. But since 2000, they've destroyed their reputation. Regular average people don't like them. They've been persuaded not to like them from Israel's behavior. And it honestly, it beggars the mind, because these are supposed to be these ultra intelligent beings with the highest IQ of any population in the world. They certainly don't behave like it. They certainly don't. Their politics wouldn't. You wouldn't get that idea from watching their politics.
So it's exactly what is making Jews less safe is Israel. It's the irony of that Israel was invented so Jews had a safe haven. No, Israel was invented for maniac, bloodthirsty Zionists to go steal someone else's land. That's what it is about. It's not there to make sure Jews are safe. Jews are safe. Everybody I know in Florida, New York, Hollywood, they all feel very safe.
Right. Well, the rich ones didn't want the poor ones around. They're very classist and racist, and they didn't want an influx of Eastern European Jews.
They give Russians,
so the Rothschilds, all
Israeli citizenship. Really? But none of the successful ones. Yeah, none of the successful ones live in Israel. None of them. You got Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel and all these scumbags, Mark, none of them live in Israel. Because it's a shithole. It's a total shithole. And that's why they're trying to, get people to move there with these false flags or the anti-Semitism, trying to motivate people. They don't want to live there, though. It's a dump. And really, they basically almost like practically, they have like a captive population of Israelis. They were all the stupid ones from Russia and like Eastern Europe, the dumb ones. Yeah, those are the ones that live in Israel, the fucking morons that come out of the Caucasus Mountains or whatever mountain, wherever they come from. The fine shtetl Jews. I mean, they're stupid. They really are. They live below the poverty line in Israel. I'm not kidding you. They live in these huge apartment blocks that are like Soviet style apartment blocks. Concrete, and they're garbage all over the ground in their streets, human feces in the streets, on the sidewalks. I mean, no wonder they don't want to live there. No wonder the rich ones don't.
I'm like, get them all into this one place and we'll use them as a colonial outpost. And they can be cannon fodder like the rest of, like the Goy are cannon fodder, and so are the other Jews. To your up there, Larry Ellison don't live in Israel, does he? Not to my knowledge. And the Rothschilds don't live there. They got streets named after them. They don't live there. None of these rich motherfuckers live there.
No, they don't.
So there you have it. Again, if I was a Jew, I would be furious at Israel. I would be furious at Benjamin Netanyahu. I'd be furious at people like Larry Loomer and
Larry
people
Loomer.
who are going to do a false flag. Because
a lot of Jews are. Mandy Patinkin's steaming mad. The guy from the Princess Bride's very upset.
Is he?
With Israel, yeah. To his credit, he's like really. He looked like he was foaming in the mouth about it. I don't blame him.
Are they talking about the Inigo Montoya? I seen him in a movie the other day. Might have been Blade Runner. I seen him in another movie the other day, and he was a little bit older, and I recognized him, but I thought, Jesus, man, I didn't even know how. I don't thinking to myself, like, how did I recognize that guy? I've only like he was only in one movie, Princess Bride. He really wasn't like, but and he looks so much different than he did in the Princess Bride. Like nothing like him. He got older. His face got a little wider. It's weird.
That's what makes Jews less safe. But of course, Zionism can't live without anti-Semitism, which is why they create it. They create it. They want you to hate them.
Yep.
Zionists want you to hate Jews.
Like I've said before, the Jews that run things for them, they'll straight up. Bill Kristol said this. Anti-Semitism is good for Jews. It reminds them who they are. What he was saying was it reminds them that they're an outsider. A little anti-Semitism is good for Jews because it reminds them that they're not an American or that they don't actually belong in the country they're in. That is what the upper tier, the upper echelon Jewish people think. They think it creates stronger bonds between them. It makes them feel like they can't be friends with Gentiles. Really, it is a Jewish supremacist perspective, and it's not a liberal perspective, which is that's what's fucked up. Well, liberalism for thee, but not for me. That's their MO. Liberalism for thee, but not for me. Yeah, I seen this earlier about this beautiful French girl. Absolutely
lawyer,
gorgeous.
and the verdict is in. The prison sentence has been ruled out. However, I am still convicted to a fine, but I'm gonna tell you everything. For those who may not know, I was facing 4 months of unsuspended prison for stating that the main threat to women in France comes from black and Arab immigrant men. And I was sued for these words, despite the fact that I was myself.
Ali, man. That chick is smoking. She's a Norman, obviously. Just this sexy Norman chick. Gorgeous.
The victim of a sexual assault committed by a Tunisian migrant in 2022. Before your incredible mobilization, the judicial system had set out to crush me. I had already been sentenced to 6 months suspended prison and a 3,000 fine for denouncing human trafficking across the Mediterranean Sea. And this time, I think the goal was to finish the job by sending me to prison. But something changed. Following the advice of those close to me, I decided to stop staying silent.
This chick reminds me of how American women used to be. Very modest, with their own real fingernails that are painted, like that's how my mom was. She never got fake nails. She had fucking real nails. And real nails. I never saw her get fake ones. She didn't even need the hardest nails or the nail polish, and they bitches would get long as all get out. But yeah, we don't get that anymore. Our women, they're all consumerized and modernized. Everything is fake. Their lashes, their hair, their fingernails, everything. And if you don't meet them in person, truly everything is fake. Even the fucking the visage that they present to you is not real. It's all obscured by filters and this and that.
Yeah, see this guy. Yeah, this guy make me the trouble. Yeah, see. Yeah, see. Yeah, see. This man is.
How did the British stand for that? How can they sit still while their government targets them and then uses the colored population, uses them to serve them, targets them and allows, matter of fact, empowers the foreign population to target and prey on the British natives. They give them jobs where they serve papers and this and that. Why do they have to be immigrants? Why can't?
Yeah, this man make a trouble, innit? See?
Man, I would be, bro, if this should have, like, if in America they started sending out Mexicans to serve us, or Mexicans to target us, oh man, like I certainly wouldn't be sitting still for that. It's like, bro, if you got to serve me or you got to at least have the common decency to send one of my own kind. I saw this earlier. Not cool, not good. This is I guess this is they call it a something map, a dot map. I forget what the hell they call it, but it's where they plot all the different data points, and it's fertility rate and then the gender inequality index. So these are the unequal countries up here. The less equal, the further over this way. And they put this dotted line, to kind of show you the trend. Bro, first of all, the trend line is straight into the toilet. Straight into the toilet. And when you look at data like this, it's like, we all, I like equality, it's a great idea and stuff, but it obviously is not compatible with human beings. Whether we like it or not, we have instincts. We exhibit behavior that we don't actually have any control over. I don't have any control over the women that I find attractive. I don't have any control over a lot of things. There are a lot of things that we don't actually control, and that are the feelings that we get. They are like hardwired in us, in our DNA. And we can't control it. We can't change it. Fighting it is totally useless and a waste of time. And it looks to me like equality is one of those things. It just isn't meant to be. We all gave it the good old college try. They did that. We tried. We switched everything halfway through the century, and it hasn't worked. And you know what? If you say that, you say, look, things aren't good. Like, we tried this, and it's actually it's we nosedived. So they say, well, we didn't do it hard. We didn't try it hard enough. We didn't change enough. We didn't do it right. You know how they say with communism, well, communism, it's never actually been tried before. Yeah, it has. Definitely. It definitely has. This equality, that we have, and human beings have tried this before. We've tried this before many times, and it literally ended the same exact way every time. When are we going to learn the lesson? When do we learn the lesson here? You can, there's a lot of stuff you can change, but you can't change. There's certain things with humans and animals that you can't change, instincts you can't change. And everybody would love for this stuff to work, but it doesn't work. And they say, oh well, as soon as a country, and even this chart says this, as soon as countries start equalizing, the genders, or they start allowing women to go to school and this and that, and all of a sudden, the birth rate declines. Well, that makes a lot of sense. If you put people in school, or you put people through an institution where the entire time, every day they're in the institution, somebody's telling, you're teaching them the same way that you're teaching men. Well, it stands to reason that once they finish it, they're going to want to set out and make a mark on the world like men do. But it doesn't work. They end up miserable. Maybe co-ed schools, maybe that's not smart. Maybe women need specific, they need it tailor-made for them, and men need school tailor-made for them. Because the school that women are going through today and have gone through since the West had universities and colleges and school, that school they've been going, it's school designed for men, designed to motivate men, inspire men to go out and make a mark, to go out and build and construct and women, that's actually not what they are supposed to do. Like that's and they're supposed to have children. There's no way around that. They're the only people that can have children. You have to be stationary to have children. You have to have peace. You have to have routine to raise children. You need that. So, filling women's heads with all this nonsense, how they need to go out like that stupid bitch. What was her? It's Rachel Zegler. Oh, what's Snow White going to be about? Well, it's not going to be about, falling in love with the prince and living happily forever after. Well, what's her motivation? Her motivation is she's going to be the strong, independent girl that her father told her she could be. It's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. It's just filling people's head with nonsense, stuff that it's like telling somebody, start doing drugs, overeat. It's giving people terrible advice. And these girls, when they're getting close to graduating, they're like excited to get out and, for the race to start, for them the rat race to begin. They're excited. For them to go out and make their mark. But by their 30s, by 30, they're fucking miserable, resentful, bitter. So bitter. So bitter. To the point where they say these blanket statements like, kill all men. Even though they've probably only met, 100 men in their lives. And that to me, that's because they're bitter, they're resentful, they've been cheated. They were sold a bill of goods that injured them. And those women that is done to are no more excited and no happier than women who intend on starting a family as soon as they graduate, who intend on having a big family. They are no happier, no more excited. But by their 30th birthday, there is a gulf, a universe of difference between the sentiment they hold towards everybody, humans, the sentiment they have towards the universe, the world, everything. You know, they're not environmentalists anymore. No, it's like they want to burn forests down now because they've been hurt. They've been cheated, damaged, injured, being sold a bill of goods that nobody can deliver. Nobody can deliver this stuff. It's not, they're not meant for that, you know, like they have proclivities, and I just honestly, I don't feel anger when I see feminists anymore. I don't feel anger when I see any of this stuff anymore. I feel pity. I feel, it is tragic to me. And it's not because, you know, they are successful. It's not because I'm jealous or envious. It's because I understand how deeply hurt and miserable they are. Like I grasp the gravity with which you know, the misery impresses itself. You know, it's like for a man, it would be like failing at everything, just being a fucking failure. You know, not being able to achieve anything in your career, just being a complete failure, or being misled. And of course that breeds resentment. Your life, you only get one life. You only get one life. And when people make their own mistakes and ruin their own lives, they live with it. They deal with it. They make the best of it. But when people are purposely and deliberately misled for ulterior purposes, you know, for evil, greedy capitalists that want to use women as worker drones, those people get pissed off and they want to lash out and hurt everybody around them. That's what happens. And that's literally when you see those statistics that say, you know, by this year, this percentage of women will be single and childless, or this percentage of women will be blah, blah, blah. That whatever the percentage is, that percentage of women will be fucking miserable. They'll be resentful, and they'll be looking to burn their society to the ground, to piss on the ashes. And I don't fucking blame them either. I do not blame them. Maybe that is warranted. You know, maybe it is. Like anybody else find it odd that you know, 90% of women under the age of 30 have never held a baby in their arms before? They have never held a baby. Is that, and that's done purposely. That is, our society pushed that, made that happen. Somebody, people up top, whatever, they made that happen. Do you think they made that happen so that those women could be happy and achieve contentment and fulfillment? Really? Is that what you think? You think that they were purposely isolated from all of the things that traditionally, historically, women have loved, women have found contentment and fulfillment in? No, not at all. And you know, when these people find out the evil trick that's been played on them, they're going to want to burn everything down, rightfully so. Rightfully so. And they absolutely are righteous. They will be righteous. They will have righteous indignation on their side. But the whole point of Christianity was about combating bitterness and resentment, because bitterness and resentment is how things get destroyed. when you have bitter and resentful populations, or like a populace in your country, a bitter and resentful population, or let's say you guys know the kids when you're growing up, the kids that are bitter, resentful, you're making let's say a sand castle or something. And those kids, for no reason whatsoever, run up and jump and stomp on your sand castle for no reason, for absolutely no reason. We all remember kids, situations like that in school. Yeah, those kids are bitter and resentful. When you have groups of bitter and resentful people in your midst, they're not going to allow other people to be happy or content. That's why Christianity is so important. That's why it came about. It's like to keep people from getting stuck in ruts. There's this movie called The Robe with what's his name? He was Richard he's the short guy. He played Alexander. Richard Burton. Richard Burton. He played a Roman centurion in this movie, The Robe. He's actually the son of a Roman senator, but he gets exiled to Judea. And when he's there, he actually was the officer that crucified Jesus. And there's a lot in the movie, but basically what I'm getting at here is I kind of seen it from a different perspective, but they were showing the whole purpose of Christianity. And he did it with this village where, he goes into this village, and it's a village that Jesus actually spent time in, the story anyway. Jesus spent time in this village and like helped these people. And he's there trying to find out why, why did he help? And, how did he help? And what we call miracles were miracles, but not in the way that we think. Like there's a woman in this village. She's a cripple. She's paralyzed from the legs down. And everybody hates her, or she hates everybody in the village. She's bitter and resentful. And before Jesus arrived, nobody speaks to her. Basically, they like put her food at the door and then quickly get away because all she does is hate everybody in the village. So she's like she's like a vicious dog. People that they like throw shit through the cage and just get away. They don't want to be near it. And that's how these people were treating this woman because she had been injured. And then Jesus shows up, speaks to her for an afternoon or speaks to her, and then it just totally changes her attitude, her demeanor, and she ends up having a family and kids. And the story is about what did Jesus say? Like, what, he lay hands on her and fix her legs? No, that's not what he did. And in the movie, he does this several times where he fixes somebody. And and she's a cripple. He goes in there and he talks to her and basically he says, look, I get you're hurt. I get what happened to you sucks. It sucks that you're a cripple. But you being resentful and taking it out on everybody around you, taking it out on your neighbors, your family, your village, is only making your suffering worse. Because now, on top of the fact that you're crippled, you're alone now. Nobody wants anything to do with you. Because all you do is lash out. They want to help you, but you make them you make them feel terrible for trying to help you. And I in the movie, I guess she's a great singer. And he basically gets her to kind of let that go, let all that bitterness and resentment go. And then she becomes the storyteller of the village. She sings for the village every night after the day is done and everybody has had their dinner. They all gather around her and she would sing songs and tell stories. She ends up getting married and having kids and becoming very quite fulfilled. So when I see when you see in the Bible about miracles, I don't believe that Jesus made blind men see. I don't believe that he laid hands on people so that they could walk. They were no longer crippled. I think that the miracles that is spoken of and that is a miracle. And to that village, that was a miracle because she was making the village miserable, making the village absolutely miserable because of what had happened to her, her bitterness and resentment. And then one day Jesus shows up and all of a sudden she's just like a new person. It's like a totally different person. And she joins everybody else in living their lives and being grateful for what they have. I think honestly that's actually what Jesus did. I don't think he fucking laid his hands on anybody and they just all of a sudden they could walk. No, I think the miracles that are spoken of is he took bitter and resentful people who were hurting terribly, and that had ostracized themselves, had made themselves untouchable to everybody else. And then their bitterness and resentment just gets worse and worse and worse. It's a positive feedback loop, a vicious cycle. And then Jesus shows up, and gives them a whole new lease on life. And really when I saw that movie, it was kind of a revelatory, not gonna lie, because it was like I saw things from a different perspective. The story was being told to me in a different way. It wasn't just saying all the normal shit that the Bible said. It's kind of portraying the story in a different way. And it occurred to me like, actually that those are miracles. Because those people, those villages, they didn't know what to do to help the person. They like once somebody gets that way, everybody kind of throws their hands up and walks away. And Jesus obviously he had some sort of an insight into human behavior, human habits and stuff. He had some sort of an insight, and he was able to soothe people. He was able to whatever he told these people, it softened them and allowed them to rejoin humanity. And that's what scares me about feminism. That's what scares me about communism. That's what scares me about all of these other political ideologies is they prey on resentment and bitterness. They prey on misery. It is in their best interest to keep the misery going, to keep the resentment going. You know what I'm saying? It behooves them that to make sure that our government keeps doing the things that it's doing all over the world too. Like that's what feminism preys on. It preys on discontent. That's what feminism preys on. And there's always been spinsters, old maid school teachers, women that didn't get picked, that were bitter and resentful. Feminism, it literally consolidated those women into a force and gave those women power to affect change. And they gained enough power so that they could shove a bunch of bullshit down innocent women's throats and ruin their lives, to keep that cycle going, to keep that perpetual misery and that perpetual resentment, perpetual discontentment, perpetual bitterness. And that's the whole point of Christianity, is to give those people, the people who get a raw deal. It's Christianity is to show those people the light, show them that all the good things that they're ignoring, all the good things that they're not paying attention to, or all of the things they have to be grateful for. You know, does anybody think it's a coincidence that Europe and the West achieved the heights that we've achieved when nobody else could do it for thousands of years? Does anybody honestly think that's a coincidence? That, I mean, really what Christianity did was it got everybody pointed in the same direction, got everybody all, facing in the same direction of travel, even the people who got a raw deal. You know, it pointed those people, it changed those people from being counterproductive and wanting to burn everything down, and instead lending a hand, putting in their effort with the rest. And look what we were able to achieve. But if those people are just allowed to stagnate and allow that, and for that bitterness and that resentment to just keep on building and allow them to commiserate together and to gather and to form themselves into a power block, it destroys societies. I mean, that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at a bunch of bitter, resentful people that have, I mean, and really it's like the last century, pissed off that everybody else is content with life. And that's why the billion, those billion, these capitalist billionaire, that's why that shit never worked in America, because everybody had a certain level of contentment. Life is good here. People didn't get a raw deal. You got exactly what you put in. What you got out of it was what you put in. So anytime, people were failures or something, they had nobody to blame but themselves. And that's why the communist stuff didn't work here. That's why none of that shit worked. And that's when the communists, that's when all of these malcontents in the 60s, the weather underground, the weathermen or whatever they were, the terrorists and all of the feminists, that's when they changed their tack, changed their strategy. Oh, we're not going to be able to come at this from a frontal assault. No, they had to start getting people into institutions so that they could brainwash kids, because they can't get adults to do this stuff. But what they do is they go and brainwash kids that haven't even started their lives yet. Because before, what was happening, they're targeting adults that have started their lives already through part of their adult lives, or their adult life is at its end. And those people it's not fertile ground, because those people have if they are failures, or if something about their life did happen, it's their own fault. Everybody else is too contented to be bothered. So they I know, we'll get the immature children, the people that can't legally sign a contract, the people that legally can't make life-changing decisions. Let's go get them. We'll recruit them. An ideology that has to prey on children, it doesn't work, obviously, or adults would be receptive. And a lot of the resentment that you see, especially with feminists, it's not resentment over what's been done to them. It's not resentment over the hand that they've been dealt. It's resentment over biology. They're pissed off that women have vaginas. They're pissed off that women have a lower muscle mass than men. Like they're pissed off about things that can't be changed. They're pissed off about things that literally are responsible for them even existing. They've been brainwashed by people. Somebody got them young and brainwashed them. I mean, feminism, it's outright evil. It's evil. It's as evil as anything humans have done ever. There's no ideology that's more evil. There's nothing is more so than feminism. It could possibly be the destruction of humanity, period. Like wholesale, period. I mean, it's starting to look that way anyhow. Like, and now it's like it's snowballed, and now, like, who knows if we can get a hold of things? Who knows if we can stop it? Really, it doesn't look like it, honestly. You guys see this? Scientists have achieved a major milestone in fusion research. They sustained an artificial sun burning inside a machine for 102 seconds. South Korea's K-Star fusion reactor, which is Korean, successfully maintained high-performance plasma at 100 million degrees Celsius, roughly 7 times hotter than the core of the sun, for a record 102 seconds in high confinement operation. This more than doubled the device's previous performance in just a few years. Fusion is the same process that powers the sun and stars. It merges light atomic nuclei to release vast amounts of energy. If harnessed on Earth, could provide nearly limitless clean electricity with no carbon emissions and minimal long-lived radioactive waste, often called the holy grail of energy. The main challenge is controlling plasma, a superheated state of matter so energetic that no physical container can hold it. Scientists use powerful magnetic fields inside donut-shaped tokamaks, Tokamaks, interesting word, to suspend and contain it. K-Star's breakthrough came after upgrading its diverter, the component that handles the most intense heat, to tungsten. This new fully tungsten-lined interior allowed the reactor to sustain stable, high-confinement plasma for 102 seconds, the first time it achieved this duration in the new configuration. While K-Star does not yet produce electricity, every extra second of stable operation yields critical data for future fusion power plants. The team's next ambitious target is 300 seconds. What's cool about that is they are trying to mimic the sun exactly, on Earth even. They're trying to mimic the sun in space. Because the sun fusion actually can only work that way. Anything that touches the sun is going to be burned. It's going to go up immediately, be turned into energy. And gravity is literally it's magnetism. Magnetism and gravity are literally the one and the same. They're the exact same thing. Magnets, it's just a magnetic field is gravity. The planet Earth is a big ass magnet. Same thing with the sun. And the sun's, we all know how big the sun is, and because of its size, it has this immense gravitational pull. That's what keeps the solar system a solar system. That's what keeps us in the sun's orbit, is the gravity the magnetic field that it produces. it's, and it's so big, it's so great that even though it becomes a ball of fusion, the gravitational force is what contains it. Because as soon as you touch a metal up to it, it fucking turns into energy. It's the same thing with this this fusion on Earth. Although the problem is that you can't make fusion on Earth as big as the sun. You need a magnetic field strong enough to contain this, but it's not big enough to create the field itself. And and that's why they use the magnet. That's the only way that you can accomplish fusion, by using magnetic fields. It's the only way. I mean, really, the magnetic field is the container, not the tungsten. The same thing with the sun. The magnetic field, the gravitational force, is what allows it to even happen. It's what actually makes it such an energy dense object in the first place. I mean, I saw that post and I was just thinking about it, how incredible that is. I mean, the sun fusion, it's incredible. But the fact that, you know, we've actually accrued enough data and know-how, and we have accrued enough information in the applicable fields, scientific fields, that we can actually make this shit happen. Like, it's not like we're missing one of the key ingredients or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know how to work with magnetic fields. We know how to create them and how they work. Enough so that we can create a scaled down sun that's 6 times hotter than the sun, which is crazy. But I mean, could you imagine if if we had fusion technology down pat? I mean, it would be dangerous. It is dangerous. Probably blow us up. Destroy the entire planet. If anything goes wrong. But it's like unlimited fuel, unlimited electricity. Nobody would ever have to concern themselves with climate change or any of that bullshit, or possibly even batteries and shit. That batteries may, go by the way of the dodo at some point. We may not no longer have to pay for electricity. It may just be something that's free. Which, and really, like, people talk about the universal basic income. If we did discover, or if they did master this fusion, I would actually start to believe that, yeah, one day, or one day we probably will have a universal basic income. Because if energy costs zero and we have AI and robots, I mean, that is kind of plausible. It is kind of plausible, actually. Not only do we don't have to mine the energy anymore, we don't have to work for the energy anymore, because right now at least we have to pump the energy out of the ground, oil. But it's if this fusion happens, we won't even have to do that. We don't have to work for energy, and we'll power robots for free. That means that work doing physical labor will cost nothing to anybody. That's crazy. I mean, I'm sure we would figure out some way to fuck it up, some way to humanize it, some way to ruin it, make it so that we fight still. Although, we'll fight over something always, but it's like we're almost reaching the end of the game, it feels like. You know what I mean? And I don't know if there's really a whole lot of replay value here. Not so sure. Maybe we're at the end of history, like, and us alive right now, we're literally watching the last events of history. The last time something different happened, something unforeseen, unpredicted happened. Because once energy is free, once we have figured that out, once we have created AI, like, what is there left to even do at that point? There's no work to be done. Fucking robots with unlimited energy. An AGI possibly, isn't it? AI is supposed to be like God mode AI. We would have successfully invented ourselves out of purpose, having a purpose to even exist. Create some other intelligence that doesn't need our input, and once we make fusion happen where it's unlimited free energy, well, then why would AI keep us around? why would we even be necessary anymore? It's like we're literally inventing ourselves out of an existence. That's the way it feels to me anyway. We're just like so pressing for this, trying to make life easier for ourselves. We're going to end up with no reason to live. And I've said this before, but I maintain this still. We should have stopped inventing after the airplane. Once, like, before we got to work, like right around maybe 1920, we should have just laid off. We had airplanes, cars, records, movies. We had it made in the shade, and everything beyond that has just made life harder and more complex and more miserable. There was kind of a sweet spot there where life was great, life was good, and it looked like life was good. When you looked around at people, they were happy, they had families, they were reproducing, they were, vacationing, working, enjoying their lives. And and what's crazy is once that stuff was invented, like the airplane, it's like we redoubled our efforts and went twice as hard at everything. Yeah, I'm not so sure that we're better off anymore. I don't honestly. I know we're not better off at all. Certainly not. And I find myself kind of disgusted with life. To be honest with you, kind of disgusted by it. And I say that because it's like I want life to be good. I want people to enjoy life, and like I see misery and stuff as like a real problem to solve. But I feel that way. Then I see people deliberately trying to trying to make life hard for everybody, trying to create problems. It's like, the stuff that I have the most profound disgust with, the stuff that bothers me the most is man-made. We do it to ourselves. And it's like, it's kind of disheartening because if I feel like I'm fighting myself, I feel like I'm trying to solve a problem that nobody wants me to solve but myself. I'm trying to fix things that aren't broken according to everybody else. And it's just kind of starting to feel like a waste of my time. Like I should just worry about what I care about. Because I can't I can't help people. Uh I can't make their lives better because they don't want them to be made better. They don't want me to do that. And that it gives me a disgusted I'm disgusted by that. I'm like disgusted by human beings, by their flawed nature. Because, the stuff that they bitch and moan about, even if you try to help them, they'll hate you for helping them. Or they'll hate you for solving the problem that they got fulfillment out of having. It's all so tiresome. Like, what's the point? You know? It's like you can't make everybody happy, but it's almost like you can't make anybody happy. People they don't want to be happy. They kind of like they just want to do what they do. You solve one problem, they just move down to the next one. They'll start inventing problems. Feminists, that's all they've done is invent problems. That's all they've done is chase ghosts. They had things were really good, like really good. And they were like determined to louse them up so that they had something to complain about. When I say things are good, I mean the human population was on the rise. People were reproducing, populations were expanding. So much so that that was um the biggest problem. That was the biggest problem to solve was the population boom, the population crisis, the population bomb. That was the problem of the era was population. That's how good life was. That's how good people, that's how amazing we had made life on earth. And then come in the feminists, then come in the malcontents. And even though everybody, life was good, even though, we were expanding, they found a way to louse it up. They found a way to complain and change it, because really the way things were, everything was perfect. Everything was good. Like everything was, it was a well-oiled machine. But they couldn't be contented. No, and honestly, this is so stereotypical. It's like a fucking trope at this point. It's honestly, it's like an old hat, you know. It's just it just keep or an or what do they say? It's an unlucky penny or something. I forget what they call it. It's keep turning up in your pocket. Like women and their discontentedness. I've seen it in commercials even. Like there was a commercial I saw a while back. It was I think it was a football game. I believe it was a Super Bowl commercial actually, if I'm not mistaken. But everybody's at the game at the party, the Super Bowl party, and they saw some commercial that was about how women can never they can never be contented. They can never they're never content. They always have something to complain or nag about. Something could always be a better, you know, when women are concerned. And that commercial, something happened they were watching, and then it flashes to the Super Bowl party, and the guy's wife goes, "I don't get it," and she was like, "I don't get it," and And the way she said it though was that she was she wasn't contented with the commercial, and the husband goes, he's like, yeah, we noticed. Like, it was so fucking funny because the thing they saw was about how women were discontented, and then when they flash out of it, everybody's laughing but the one woman, and she goes, I don't get it. I'm not content with it. It was just like, holy. It was just poetic, and that's how it is. That truly, that's how it is. It's like God gave us women so that we would never be bored. So that we would never be bored. There would always be something to do. As long as there are women, we will always have a job. There will always be that next thing to do. Like maybe that it like helpmate, more like taskmaster. That's where you go to get your next job. You go to your what's next, honey? It never end. They never end. You just one thing after the other. You knock one down, there another one presents itself. It is tiresome though. Repaint the bathroom. The honey-do list. The honey-do list. I wonder if that's why they named the melon thing honeydew. Like, I never did get that. Is there like some sort of a is that like a joke or an inside? I don't get it. I literally slept all day. I woke up like 2 hours before I started this. I really didn't have shit to talk about. Not gonna lie. This is me flailing, trying to come up with something. It gets hard sometimes. Like, fuck, man, I just don't have anything to talk about.
Governments are subordinate to.
This is weird. I watched this one like a couple weeks ago, and then Simon Dixon re-releases it now today or yesterday. Weird. Oh, and look, Matrix. The Matrix is literally the top video suggested. How poetic. Hey, if you watch this interview, you'll walk away being like, fuck, man, why do we have to live in a Matrix? It's kind of funny. I wonder if that's just the algorithm doing its thing, or is it like deliberate?
Their control grids and structures.
Okay, so far we have 3 named power structures. We have the financial industrial complex, which sits on top of everything. Mm-hmm. We have the military industrial complex, which seems to be something that has found a very profitable way to benefit from what I'll call human tendencies. And then we have the technological industrial complex, which feels, if I'm interpreting it right, relatively new. So are these complexes something that arise organically, that will always exist no matter what structure, no matter how countries are aligned? Or was this something where somebody sat down and said, here are the 3 ways in which we can manipulate the public, and we just have to get this set up? And it was very intentional. And it was like, okay, you're going to be the financial industrial complex, you're going to be the military. Like, how did that come? Is this a top down or a bottom up phenomenon?
Yeah, I mean, it evolves with time and adjusts with time. But throughout human history, we've had different labels for very similar systems, whether it's a country having a monarchy, or whether it's a democracy, or whether it's, whatever government structure. It's always a few incredibly wealthy people that rule the masses and co-opt the system and just put a different label on top of it.
He did one today about
something shifting.
What happened with Israel.
So there is definitely a divorce narrative between Israel and America, so that either it could go 2 ways.
Israel carries on bombing Lebanon, weakening Hezbollah to try and get negotiation leverage, or Trump has given the green light for Iran to go and pummel Israel.
Oh God, let that be the case. Holy shit, let that be the case.
You're watching Capital Cause, and my name is Danny. It is June 17th, 2026, and my guest today is Simon Dixon, big fan favorite. Simon, thank you so much for coming on.
Always a pleasure. What are we going to talk about today?
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's just talk about the big story, which is the Trump Iran deal that's to be signed on Friday. Trump made some comments earlier today. He says he will, quote, go right back to dropping bombs if he doesn't like the Iran deal. And I believe he said this in
that's ridiculous.
When he
Did
was
he
in
not
the
already
company
sign
of
it?
the Egyptian president, El Sisi, at the G7. So, yeah, walk us through this deal. Walk us through what you think of Trump's recent comments and anything noteworthy out of the G7.
Yeah, so we currently got the G7 that started on Monday. It's a bit of a packed week this week, actually, really eventful. Yeah. So on Monday, the G7 kicked off, and so we've been dripping out like comments. The whole show's really centered around Trump. Ukraine, Russia, Iran. So just war, NATO, Trump. We can go through some of the things that were said there. Then yesterday we had the hiking of the Bank of Japan rate. So that's decoupling from the Japan carry trade. Very important thing. But that seems to be, a smooth managed transition. Today we've got the first comments from Kevin Walsh at the Federal Reserve. I'm expecting, no changes there, but I mean, the Fed, whether they hike rates or decrease rates, probably at the next meeting, really sets the tone for what's going to happen next. So it's really, really important one. Then tomorrow we got Bank of England. I think whether they're going to, they can't hike rates, they can't reduce rates. They're in stagflation effectively, bad growth.
It's not good.
No story of anything that's going to be happening there. They're still recovering from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Energy prices giving them a bit of a relief, but supply chain issues. I don't think we'll see much changes there on the Bank of England side. But we've got in the US 4.2% inflation,
My bad.
6%.
When he was in the company of the Egyptian president, El Sisi, at the G7. So,
is that they're securing their supply chains, their cheap labor, their factories, their rare earths, and making sure that that relationship is okay in exchange for a standoff on Taiwan. And so Xi Jinping announced, don't touch Taiwan. And Trump said, don't touch Taiwan. We had the cancellation of a $13 billion military defense contract in Taiwan. And we led into the AI IPO cycle.
Oh, man.
After that, the shipments started coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, and we led to the next, second round of aggression. Everyone's thinking it's going to break down again. And then suddenly we get into the MOU, which I think has already been agreed. We're just having the public theatrics of how to present what will be, what will come in the MOU and how to represent that to the three factions of domestic nationalistic power, i.e. Israel, US, and Iran. I expect it to be signed on Friday, whether we get messing around. There's some holdout clauses with what's Israel going to do with Lebanon, what's Iran going to do in the Strait of Hormuz, that allows it to go back to a negotiation cycle. But in the end, I think the MOU is signed on Friday, and then we enter into a 60-day negotiation period. If you remember, I said that that's got to coincide with the SpaceX IPO.
Right.
And so the SpaceX IPO was on, so after it didn't come during the Xi Jinping meeting, that SpaceX IPO has to go well, and it did go well. So we've now got, the first trillionaire net worth on paper wealth with Elon Musk. We've got a bunch of liquidity from a number of people that had SpaceX shares. We have the lock-in periods for those that invested in the VC private equity rounds. And then we've got the Anthropic and OpenAI IPOs and all the other ancillary activities and the liquidity squeeze that we're seeing out of markets. Now,
That IPO did well, so I think it's now, I don't know where we are today, I haven't checked in once after this when the market's open, but I think we're about $2.3 trillion company with a pure narrative story of putting servers in. But the point is that the liquidity needed to go well. If that led to a dump cycle and it didn't go well, then that's going to set the framework for all the other AI companies. That's going to cause serious issues in stocks. And so it was really an all-in moment. We had a week of heightened bond yields above 5% on the 30-year Treasury yield, and then above 4.5% on the 10-year. Mortgages above 7%. Oil was slowly coming down. It wasn't pricing in disaster. And gold was coming back off. Bitcoin was coming back off. Stocks had a pump and then a little bit of a dump. But now we're back up to, smooth markets, contingent upon, this being an MOU that's signed. Lots of drama probably in the weeks ahead, but I don't think anything stops this. It's all in. And so bond yields have come back off the danger territory of 5%, 4.5%. And the MOU looks like we're kind of getting this very strange, what's in it, what's not in it. The most important things we won't see in the MOU. It is that we know the framework. The framework is there's going to be sanction relief and there's going to be tiered. We know that it takes off are they going to launch a nuclear bomb? Are they not? That goes away, which has been a 50-year story, which has justified 50 years of military interventions. It also radically changes the role of Israel, because if Israel doesn't have a boogie monster, then its purpose is reformed. So we started to get at the G7 meeting this narrative, which I was expecting, of Trump exerting influence over Netanyahu to reverse the Netanyahu controls Trump narrative. And I think that's all been negotiated. I think Netanyahu is complying. Trump is complying with real power, military and financial power. And this will lead to the election regime change and my long-term prediction that we'll end up with a more GCC-aligned Israel with more and more privatizations and more asset sales within some kind of, whether it's Abraham Accord or an alternative structure based upon BRICS or whatever, more and more acquisitions of Israeli assets that takes away state power over to private power. And when it's private power, you can then regime change and have a Palestinian state, because Saudi's still pushing the holdout clause. And so we started to see much of the things that I thought were happening behind the scenes publicly show. So UAE met with Iran, demonstrating there was $3 billion allegedly that was transferred to Iran, either via Qatar or UAE. We know that Iran and UAE work together very strongly in the sanction circumvention side, while UAE normalizes with Israel and acquires the assets, leaves OPEC, gets the FX swap line to create dollars based upon their currency, and is also managing a central bank digital currency network. So UAE is really selling a lot of its retail assets in institutional assets as a result of the distress, but really being pushed as a financial center. Saudi is doing the holdout clause, did a regional security agreement that consists of Turkey's military industrial complex, Pakistan's nuclear might, Egypt's military army, and Saudi funding as the head of the GCC. Now, when you combine that with Iran, because of the normalization between Iran and Saudi, the real question is, what happens to Iran if you relieve sanctions? Well, now you've got the second largest LNG reserves in the world on the market. You've got all the rebuild contracts from all the destruction that needs investment, or it needs a mechanism for being rebuilt internally. And you have the Gulf countries that get to renegotiate the rebuild of their bases under regional defense contracts, BRICS and China aligned defense contracts, and some bribe money for Western powers in order to leave them alone. And so if you look at where this is all headed, what are the key terms that are being negotiated in the MOU? Well, you've got the front-facing narrative, which is nukes and defense. Then you've got what really glues everything together. Sanction relief. You've got 2 to 4 million barrels of oil from OPEC member Iran that will come online. Is that going to be priced in dollars, or is that going to be priced in yuan? The toll booth on the Strait of Hormuz, is that going to be priced in Bitcoin? Is there going to be no toll? What happens with the Gulf countries? They need to protect their interests as well. And so you started to notice these narratives slowly moving towards Oman and Iran will control the strait, but there'll be a $300 billion reparations agreement. That $300 billion will be a fund. It won't be reparations. If this is not what, if they're just going to give $300 billion of US taxpayer money, and then that goes to rebuilding contracts with China, then yeah, you could say that there's no integration here.
And supposedly half has already been committed even before the deal is signed. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, well, this is what I think they've really been negotiating, which is who's going to rebuild, what infrastructure is going to be rebuilt, who's going to do it, what is the future funding, financing needs, and this was the destroy and rebuild model. This is like the classic model, and that $300 billion is what everyone needs to watch. It could be covert funding via China, via different structured vehicles. It could be a fund that in the back has some Trump slush money, some Western financial interest. But Iran needs to.
Yeah, I'm trying to get off of this bitch ass schedule that I had to get on just to stream Nick Fuentes, just to stream his stuff. I'm trying to get off of it. That's kind of why I don't really have much to say today. I literally slept till like 3 hours ago. Yeah, I'm trying to so that I have a normal schedule. You know, I didn't have any. I wasn't able to do, get any thoughts together. Because yeah, like I said, I'm not into staying up till 4 in the morning every morning. I'm legitimately done with it. I'm just kind of trying to bridge the gap for everybody.
Show strength, and effectively this opens up Iran to a regional investment order led by China, but needs some bribes for America to stop the military forever war model. And how do you make that transition? Well, you need the IRGC to remain intact. You need those that won't be on board with the plan eliminated. And you need a resistance narrative to show that you fought till the bitter end, and you remained in charge of the Strait of Hormuz. So all of that's been achieved. However, we started to see the first signs of kind of protest around Lebanon, because the reality is that this is a transition from opening up to investment to no longer needing to resist in order to have negotiation leverage to get sanction relief. Because that sanction relief leads to a bunch of money from oil sales, LNG sales, any toll booths, and a new economy. So in exchange for that, there will be backdoor agreements to slowly transition away from resistance, because effectively, as long as you can set a tone where Israel is no longer used to agitate the forever war model, and everyone is plugged together via regional investment contracts, including China, GCC, Iran, defense contracts, and bribes to Western powers, then that 300 billion tells me that it will be all investment contracts. It won't be a reparation fund. And my guess is that the makeup of who invests, the blend between GCC, local Chinese, and Western financial industrial complex, will really tell you who won this war, and what the outcome and all the levers that were pulled. So I'll be really concentrating on how that is structured. I think, although we're going to see lots of drama, I think this is the worst thing that could ever happen to Israel. And we had a Zionist meltdown, and we still got a Zionist meltdown.
What if your idea of the Matrix, what if we are in the Matrix only, and what if you see the Matrix, only you don't see it as the Matrix? A lot of things are about perspective. And, the Matrix, that's just from a different perspective. The way that it's looking, it's basically an allegory. That they're being battery farmed. Well, we're not being battery farmed, we're being debt farmed. And we are in it. We are in a simulation. But it's not like the Matrix where it's, we're living our lives in our head. No, it's not like that. But pretty much all of media is a simulation. It's supposed to be reality adjacent. You know, all of the news we're fed, all of this stuff, it's all a simulation. None of it is reality. It's all tweet. I mean, really, propaganda and uh, spin, media spin. That's simulation. That's the same thing. You know, it's not reality. It's reality twisted slightly. That's what a simulation is. So literally everything that you watch, all the media, it's all that is the simulation. You know, the only stuff that isn't a simulation is what you see with your own eyes.
But in my understanding of the world, there's a bit of good cop, bad cop being played there. You use Netanyahu in Israel in order to get your bad cop. Trump says, I'm trying to create peace and world peace here. You get your good
Everybody
cop.
loves rain.
And there's the holdout clauses with Hezbollah in Lebanon and IRGC and Strait of Hormuz that can always tip something if the negotiations aren't going in the right direction. And then you just put ratchet clauses in where if you've achieved this goal, you get this amount of sanction relief, this investment contract, and then you just, I mean, it's going to take years. You know, this is going to be a long-term thing. This is no small agreement to put together. But, you know, I've long believed that the war was part of the negotiation. And if you want to be a bit more conspiratorial, everything that was blown up was meant to be blown up, and everything that's about to be rebuilt is about to be rebuilt in line with a.
I mean, that's a good way to put it, Robin. Very good way to put it. Kind of chopped up that way. We are battery hens. I mean, that's a good way to put it because we're not batteries and we're not chickens. We're not hens, but they're both great metaphors for what we are. You know,
New World Order, and the closure of the strait created the repricing of everything that created a massive concentration of wealth upwards and put stress on markets. And Trump delivered for the powers that he answers to, and so did Netanyahu. And so to me, it's a signal that we now get this moment where Trump, you know, kind of says, "I created the most important peace agreement moving forward." He got the massive pump in the stock market, which is what he needs. Israel gets to say, you know, I mean, Israel is the net loser, but they need to hold on to Lebanon and Hezbollah to continue the narrative that we're in charge. And then Iran has just demonstrated real strength, and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz acts like the Suez Canal moment to the British Empire when they couldn't defeat Egypt. So this is a life-changing event, and it's it is a
that old saying. What is it? Believe only half of what you see and none of what you hear. That's that saying is basically telling you live in a simulation. That's what that saying is putting across. You're in a simulation. Everything you hear is bullshit. Everything and what you see like happen in your presence, that's the only real stuff. I mean, I think it's been known for a long time that this is the case. Human beings lie and they're full of shit. And they weave facades, weave webs, and tell stories. Well, it makes sense that that people would predict that with Israel because their quote unquote religion, it definitely has an outcome. And like ideologies, they have an outcome. Human beings, when circumstances or circumstances are placed on human beings, they will react almost the same way every time. It's like doing lab experiments on mice. The mice, every time you try the experiment, the mice do the same thing. They never vary. That's how humans are. They're the same way. And with something like Judaism, I'm sure they knew the conclusion, the logical conclusion of Judaism thousands of years ago. Read it, you can tell what the logical are. You can tell the kind of behavior that it's going to produce in humans. And it's that everybody will hate them if they reach the conclusion of their ideology by necessity, everybody else will hate them, because the only way they reach the conclusion of their ideology is by fucking every other human on planet Earth. So of course it's going to end with everybody hating Israel, because if Israel gets what Israel wants, none of us, that means we all get screwed.
The New World Order, it has started. We have entered into that world. And this transition now is how we manage that world and split the world into parts.
What are the chances that we do see another round of strikes between Iran and America and Israel, or some combination of the two? Because you look at the history, Israel has broken its ceasefire agreements with Lebanon 80 plus times. The U.S. has been the last 2 times, less or more than that actually, since the 12-day war, and the most recent round of fighting back in late February. Even those were all facilitated initially by the U.S. So, how much credence can we give the enforcement capacity of this deal that's been signed? It is an MOU at the end of the day. It's not a treaty or anything. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I know most people, based upon historical, I mean, if I were judging this as we're not in a new world order, there is no China, and America's a global hegemon, then I'd be as skeptical as everyone else is. Because I believe that we're entering into a new world order and China has significant leverage over American private interest. I believe that China's playing the 5D chess, and I believe it's got serious cards. But you don't get press releases for that. You just get press releases for the other side, the Iran side, the Israel side, the American side. And so half of what's happening here is that America doesn't have the ability, or Israel, to be fully autonomous like they would have in the past, because Israel power is based upon American power. So if American power is going, then Israeli power is going. And there is, there's no set of circumstances where America falls and Israel survives. I believe I'm split between 2 possibilities here. I think US, I'm pretty sure US is out. So you won't see much from US, is my belief here. But it could go 2 ways. It could go that Israel does what Israel always does, which is it kills civilians in Lebanon in order to inspire retaliation from Hezbollah. Hezbollah retaliates, and we end up with the continuation of IDF gets weaker when they do ground invasions and Hezbollah kicks their ass. Israel retaliates by bombing civilians and what Trump actually for the first time admitted in the G7 meeting, which is remarkable. That means that there's a change of, we're ready for the next phase here. The fact
what did Trump admit?
Trump in a G7 meeting was basically laying into Netanyahu and Israel, saying you don't need to kill civilians and blow up buildings to get Hezbollah. And really started admitting for the first time that this is kind of a soft way of saying the reality. And we got real, with, he sat there with UAE, sat there with Egypt, but with Sisi and MBZ. And he's really pushing on Netanyahu. He's really pushing on admitting that Israel just kills civilian targets, kills civilians, and they don't need to be that ruthless. I mean, that's American foreign policy, but, whatever. That means that something's shifting here. So there is definitely a divorce narrative between Israel and America. So that either it could go 2 ways. Israel carries on bombing Lebanon, weakening Hezbollah to try and get negotiation, leverage, which is what Israel's always done. They acquire land and then they try and do a deal. And then they start again. Or Trump has given the green light for Iran to go and pummel Israel. But I also think that there's an element of analysis that makes sense here. And depending on which one, I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. Neither of them, I don't believe, will derail the eventual deal. I think this deal is a done deal. But if we're allowed to see that Trump has given the green light for Iran to go and annihilate and destroy more strategic targets in Israel, then that weakens Israel for distressed acquisition by the Gulf countries more and more and more. And we started to see more and more meetings between Iran and Saudi Arabia, Iran and UAE. We started to see that I personally believe that they played good cop, bad cop as well, which is what I've always believed throughout this whole process. And that much of the theatrical fights that they were having was actually part of a more coordinated plan between factions of power. And they had a plan backed by China and Russian intelligence that was helping Iran throughout this whole thing. And we saw that because, we got this, every time we get a tit for tat, we just get more US-based destruction in Jordan, in Bahrain. Last time UAE was kept out of the mix.
What percentage of US bases have been wiped out since the war started, do you know?
I don't think anyone knows. We've just got what information we're being fed. But certainly it was evacuated by US interests. Certainly, to me, there was no mass casualties of US troops, because just like in the 12-day war, I think there was an element of communication here. And to me, I think every target that's going to be rebuilt is very strategic, both in Iran, both in the Gulf countries, and both all around the region, particularly in Lebanon, and obviously we've got Gaza as well. But I think you could say that what gives Israel its power and America its power in the region has been destroyed. Whether that be what props up the Iron Dome. I'm not a military guy, but I do frequently listen to people that understand this a bit more than I do. But the equipment, like the radars and the stuff that props up the Iron Dome, that's all been destroyed, and it was dependent upon some of those American Gulf bases. And so everything that made Israel powerful, I think, has been destroyed. And now the relationship between America, Netanyahu, and Trump is being theatrically divorced.
Doesn't it seem a little too on the nose, though? Like they want us to believe that the relationship has been destroyed. It's like they're going out of their way to make it known that America and Israel are drifting apart. One of the key things I noticed was that there was an Axios report, and Axios is essentially a mouthpiece for Israel and that relationship. And they were pushing the idea that Radcliffe and Hegseth were against the deal, but Kushner and Witkoff were for the deal. That just seemed a little off to me, considering Kushner's relationship to Netanyahu. So it seems like they're trying to kind of muddy the waters, at least in my view, of like who of this relationship breaking apart. But is it really? Like, is there a possibility that this could just all be one psyop to get to? Because we do have the midterm elections coming up, and they do want, Trump does want to appear to be purely America first, without any entanglements elsewhere. I mean, could that also not be the case?
It's crazy how the Israelis and Jews, their behavior in the past has gotten them thrown out of countless countries. It has earned the enmity of the human race, practically. And they literally use their own misbehavior, their own enmity amongst humans as propaganda to cover their modern predatory behaviors. All of history, everybody has known that Jews, they're loan sharks, they're Shylocks, they take advantage of people. And they use that to their advantage. They say, everybody has these irrational fears or irrational hatred of Jews. They just hate Jews for no reason, this, that, and the third. Like, look back through history. Can you believe, like, look at all the different countries that hated them. Like, it's just this irrational fear, just totally irrational. They use all of that to paint a picture, to paint not them as the villain, which they are. They're the villain. And history shows that. But they use it to portray those people from history as psychos. They're the crazy ones, don't you know? Israel is the good guy. They were the good guy in every instance, don't you know? Every time those a nation or a people expelled them, they were psychos. They were, they were insane, or they would not have expelled the Jews. I mean, just the fact that they expelled the Jews, just by dint of that, they're insane. So, make your choice, modern people. Do you want to be insane? Do you want to be considered insane? Well, you'd better accept the predatory behavior. You better accept being, taken advantage of and used, or you'll be, or we'll say you're crazy and unreasonable. Like, that is like some truly God mode level propaganda. That somehow you take a narrative where you're the obvious villain, by like almost to a man. Everybody in the past is like, yeah, these people are bad. They will hurt you if you let them. But they're able to suppress whatever, able to suppress enough historical uh, knowledge, historical information, so that they can totally rewrite the narrative. Everybody knows that, they have a bad reputation from the past. And what they do is they say, yeah, well, they only have a bad reputation because of all the psychopaths in history. That's, they have a bad reputation because, there's like a long series of madmen who just irrationally hated those people. They were just irrational madmen. They were crazy, you know. And if you hate them, you're irrational too. Isn't that just how the fuck who comes up with this kind of shit? Like, how do you figure like you literally take something, a reputation, a bad reputation, and turn it into a positive, into an advantage, turn it into an asset that suppresses speech against you in the present. Literally makes somebody who doesn't want to deal with you into a pariah. Like, it's crazy. Like that 19-year-old kid. And I think that kid made Nick said that it's dumb, this and that, but no, I think that was a very valuable thing that kid did for the world, because it truly, it exposes a lot about them. That, these supposed liberal Jews that are all about diversity and the freedom of choice. As soon as somebody makes the wrong decision, you see how quickly the Jews become authoritarian and how little they like freedom and choice. They only like freedom and choice as long as you make the right one. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just like the 10th plague. That's how it feels. They're the 10th plague. They're not God's chosen people. They're God's chosen parasites, human parasites. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seems like maybe they took that narrative, the narrative, that real narrative about how God's, they're God's untouchables, they're God's most disliked people, and turned it into the opposite. Somehow made it to where no, they're God's chosen people. They're the most beloved of God, or beloved of God. How could they be so? How could God's beloved people, his chosen people, how could they be so cold and vicious towards all other people? How could they be so content with taking advantage of their own? Everybody else sees that as being beneath them. Everybody else wants to work for their money. Honest day's work for an honest day labor. Everybody else wants to earn a living without injuring other people. They want to have a life that doesn't hurt anybody. They want to earn money in a way, in an honorable way, that only benefits other people. But God's supposed chosen people They're the exact opposite. They don't want to work for their money. They want to extract their wealth. They want to extract it from people who do work for their money. I mean, the fact that they say, you know, we're God's chosen people, you know, this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, well, then act like it, dude. Nobody believes you. Nobody will ever believe you. And, you know, just because they're, I'm not going to believe somebody that somebody is or is God's chosen people while they're stabbing me. You know, like while I'm not going to believe that a tapeworm loves me while it's fucking draining, you know, while it's sapping the life-giving resources out of my body. It's absurd, man. Totally absurd. Like, and why does our religion have to have anything to do with theirs? It's just like, it's a vector of attack for them. That's all. And all of their ideas, everything that they produce is nothing but a vector of attack for us, Gentiles. Everything, banking, social media, it's all just a way for them to take advantage of us without, you know, all a way for them to extract wealth without having to do anything to earn it. It's like, why don't you just go be shepherds? Just get yourself a flock of sheep and fucking live with your sheep in the hills. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to prey on us? Then you have the gall to be indignant about it when we voice how our displeasure at being taken advantage of. They get all pissed off and indignant. What? You don't like being fucked by us? You don't like being enslaved by us? Who do you think you are? We're God's chosen people, don't you know?
I think those clued up are meant to believe that. So there's an element of psyops here, right? So there's multiple layers. There's like the dumbest MAGA, who's always meant to believe that, you know, Trump has 5D chess. Then there's the ones like the youth that have figured out what Israel is, and they're meant to believe, okay, it's only because of blackmail and Epstein that we're doing this. And if we could just divorce from Israel and Zionism, then America is an ethical country and there's no empire and it had nothing to do with it. Then there's a layer above, which is, I think, transnational capital, resetting the world
Check
into...
this out. I just stumbled across this on X. Israel derangement syndrome. So let's check this out. See what this says. IDS subsymptom. A pervasive definition. A pervasive of irrational, disproportionate hostility towards Israel. Notice that at least they didn't say anti-Semitism. At least they, you know, labeled this properly. That's anti-Israel, not anti-Semitism. Characterized by selective moral standards, conspiratorial attribution, context avoidance, and the persistent tendency to assign Israel primary responsibility for complex geopolitical events regardless of available evidence. Oh, what? Like dead bodies and video footage and witness testimony? Last I checked, we had all of those things as a result of Gaza and the civilian butchery that took place there. Blame first reflex. Frantic efforts to identify Israeli responsibility for conflicts, controversies, or crises, or examining available facts, including events clearly initiated by other actors. See, they think they're so fucking clever, but it's like, dude, don't you guys get it? We hate you, sons of bitches. We hate talking about you, sons of bitches. We hate that you fucking exist. We would be just pleased as punch if you would stop meddling and sticking your big, fat, fucking ugly noses in everybody else's shit. Like, I would love nothing more than to never have to think about Israel or Jews ever again. That would be truly a gift from God. And they seem, you know, they're so fucking arrogant and self-absorbed. They think that we're like all obsessed with them because we're obsessed. It's like, no, 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 no. You fuck us so often, so regular, and so much, that we have to point it out. We're tired of it. We have to point it out. And we would love nothing more to have a new enemy or a new predator to talk about. But you bastards encompass every criminal industry, as it were. They like run every mass crime against humanity. They're like the architects of all of these huge schemes to hurt populations. They're at the genesis of it. And to think that that we have this irrational fear. It's like, no, it's like we have an irrational want to live in peace and to be sovereign, independent, left alone. But over and over, you have your hand in everybody's pies. Every rock we turn over, there's a yarmulke, there's a little hat, there's a big nose. They think we like this shit? No, we dislike it. We dislike it so much. In fact, that people have done crazy shit to try and rid themselves of the human herpes of Earth, the human gift that keeps on giving. Selective generalization demonstrates an inability to distinguish between a government, a population, and a global religious or ethnic group, frequently treating all three as interchangeable when discussing Israel. I mean, are they actually separate, though? Are they actually separate? I mean, honestly, the religion, it's total bullshit because none of them believe in God. The religion is cover. The religion is a clever facade for them to hide behind. Identity disturbance. A substantial portion of the individual's political identity is organized around opposition to Zionism, while remaining vague, contradictory, or evasive regarding alternative arrangements, borders, governance structures, or security realities. Political impulsivity engages in politically self-destructive behavior. Sounds a hell of a lot like Zionists and neocons to me. Such as endorsing extremist groups as resistance, amplifying obvious disinformation, or advocating policies without consideration of foreseeable consequences. Well, they say such as endorsing extremist groups as resistance. Well, if somebody sees Israel as a perpetrator, as a criminal, if somebody sees them as a victimizer, then anybody fighting Israel, by fighting Israel, they become a resistance. They're resisting a predatory, victimizing entity. Maybe Israel just needs to change shift their perspective. Like, yeah, they are resistance. They're resistance to us as Israelis. What's wrong with that? Like, are these people wrong for saying that, the resistance against Israel? Doesn't seem like it to me. Performative activism, recurrent engagement in symbolic gestures, boycotts, denunciations, petitions, resolutions, or social media campaigns that serve primarily as public identity signals rather than practical solutions. Yeah, and then when somebody offers a practical solution, like, yeah, I don't want to work for Jews, what happens then? They get all butthurt, bent out of shape, and then try to destroy that person. Effective reality, or effective reactivity. Experiences intense emotional fluctuations triggered by Israel-related headlines, clips, or memes, particularly when presented without historical or geopolitical context. Selective conflict detection. Evidence intolerance, conspiratorial attribution, contrarian exceptionalism. You know, and this one's funny. Grandiose belief that one has uniquely uncovered the truth about Israel by relying heavily on recycled allegations, decades-old conspiracy theories, or previously debunked claims repackaged for a new audience. You know, if the shoe didn't fit, bro, if the shoe fits, that's all that needs to be said. You know, if you guys weren't doing the same shit every day, if you weren't continuously committing the same atrocities, the same crimes against humanity, maybe the narrative about you pieces of shit would change. Yeah, you know, maybe if you acted differently, we would stop slapping the label on you, the fucking inhumane label that you deserve. Fucking arrogant bastards. The nerve of those people. How dare they? We have to share the air with them, share the planet with them. They're unfit to live with. Unfit to live with.
Polarity, and Trump playing his role for financial players and Netanyahu playing his role for military players. Each person stops at a certain layer. You either, in my perspective, and you know, this is just how I analyze, you either stop at like the boomer, Fox News, CNN, MAGA narrative, or you go to the layer of Israel's in charge, Israel controls everything, and there's no empire agenda here, and if we can divorce from Zionism, everything will be fine. Then there's the reality as I see it, which is this is a coordinated asset stripping transnational capital exercise, and both US and Israel are assets to greater power. And Israel is more aligned with military power in the Middle East, and America.
I need to start catching his show live.
Indeed, and the brothers are so generous and graceful, certainly more than I am, because I do want his life to be ruined. I agree with you. It is a permissive structure. And parents, what are your children putting out there? What are the people that have been in your household putting out there online and to their friends? What has been fomented? Because
so what they want a 19-year-old kid's life to be ruined because he said he didn't work for a Jew privately, but someone like Randy Fine could call Muslims dogs. So here's a crazy story. So this kid applies for this internship. And this is how New York Post says it. Anti-Semitic Cornell student turns down interview because he's not interested in working for a Jew.
And what's wrong with that?
So a Cornell University student who applied for a summer internship with Jewish-owned NYC startup rejected the opportunity with a hateful message. Not interested.
Why is it such a, it's like the modern, the worst thing you can do in modernity is, is not like a group of people. And if that group of people has a problem with it, maybe they should change what they're doing. Black Americans, you don't like the way that you're portrayed in media, if you don't like the stereotypes about yourself, maybe you should stop. Maybe you should change. But they don't want to change. They want to continue to do the same evil shit. But they just don't want to be called out for it. They want their cake and to eat it too. It's like, it doesn't work that way, bro. If you continue to behave this way, we're going to continue to associate bad things with you. We're going to continue to refer to you as Shylocks, as crooks, as liars. Rightfully so.
In working for a Jew, the shock CEO posted it on X, on Twitter. So now they're trying to ruin this kid's life. Austin Franco put his anti-Semitism on full display. By the way, you could say that. You could say that I don't want to work for a Muslim. You could say nobody would kill. Nobody would say I don't want to work for a Russian. Nobody would give it. You could say anything you want. So this is, again, This is the Jews themselves showing you that Jews try to run the world. That's what they're doing. It's like they're playing into, as Charlie Kirk said, they play into every anti-Semitic trope themselves. They're doing it.
Yeah, they don't know.
People say they run the media. They are outright by the media.
That's the way they behave. That's the way they've always behaved, and they have no intention of changing their behavior at all. They think that if they pillory people, individuals enough, they think if they lie to us enough, that somehow that they'll be able to get away with fucking us. They'll be able to get away with taking advantage of innocent people or ignorant people, oblivious people. They'll just keep getting away with all the evil shit that they do. It's like, how many times do you have to have a close scrape with fucking annihilation before you give this shit up? How many times? Or do you just have to be flat out wiped off the face of the earth? You know, I mean, at some point, we are going to oblige you. We're going to oblige you at some point. Keep on keeping on. And we'll see how that works out for you.
They buy TikTok. They buy CNN. They buy Paramount. They buy CBS. They buy all of it. Austin Franco put his anti-Semitism on full display when he passed up an interview with VRY, whatever that is, because it
his anti-Semitism is on full display. You mean his intelligence? You mean his convictions? His courage is on full display?
Its co-founders, Gabe and Alden Einhorn, are proudly Jewish. Franco 19 delivered the message to both brothers via job board site Handshake after applying for a summer role at the company, which pairs renters with landlords and verifies their identities to prevent fraud. Sad world. So this kid then outs him. Gabe wrote on Twitter Monday, along with a screenshot of Franco's jaw-dropping 8-word response to try to schedule a Zoom call. Not interested in working for a Jew, thanks. Gabe Einhorn told the Post he felt obligated to share the message to raise awareness of growing anti-Semitism. Yeah, why do you think that it? Why do you think there's growing anti-Semitism? Because you are all censored.
The guy didn't even say anything derogatory. He literally just said, "I'm not interested in working for Jews. Thank you." He didn't say Jews are pieces of shit. He didn't say any of that. He said, at this time, I prefer not to work for this ethnicity of people. Honestly, that's perfectly reasonable. Didn't bash them or anything. You know, and really, this Einhorn guy, he's a fucking moron, because they should have just let this blow over. Now it's doing more damage to their reputation than, you know, like they let that little scratch to their ego. They let that write a check for an amount that's way worse than that little scratch to their ego. Like, bro, okay, that guy said that to you, it hurt your feelings. Now you're damaging all your people. You're hurting them, actively hurting them by doing this. Like, where the hell is your good sense? Where's your, like, bro, man? Ugh, Jesus, dude. These people, they don't have very good judgment, apparently.
Censoring people, having college kids thrown in jail, having students deported for writing things critical of Israel as you commit a genocide and cheer it on. I wonder why people are becoming anti-Semitic.
Pretty obvious.
He blacked out Franco's name out of the graciousness, but commenters quickly revealed his identity. I felt bad exposing him because I thought he could have made a bad mistake, and he really doesn't believe it this wholeheartedly. But the Ivy Leaguers soon made it clear that he meant every word of it, because he doubled down on Twitter. The student who hails from Virginia doubled down at an expo sharing the next day. So here's what Glenn, by the way, here's the idiot. So, hey, why did you black out his name? He goes, yeah, I made, either that's a fake or you're an utter coward for blacking out the kid's name. He goes, yep, I made a fake AI message from Handshake. You caught me. Or maybe I just don't want to expose his whole life. But clearly, people want to see that happen. Typical response, though, to say it's fake. So then the guy goes, no, Gabe, you are being weak. If somebody does this, they deserve consequences. The only way to people prevents it is with strength. Be strong. Be a strong Jew. Don't be one of the weaklings that reacts in a way to get us attacked more. Be a man that makes them afraid to attack your people. Don't you think this is going to make people
afraid to attack your people? You mean afraid to do business with your people? You mean afraid to do anything with your people? You mean afraid to live in the same country as your people? You mean afraid to exist on the same fucking planet as your people? You mean afraid to exist in the same universe as your people? Because like that's kind of what it is. You're not going to make people afraid of you. You're going to exile. You're going to blackball yourself by doing that. Because there's a hell of a lot more than us than there are of you. What are they thinking here? This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, there's very few of you. And you think that by isolating Gentiles that somehow, or isolating Gentiles that you're going to punish them, I think more likely what's going to happen is that you end up exiling yourself. You know, you keep going after people like this, and they won't just be individuals anymore. You know, you see them circling the wagons because of this. This kid said he didn't want to work for them. Well, you ain't seen nothing. If they keep fucking around, Gentiles will circle the wagons, and then they'll really have problems.
Want to attack you more? Like everything they do creates more anti-Semitism. And then guy goes, "You're right. You have a good point."
Yes, Streisand.
So here's what Glenn Greenwald said. A 19-year-old college student quietly turns down a job interview. By the way, Glenn Greenwald, Jew, stupidly telling the company it's because he doesn't want to work for a Jew. Within 2 days, the billionaire founder of one of the world's most powerful corporations, Palantir, demands that the company release the student to the world. The company instantly complies. So they release his name to the world, and they immediately did. National media trumpet the incident and spread the student's name and face all over the place. A senior Trump Department of Justice...
You know, it may backfire, and this kid may become wildly successful because there's a damn good chance of that. A damn good chance. That kid, you hear the way the billionaire said to that guy, like, you need to be strong. You need to have courage, this and that. You need to be strong. And it's like, bro, you know, and you don't think you making a big deal out of this is going to make people cheer and applaud and, you know, give accolades to that kid? You're idiots. You're fucking dumb because that kid had the courage of his convictions. That kid stood on business. And, you know, really, bro, this is some step on a rake shit right here, man. Like maybe, they have stepped on their dick so hard with this one. Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever be able to get a hard on again. Like it's not good. This is not they are so self-destructive of late. What the hell is going on?
Official repeatedly urges the public to notify him if that student is ever hired anywhere in the future, promising to use his office to keep that student permanently unemployable. What?
Yeah, well said, Willem. Well
Adults
said.
with large influential platforms, pundits, media types, even elected officials right here on Twitter routinely say things way worse. And often much worse. Pretty much every other group you can call, again, that's like I pointed out, you can think of without facing any consequence, let alone completely unhinged, coordinated campaign of very powerful people to ruin their life. So here's the Leo Terrell. So if the Jew hater is ever hired, please post and I will retweet. Here they are on Fox.
Einhorn, one of those owners of that company, Emily, that we just watched, he said, I felt bad exposing him because I thought he could have made a mistake, and he really doesn't believe that wholeheartedly. I'm glad we know this individual's name. I'm glad he was exposed.
Indeed, and the brothers are so generous and graceful, certainly more than I am, because I do want his life to be ruined. I agree with you. It is a permissive structure. And parents, what are your children putting out there?
Bro, you want a 19-year-old's life to be ruined over a statement or a decision he made about a job? The fuck is wrong with these people? Like, you know, I used to watch Fox, you know, not religiously, but you know, that's the news that I watch. That's just, you know, if you're gonna put on a network news channel, I'd rather it be Fox than the, or at least I used to feel that way. I can't watch any of it anymore because I just end up in a rage, my fucking jugular bulging out of my neck, screaming at the TV. But like, bro, these people, these are monsters. That Emily Campagno, what the fuck is wrong with you? Wake up. Like, are you like under some spell? Do you not even realize you're talking about a 19-year-old kid? You want to ruin that kid's life? Golly, man. He didn't commit a crime. The kid didn't commit a crime. At worst, this kid should have just got talking to, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, maybe this should be something that we frown upon, I guess, socially, like like society wide, you frown upon saying, something like this. But this kid should not suffer any sort of real substantive consequences. He has not hurt anybody. And this reaction to it is sickening. It's sickening. And hopefully it wakes a lot of people up. Hopefully a lot of people snap out of the spell that they've been under. Hopefully they're able to see the see how wrong this is. Like, what, a 19-year-old, you want to ruin the kid made that. And it's not like he went on a rant ranted about something for an hour every day. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it's a sustained. The kid made a split-second decision. Nobody should be haunted by a split-second decision that didn't end up with anybody being hurt or injured or minus any wealth or like, nobody is hurt by this. And they're talking about serious, like, real consequences, like hurting this kid. And if they hurt this kid, then they deserve to be hurt in response. The kid didn't hurt anybody. And they brought all this shit on themselves. I hope they are dealt I hope this ends up in a serious injury to them. I hope this is a massive blow to any of their power, such as it is, to their lives. I honestly, I hope it absolutely backfires and they regret this completely, because a 19-year-old kid should not know. And conservatives and the anti-woke, they used to be against destroying children's lives, young teenagers' lives. A teenager, that's despicable. It's despicable.
What are the people that have been in your household putting out there online?
And you know what? It's the exact thing that made Nicholas Fuentes. So keep it up, Fox News. Keep it up, Jews.
To their friends, what has been fomented because.
So what, they want a 19-year-old kid's life to be ruined because he said he didn't work for a Jew privately, but someone like Randy Fine could call Muslims dogs?
Did you retract the message?
I mean, they could commit a genocide. Benjamin Netanyahu has arrest warrants out for him all over the place, but that's not bad. But somebody said he doesn't want to work for them.
Yeah, Glenn
Oh my
Greenwald
God.
did hit it. No, absolutely, Tashti.
We live in a six. By the way, this doesn't help.
Ash.
If you think you think you're somehow going to censor everyone into liking Zionists, not going to happen.
No, it's going to backfire.
You think you're going to ruin someone's life to make them like Jewish people? Not going to happen.
Bro, does it not seem obvious? This seems incredibly obvious to me. You know what I'm saying? Just incredibly obvious. No, I pinned the message at the chat, dude. It didn't. I did that. I pinned that message, bro. But like, this seems so obvious and counterproductive. Like, yeah, you don't injure people to make them like you. That's not the way you do that.
This is amazing.
Clearly, there's a disconnect. Somehow, this person learned that there is an audacity that you can have with this anti-Semitism. That's what I found so shocking. Guy and I toured Poland together last May, and
it's audacious for the kid to be discerning about who he wants to be employed by. That's audacious. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is America, you stupid bitch. This is America. And people are allowed to decide where they work, and they're allowed to make those decisions based on ethnicities. They're allowed to make those decisions. Maybe they like eating bacon, for fuck's sake.
whenever I see things like this, it harkens me back to our trip, where apparently there's been no evolution since World War II. That deep-seated cultural hatred that's been allowed, that's been fostered, has somehow reignited here among the youth. And it is sickening. Cornell needs to take greater steps. So do parents.
What is she, fucking blind and deaf? Somehow reignited? Somehow reignited? What do you think reignited that? Do you think it's some irrational tradition or some irrational historical? We did watch Israel butcher 100,000 women and children over the course of like a couple years. That's not somehow. That's like, it's obvious why young people don't like them. They're a bunch of fucking butchers, and they cheered it on. They cheered the butchery on.
So do online forums, and somehow this 65-pound vessel of hatred needs to know that not only is this not okay, but it's not acceptable socially, because clearly online and among those kid groups.
But genocide is okay socially. Just to let you know.
Well said.
Shooting kids, targeting kids, all the IDF soldiers, they take, on one day they'll shoot them all in the groin. On another day they'll shoot them all in the head. On another day they'll shoot them all in the elbow. It's like they take target practice. That's okay. They hire dogs to grape them in prison. That's okay.
That's absolutely acceptable.
They starve them, literally starve them. Children, babies. That's okay. But God forbid a kid say he doesn't want to work for a Jew. Oh my God. These people are mental.
Did anybody just see like the facial expression on my face change? Bro, man, I just kind of had like an epiphany. I've been wondering why is my reach, like the views and all that stuff, it's been like so much lower. Literally just occurred to me, that obviously it's lower. It's like, because of him saying grape. He said grape. It occurred to me, oh, that's right. That's right. What you say affects how your reach. And when you say the N word, when you say the J word, when you say the real version of grape, when you say those words, it dramatically constrains your reach. No shit. Well, at least I got my answer. Know what not to do.
And if they think that this is working, I have another thing coming. People hate them even more and will continue because of things like this.
Absolutely.
If I was a Jew, I'd be screaming like, stop doing this. Would you quit?
Bro, we're all screaming that to ourselves. Like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Why can't you just be normal Jewish people? Why? Or rich billionaire Jewish people? I mean, the regular ones are more or less normal. Like, their neighbors don't hate them. They don't do mean shit to the people around them. But it's like these billionaire ones, they think they're like tantamount to a deity or something, or a Greek hero.
Doing this to people? Because this is what makes Jews less safe. Stuff like this. Not that kid saying he doesn't want to work for one, but this overreaction by the super powerful to try to squash a 19-year-old kid. That's what makes Jews unsafe. A genocide committed by Israel, supported by the United States, is what makes Jews unsafe. Deporting college students who follow all the rules for writing a critical op-ed about Israel, that's what makes Jews unsafe. Censoring people and arresting college students protesting a genocide of babies in the name of Israel, that's what makes Jews unsafe. This is what makes Jews unsafe, not a 19-year-old kid saying he doesn't want to work for Jews. News reporters piling on a 19-year-old kid wanting to ruin his life, that's what makes Jews unsafe. The Justice Department saying, I'll make him unemployable. Let me know. I'll use the Justice Department to get this kid. That's what makes Jews unsafe. You want to know what makes Jews unsafe? All this stuff. A kid said something dumb, and now they're trying to ruin his life forever. For future reference, here is how you should post if you want to get ahead in life and face no consequences. So here's Sean McGuire. Mamdani comes from a culture that lies about everything. No consequence for that. No consequence. I respect Palestinians and take them seriously, which is why I hate them. Nope, no consequence for that. Remember what Amalek did to you. No consequence for that. There are certain people you can say anything you want about. As I said, people with powerful platforms say things right here on X infinitely worse than what this 19-year-old said in that email. Yet they face no consequences, let alone Department of Justice threats and retributions, because their target was different. So what this does is play into every anti-Semitic trope there is. The anti-Semitic tropes that Jews control the government, Jews control the media, Jews control the world and Jews control the bank. This is playing into all the. It has the opposite effect. And if I was a Jew, I would be upset. Not at that 19-year-old kid, but at the reaction to that 19-year-old kid, because that's what makes Jews less safe. Hey, come see me on tour. I'll be in Levittown, New York, June 26th and 27th, and Chicago, September 18th and 20th. Go to jimmydore.com for a link.
I've always liked Jimmy Dore, but like, some of his opinions I wasn't really into, but no, I've actually kind of drifted closer to his position as time passed. You know, I just you know, you live life and you experience things, and you know, you change. Oh wow.
So you see Trump really.
The one thing about Glenn Greenwald is his microphone is always crappy, or he's got a cold and his nose is stuffed up, and you know what I mean. Like I like what he says, but I hate the delivery. It's always a subpar delivery. The guy is he has a real knack for like getting into the nitty gritty on like important shit. You know, he's a very skilled journalist, very skilled. But man, he just he was not meant for broadcast, or you know, he doesn't even have, he's not a radio type either. You know, his voice but you know, it's like you got to tough it out though, because the guy, you know, genuinely, he's got some, he's got some real chops, you know, and it's, you know, it's really, you know, you're only hurting yourself if you don't watch him or you don't pay attention to what he says, you know. And I don't like, you know, what he does, you know, in his spare time, you know, but it's not my business. I don't really give a damn what the guy does. I think, you know, thank God that he's he's alive. The guy has really done a lot for us. You know, the Snowden file, like, man, I mean, if he's one of the guys that I absolutely, you know, that I trust and that I admire, the guy, he is on our side, you know, and he, you know, love him or hate him, you gotta appreciate him. You got to. The guy has proven year after year that he is the people's champ almost. You know, he is a genuine positive force on earth.
Desperate to get out of this war, and the Iranians knew he was desperate to get out of this war, and it's their civilization they were defending and their country they were defending, and they didn't play around, and they held out for a very good deal.
Hey everybody, we have a big deal today. We have big shot Glenn Greenwald's with us. He is a journalist, former constitutional lawyer. He won the Pulitzer Prize in 2014 for his reporting. And
that's probably one of the only times in the 21st century that the Pulitzer Prize actually did something worth, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even pay attention to the Pulitzer anymore. I don't think it's worth a damned. But you know, that's the first time I've ever heard of it going to somebody who earned it in my lifetime, like that actually deserved what they got, you know? And if only people of you know, of Glenn Greenwald's caliber had the Pulitzer, it would be a valued prize indeed.
Intercept on government surveillance based on the Edward Snowden documents. Remember that? That was over 10 years ago. Wow. He left the Intercept in 2020, launched his Rumble-based program, System Update. That's over. The guy keeps moving through stuff. He shuttered it. That show shuttered this past February. That show has been shuttered, and now he's back to doing long-form journalism and commentary, primarily on Substack. He also does a video show there, but it is a hideous set that he has. Hideous. He also writes a regular column for the Brazilian newspaper of, I don't know how to pronounce that, Folha de São Paulo, I guess.
Brazil.
How do you say it, Glenn?
Or at least
Folha São Paulo.
Folha São Paulo.
Isn't pollo?
Okay,
pollo.
Beautiful.
Chicken. Pollo, it means chicken, I thought.
Jimmy, beautiful.
FOIA, which is like the Freedom of Information Act requests.
No, it's folio. It's with an L. It means like leaf or sheet.
Oh, okay.
Let's just do it now. Portuguese lessons, like basic Portuguese.
Oh, that's right. It's Portuguese in Brazil.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yes.
right. I've been thinking of moving to Portugal because I've been thinking of moving out of this
Portuguese.
country. And
Portugal is awesome.
I've heard good things.
Yeah,
I've
me
heard good
too.
things. How come? Yeah. What's so great about Portugal? Tell me.
It's like you get all the benefits of being in the EU, but without any of the bullshit. You know, like it's not France or the UK or Spain or Germany. So it's just like its own little thing. It's a small country. It's beautiful on the water. Lisbon is an amazing city. There's all these like interior little places that are rural and beautiful.
Oh, okay. Well, we should go. I've never been.
Yeah, J Boss is
I'm going to the Mediterranean in July. Maybe I'll swing by.
He's a
We'll see what happens.
Portuguese.
Can we swing by? Can you swing by Lisbon? I think so. All right, Glenn. I want to ask you. Do you have any thoughts? I know there's so much news breaking. It's too much news to cover. It's so overwhelming. Stuff is happening. I wanted to first ask you. You did one of these jubilees, right? Where you sit down and you debate 50 people.
Yeah.
And I've only seen clips.
Oh, he's talking about the channel, but you know that kind of hit just right for like jubilees.
And you're surrounded by them.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I know Dave Rubin felt that he was threatened physically when he did his. Did you feel threatened when you did yours? Were you afraid for your safety?
They're like a bunch of little twinks and like political junkie nerds. I mean, if you're threatened by that, you might as well never leave your house. Also, you know what's funny? I don't know. First of all, Dave Rubin was probably the single worst humiliation that has ever existed in the history of that program, which is unsurprising given that I've long maintained he's the single dumbest person in all of media. And I don't mean that as an insult, just like as an observation. I mean, I don't mean it as praise, obviously, but I just, it's totally unsurprising. But I'll tell you something funny to me. I did a little debriefing for my audience because amazingly, a huge number of people watch that who don't even watch many other things, but who do watch that. They have a big audience. And I, before the Dave Rubin thing, was remarking on, they have this like,
yeah, I agree with you on Jimmy Dore. And honestly, I think, I envy him in a lot of ways because, I wish that I could respond with some pithy one-liner, some pithy, funny joke. Like I get pissed, I just get too pissed. I can't respond like that. I see shit that irks me and I can't help it. Like I start ranting and raving. He's slick, man. He comes off with just like some smart ass comment. And I wish I had the same, he's obviously an extremely intelligent guy. I'm an intelligent guy, but I don't have his sense of humor. I think I have a great sense of humor, but I'm not able to draw it like a gun like he does. He draws his sense of humor like a gun and look out because it's sharp.
security protocol. Like they take you in, you don't really get to interact with the people that are there because they're concerned there's going to be physical confrontation either before, during, or after. They have tons of security. The minute there's a pause, they take you back to the green room. They escort you back. I was remarking on how excessive the security was. And then Dave Rubin comes out and was like, I felt like I was going to be killed. And he had this like security guy who he calls my guy Joey. And he's like, you guys know my guy Joey. My guy Joey told me that if they attack me, he was going to step in and protect me. And it's like, what the fuck is this neurosis? Like, and especially he had liberals. He didn't even have MAGA people. He just had like these little Twinkie liberals.
Yeah, I thought you're, those are the snowflakes that he was debating. I thought those are the Twinkies.
He had like 20 Harry Sissons. And he was like, oh my God, I thought they were going to kill me.
Harry Sisson got me too, so he's been off the radars lately. He was dating several women at once, and you can't do that and still be in good standing, by the way, at liberals.
Do you remember that? No, not in liberal circles. That's absolutely prohibited. You have to be a very good feminist ally, only do one at a time. Do you remember that time when Trump produced that AI video during the protest, and for whatever reason they took him, and like Trump flew over and dumped a huge bucket of actual shit right on Harry Sisson?
And people got upset, but they get upset about everything. Thank God for Trump.
I don't approve of that. Yeah, I don't approve of that. I watched it like 1,000 times, but I do not approve.
But I do have to say, whenever Dave Rubin's name comes up on the show, how much this might surprise you, but he is a fun fellow to hang out with. He's a lot of laughs. Not kidding. I'm not saying that sarcastically. We always enjoyed his company.
I don't know. I hung out with him. Not hung out, but
it's funny. I did not like my idea of Glenn Greenwald growing up. I thought he was I really despised him. Because. You know how everything looks to conservatives. Anything that helps a conservative, the conservative hates it. I mean, and I say that jokingly, but I used to be in that bubble. I think a lot of things I was right on, but there's that bubble that you're in if you watch Fox News, where Glenn Greenwald telling us what Snowden, had done or had brought out of the CIA, you know, conservatives thought that was like treason and this, and they were convinced that it was treason or that it was hurting them, not realizing that no, actually it's the, you know what I mean? Like, so like I wish more, or, you know, there was some way to wake those people up, because it's like, man, you know, you're so propagandized that, you know, you see everything backwards. You think when somebody's trying to help you, they're trying to fuck you. And when somebody's trying to fuck you, you seem to think that they're on your side. I don't get it.
Lunch with him a couple times, and I did not find him the slightest bit.
I was gonna say I grew to really like him, and I really did not like him. Didn't like his. I still don't like his affect, but I did not like him. But you know something? Like if you're objectively paying attention to what's happening in the world, and objectively, you know, watch it or observing what's coming out of people's mouths, is he's a stand-up guy. He's a stand-up guy. He has the courage of his convictions. He's not a fucking hypocrite either. The guy, you know, he practices what he preaches. You got to respect it. You got to admire it. You know, I don't admire, you know, everything he does, or I don't admire how he lives his life, or how, you know, how he chooses to live his life necessarily, but I do admire how he I do admire that part of him, the way his political mind, and also the way that I guess, you know, the way that he sees things socially, as in like people, you know, the way like people interacting with each other. You know, he has principles, and he treats people how he wishes to be treated. You know, and when I was younger, I used to think that, you know, these people, that it wasn't that they were hypocrites, but he is one of the few that is, you know, Alec Baldwin is a scumbag hypocrite. Glenn Greenwald, no, he is a real deal liberal, and I respect real deal liberals. I respect those people. I think they're maybe misguided, but I do think they're, you know, a slightly more positive than neutral force in the world.
Interesting or amusing, but maybe we just didn't combine as well as you two did.
Oh, it was bad.
Did you? He does stand up, by the way. Have you ever seen his stand up?
I have not. Kurt, my co-host Kurt,
Kurt, he's a real stand-up comedian.
Yeah, he vows that Dave was not a real stand-up
so
comedian.
weird
But I can't say either way. I've never seen him do stand-up comedy. But no, he you know, I was back when I used to smoke pot. I haven't smoked pot for years now, so maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe
That explains it. Yeah, I mean, you can find humor in anything when you're all high on pot.
Yeah, okay. I just want to play a little clip of your of your Jubilee, and because I've only seen the clips that are like mind-numbing, and I think this was one of them. Let's listen.
My next round of claim is the Trump administration has been considerably more corrupt than the Biden administration. I don't think there are things that compare in the Biden administration to the level of personal corruption. And what I'm asking you is whether you think
going after your political opponents.
I'm asking you is whether you
illegally.
think, you don't think Trump has gone after his political opponents as well. He's tried to indict James Comey. He tried to indict Letitia James, and even the grand jury threw them out. But I'm asking you about the examples that I listed. Do you think I've accurately described the personal corruption of
I'm
Trump,
saying,
his
even son? If I grant your
no, but
premise,
I want you to grant it. I want to know if you think I've accurately described it, because we're talking about billions of dollars in personal wealth. Jared Kushner created a vulture capital fund, an investment fund, in which the primary investors were the Saudis, who invested $2 billion into Jared Kushner's personal fund. The Emiratis have invested hundreds of millions of dollars as well. Donald Trump, his sons, Steve Witkoff, and his sons created a crypto company that the UAE has devoted hundreds of billions of dollars to and then bought a 49% stake share in. The Qataris have done the same. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump just created a new drone company that they're now selling to the Pentagon and getting contracts from the Pentagon that will further personally enrich the Trump family. We're talking about a level, billions and billions of dollars in personal wealth that did not exist before Donald Trump entered the presidency, that now exists in his family by virtue of these deals with the exact countries on which he deals the most.
He shut the whole room up. That guy, he was interrupting and being a smart ass, bro. Glenn Greenwald, through nothing more than sheer volume of facts. This dude just, he just endured an avalanche of damning indictments and facts. Oh man, it just, you seen his face, just shut his fucking pie hole. Shut his suck muscle.
There's 2 points I want to make. Okay, so first off,
right? Even let's say I grant all of that. Let's say I grant
Because
all
it's
of
true.
that. No, let's say I grant all of that.
I'm good at
That still doesn't
granting.
prove your claim. I brought up a whole list of things that Biden
How much
has done
money
that's
did
corrupt.
Biden and
Can
his
I
family
make my
make?
second point?
Just, but how much?
Can I make my second point?
Yeah,
Can I
go
make
ahead.
my second point? Okay. Are American citizens not free to pursue business activities outside political office?
No, they're
Can
not.
Obama
They're
not
not.
pursue a
They're
Netflix
conflicts of
deal?
interest.
Can Obama not pursue
They
book
are
deals
Once
with
he's
other
out of
people?
office, he can. Once he served 2 terms and is out of office.
Absolutely.
This was
Trump in office when this was happening?
Yes, the World Financial Liberty Company was created in the transition after he won the election and before he was inaugurated. 4 days before he was inaugurated,
Wow.
he created that crypto company into which hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign money have flowed, enriching the Trump family.
So corrupt.
Whoa. So I think they shouldn't call that Jubilee.
How scared I was of me.
You seem very scared. I think they should call that. Can I finish? They should call it Jubilee. So can I finish?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Fucking Ross P. Rott. Yeah, did y'all see that shit, that Albanian island that Jared Kushner and Ivanka just bought recently? Yeah, come to find out, they buy this supposed I forget what they called it. They gave it some goofy name, this island. Come to find out, the island is an abandoned nuclear bomb shelter. It's an abandoned fucking bunker. The island is nothing. It's honeycombed with bunker rooms, and that's all it is. It's literally Joseph Stalin's hideaway. It's his bug out island. Ivanka and Jared Kushner bought it. They try to play it off as if they're going to, turn it into some island paradise. Like, she even said in an interview that she walked the island with Jared and fell in love with it. And then, flash cut to the actual island. It's like, it's covered in fucking wilderness. It's almost, you can't even tell that there's anything on it. And it's like, I seen somebody who is like calling her out on it. And he's like, oh yeah, you walked barefoot up to the peak of this island. You sure about that? You sure about that? Bro, the island was, it was innavigable. I think it was all rock or some shit. It was like, you're not walking on this island. And Ivanka Trump damn sure ain't walking on that island. And she, the way she put it too is like, oh yeah, we just like, we were going through the Mediterranean, we just saw that island and thought that was, that's a really nice island. Maybe we should stop by and this and that. Bro, it's a nuclear fucking bunker, a Soviet Union nuclear bunker. Bitch, you bought that so that y'all can weather the coming storm. Fuck you, you ivory tower crooks. You crooks. It's crazy. And it's kind of like a slap in the face, man. It's like, well, what do you know that we don't know? What do you know that we don't know? If you're buying nuclear bunker islands, what the fuck do we need to be privy to? Like, what is going on there? Because that doesn't make me feel optimistic, that's for sure.
Let me finish. So what was your big, I, railed on the Biden administration for their corruption.
Me too.
Because it was real and it was there, and he did lots of the things they accused Trump of doing first, and including mishandling top secret documents. He kept them in his garage next to his Corvette. But what Trump is doing is, again, as Trump likes to say, nobody can believe it. It's phenomenal. This kind of corruption that nobody can believe it's happening. I'm doing it. It's the biggest. It's like on magnitudes of 10 times the corruption that Biden did. And Biden was 100% criminal, no doubt about it. Are you shocked that other people aren't shocked? And why do you think the Democrats don't talk about his actual corruption?
That's the thing that honestly I left most surprised about, because the way Jubilee does this is it's not like they just get people off the street who are just random people off the street who don't know much about politics. They purposely recruit. These are mostly like influencers, YouTubers, TikTokers, people who want to build an audience and who want to attract attention, and they're mostly political junkies. And they came prepared with idiotic talking points on like the war and Israel and Iran, but at least they came with talking points, as dumb as they were. When it came to these corrupt,
why the fuck does YouTube have to put the chat default on that bullshit top chat? That is so corrupt. I mean, it's so underhanded and sneaky, man. It's defaults to top chat. It defaults to slightly censored. I really do not like that.
Issues. They had never heard of any of these things before. The issue about the Saudis investing in Jared Kushner's hedge fund or the Emiratis and the Qataris pouring money into Trump's crypto company or the drone company or any of the other things that we just listen. It wasn't like they came prepared to deny that this was corruption. And that's why that kid kept saying, and they were all saying, okay, even if I grant this, and I was saying, no, don't grant it. Tell me whether or not this is accurate, whether this is happening. And they were all ill prepared to do so because the media they consume, I feel like a lot of it is like Ben Shapiro, and probably Fox News, and just like pro.
And that kind of media, they just omit that shit. They want to sweep it under the rug. Ben Shapiro, all these people that are getting their bread buttered by Donald Trump, they want to sweep it under the rug. So if you're conservative and you watch Daily Wire and Fox News, bro, you will never hear this shit. It's like, that's why Fox News, YouTube, the algorithm, it doesn't even try to present that shit to me anymore. Doesn't even try to do it.
Trump, pro-Israel, quote-unquote independent media, they just don't include any of these stories in the discourse. And so they were completely ignorant of the fact that any of this was happening. And at the same time, the Democrats are so bad at talking about these issues too, because their party is so filled with corruption as well, that it's very difficult for them to condemn it with any kind of a straight face.
Did I not just say he's terrible at broadcasting? There's always something, like his mic is crappy and crackling or something, or it's muffled, or he's sick. He's got a stuffy nose. It's the weirdest thing. Or his dogs are in the background barking. That was the one that always happened on System Update.
That what to me are some of the most important issues of the second Trump term, and some of the most disturbing, are things that most people just don't know about.
So that's the thing. The Democrats obviously are not shy about using lawfare against Donald Trump, except, what I said, it took them so long to impeach him the first time was because they had to find a crime that they weren't also complicit in. And so this kind of corruption that Trump is doing, they're kind of complicit in it. They're all doing insider trading. We know that. Nancy Pelosi she's a regular Bernie Madoff as far as she's outperforming the market left and right all the time. So is that it? Is that why we don't know about this corruption? Because the Democrats don't make a stink about it because they're also guilty of the same types of corruption, just not on the scale.
Right. Well, it's funny because one of the dumbest ones who was there, like one of the genuinely dumb, like Dave Rubin level dumb, he said something that at the time I thought was one of the dumbest things I ever heard. Actually, I thought about it afterwards when I saw these clips, and I was like, on some level, it's almost like so stupid that there's a kind of component of truth to it, which was, when they were talking about Hunter Biden and Burisma in Ukraine, which I was really talking about, and I spent a lot of time condemning and reporting on during the Biden administration, because I did think what Hunter Biden was doing in Ukraine and then in China with the documents on his laptop were corrupt. But the reality is that the Trump kids and Trump himself are, you have to add 2 or 3 zeros to what the Bidens were doing in terms of the level of corruption and the amount of ill-gotten gains. And at one point, one of them said to me, so it seems like your real complaint is that Trump is just a better businessman.
Yes.
And at first I was like, idiot, we're not talking about profit. We're talking about thievery, like stealing, like corruption. And it's not a good thing to steal more. And then when I thought about it again, I thought, if the Democrats and Republicans are both going to just have a very corrupt political system, which of course we do, why wouldn't you almost consider it admirable to just do the same kind of corruption, but instead of making $50,000 a month, make $500,000 a month or $5 million a month? Like, what? Ethically, there's really no difference. And as dumb as he was, and as dumb as that point was, there was also almost an element of truth to it, which is Trump's just doing the same thing the Democrats do. He's just doing it better, which is why they don't really have any standing.
Yeah, he's kind of right too. Is that at least Trump does it for sums that would be kind of worth, like, that you kind of get it. Whereas the Democrats sell us out for pennies, straight up. And the Democrats, they're not throwing all this stuff at Trump, not because they are doing the same crimes, but it's because they're owned by Israel, and you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to spoil this. Donald Trump is good for the powers that be. Israel. Or not Israel, but the Democrats, they're just the powers that be's little bitch puppet. So if they're getting their bread buttered, the powers that be, Democrats, they leave whoever's buttering those powers, the Democrats know not to touch that person. That's just the way it is. That's why they're not, they're not fucking with Donald Trump. It's because they know that he is the powers man. He's the man that they put in he's their man. Manchurian candidate. They're not going to before they didn't. He was a wild card. They assumed that he was going to be against for us and against the establishment. But now they're not going to mess with him. Why would they? Why would they? They only benefit from him doing corrupt, crooked shit. They don't need to make hay about it. They can be quiet and it will still be in the news. Democrats are doing their thing and they're playing. I mean, they're kind of, it's smart of them to keep their mouths shut. It is.
To really object in any, full-throated way.
So that's it I mean, that bleeds into everything, right? That bleeds into why the Democrats are all of a sudden making a big show about the Epstein files, because they had power for a long time and they didn't say a thing about it. And then it's only until Trump became president that they care about it all of a sudden. Do you see that bleeding over into Epstein also?
Well, yeah, I mean, into everything, as you said. When Trump first kind of emerged on the scene and then became president, you and I had similar trajectories, which is we had been vaguely, more or less, associated with kind of the represented sort of by Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign. That, to me, that was never fully represented in my politics, but more so than whatever else was available at the time. And the appeal I found in it was that it was kind of an anti-establishment politics. And then once Trump won and the Democrats acted like Adolf Hitler had arrived, like this completely unrecognizable figure in the American political tradition. One of the reasons why I found that so repellent, that critique, was not because I also didn't find Trump disturbing in some ways. It was because to me, Trump was never anything other than just a continuation of what had come before, kind of like a natural extension of it and a byproduct of it, not some, that's why it was so important to create this narrative that, George Bush, even though we disagreed with him, was such an honorable man, and so were the Cheneys, because they wanted to depict Donald Trump as this never before seen, unprecedented, poison that was contaminating our otherwise noble body politic. And the reality was he wasn't really doing anything or saying anything that was worthy of criticism that was really all that meaningfully different than what had come before him. He was just a little bit more honest about it, a little more blunt about it. Comportmentally, he was different, but the substance of it, I never saw Trump as this radical deviation or departure from American tradition. I saw him as a continuation of it. And I think that has been the main error in liberal discourse over the past decade, is this pretense that somehow Trump is some unprecedented radical threat, as opposed to, in my view, the natural byproduct of what happens when the establishment itself on both
Good
parties
point, Will.
rightfully loses the trust and faith of the public.
And this idea that, yes, Donald Trump is singularly corrupt. It's very hard to convince people that, yes, Trump is corrupt, but so are the Democrats. They just won't buy that. They see, and that's why you see these No Kings rallies. Now, I had on, Jeffrey Sachs, who I have utmost respect for, but he was saying that he was glad to see the No Kings protests, people standing up against a dictator-like presidency in Donald Trump. And, I always make the case here that those No Kings protests they're not protests. They're just rallies, because if they were a protest always has a demand attached to it. And there's zero demands attached to the No Kings rally. And that's how you know it's a psyop by the establishment to take that revolutionary energy that is real under Donald Trump and funnel it right.
They're co-opting it. They're guiding it, getting it to go. They're getting that energy to go right into their, to contribute to something that they benefit from. They just got to find a way to redirect that energy into their own pocket. And they do it always.
Back into the two-party duopoly. Would you agree with that?
So I'll give you an example of a real protest. And there are several of them, but I'll just give you an example of one. A real protest was the protest movement that erupted across American college campuses after October 7th in protest to the Israeli genocide in Gaza and to U.S. financing of it. Why was that a real protest? Because there were demands attached to it that were very serious, and we want you to stop funding and arming the Israeli war in Gaza and to stop funding and arming Israel in general. And also, it wasn't a protest designed to masquerade its real intentions, pretending it was one thing, but in reality just being kind of a partisan protest to keep people within the two-party system. In fact, it eventually became a protest movement that rejected both parties, and that probably played a pretty significant role in the 2024 election by having a lot of people who otherwise might have been inclined to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to do so on the grounds that both parties were equally complicit in this moral crime that had crossed every line. There have been other protest movements that have been crushed, like Occupy Wall Street and even early versions of the Tea Party before it was co-opted by the Republican Party. Some of the protest movements of the 1960s, those are real protest movements.
I was old enough to legitimately watch the Tea Party, taxed enough already, get co-opted And I watched the Occupy, literally both sides of the same coin. Literally. The same sentiment that was on the right that started the Tea Party was that the left was feeling. But it was expressed by the American people in two different movements. It was the same feeling of like suffocation from these corrupt politicians, these corrupt Republicans and these corrupt Democrats. People have had enough. And since those movements, we have been authoritarian. Since those movements, they have been working very hard to make sure that any unrest doesn't affect their power base, doesn't affect their power. You know, they make sure that any unrest gets directed so that they are enriched by it. And it sucks.
And the way you know they're real protest movements is not just because they have attached demands to them, but also because they end up getting crushed by the state. And the thing that I hate so much about this No Kings protest is, you know, I started writing about politics. I stopped practicing law and started writing about politics in 2005, largely in response to the civil liberties abuses of the Bush and Cheney administration ushered in the name of the war on terror, which was accompanied by this whole litany of these very radical Article 2 theories about how basically the president is limitless in what he can do, really like creating the president as a monarch, like these theories I think Cheney had been working on since the 70s. And those extended into the Obama administration. And these people who are at the No Kings rally are the same ones who are saying, oh, we have to hold hands with Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney because these are the real patriots, even though we don't agree with them ideologically, or who defended Obama when he was embracing these radical theories of presidential power. And so to watch them now suddenly find their voice about the limits of presidential power and the No Kings protest, when in reality it's just masquerading as this more noble thing that's really a Democratic Party protest, it's just an utter fraud. There's nothing even interesting about it.
And so how do you respond? Because now everybody I've known for 30 years in Hollywood calls me a Trumper because I told the truth about the Democratic Party, and you get the same kind of flack. How do you handle that?
I mean, you know, look, I have been going through this for a long time, you know, and especially if you're somebody who has fixed principles, you know, like people have been debating for 20 years now, like what is my ideology and which is my party and am I
not only this chick messaged me just as I pressed pause. My bad.
Left, or am I libertarian, or am I MAGA, or am I this, or am I that? Ultimately, the reason why that happens is because you don't attach yourself to a particular political party and enslave yourself to it. If you do that, like I'm a Democrat, okay, that means everything that Trump does or anything the Republicans do, I'm against, and everything the Democrats do, I'm in favor. Like I recently heard Kyle Kulinski say, he said, the worst Democrat, whoever you think is the worst Democrat, is 1,000 times better than the best Republican. So you have Democrats who support what he claims to think is a genocide. You have Democrats who are pro-genocide. And then you have Republicans who are against the genocide, like Margaret Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey or whomever, lots of Republican people who are conservative journalists and pundits as well. But because he has fixated his identity in this very banal partisan Democrat versus Republican box where the worst Democrat is infinitely better than even the best Republican, you end up on the one hand saying things that are completely incoherent, like I think there's a genocide, but I still think people who are in favor of the genocide are better than people opposed to the genocide. But there's never any confusion about who he is. He's a Democrat. He's a liberal. He's a member of the left liberal wing of the Democratic Party. He's loyal to not any fixed ideas like opposition to genocide, but to the party. And so there's no confusion. If, however, you define yourself differently, if you're not enslaved by or in captive to a particular political party or politician, I'm a Democrat, and that means that whatever the Democrats do, I'm going to cheer, and whatever the Republicans do, there's always going to be a question, wait a minute, he was against censorship or civil liberties abuses when Bush did them, so I thought he was a Democrat, I thought he was on the left, but then when Obama did them, he was criticizing Obama, but if you're criticizing Obama, that must mean that you're a Republican. And that's what all this confusion is, where it comes from. It's just like a very simple-minded, binary way of looking at political values and conflicts, and an inability to see them through any more of a sophisticated or complex lens. And so if you're somebody who thinks Russiagate was bullshit, as I do from the beginning, and I know you did too, or who hated the Democrat liberal kind of support for,
you know, just him talking about that, the binary decision of it all. I know all you guys are past that stuff already. I mean, anybody reasonably mature is past all that, long past it. But I talk my shit about Nick, and stuff. But that's only because it's not because it's not because I dislike Nick. Honestly, I like Nick. It's just because I feel like I like to I enjoy calling balls and strikes. I enjoy speaking, saying getting what I have to say out. And just because I disagree with Nick doesn't mean I dislike him, really. Sometimes I'm just bitchy. Sometimes, I'm just like grumpy or whatever. But yeah, I do enjoy Nick. Nick is probably, he's probably one of the better people in the political space. In my opinion, he probably is, more honest and actually honest in what he says. But he's actually, I think he's one of the better people out of everybody in the political space. The rest of them, everybody's corrupt or or something. They have serious issues, and I just wanted you guys. I didn't want you guys to think that just because I talk shit about everybody, and I have opinions about everybody, and I don't even consider myself really a Republican or a Democrat. And I used to consider myself a Republican, but I don't see eye to eye with either side, and I agree with a lot on both sides. There are quite a few things that I agree on. I've always agreed with the Republicans on some things, and recently I've started to agree with Democrats and liberals on other things. So it's I and also I'm in kind of a trend. I've my opinions have changed. I've grown, and I hope nobody like takes it personally or anything like that. Because I wouldn't take. Sometimes I exaggerate. Sometimes I get a little over the top. That's all. I am just kind of an intense person.
The NATO war in Ukraine is pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into the coffers of Boeing and General Dynamics in order to fund and arm neo-Nazi battalions in Ukraine, or if you dislike the kind of censorship industrial complex that emerged after 2016, these were all things that liberals were doing, and you were criticizing liberals or diverging from their doctrine. And so the simple-minded people will say, oh, you must be MAGA, you must be pro-Trump, because they don't have any fixed principles, so they can't understand other people who actually do.
I was gobsmacked at someone's like Kyle Kalinske, who was there with us on the Russiagate. He was there with us on Force the Vote, and then he just seems like a lot of people just flipped all of a sudden and just became that thing you're describing, partisan. Which to me, there's nothing more simple-minded than being a partisan, and I was shocked by it, especially from someone like Kyle Kalinske, and now he's just a full-blown, he's as Aaron Mate calls it, blue MAGA, and. What do you is it because these people like that are just as shallow as they can possibly be, and they really don't have any principles?
I mean, if I'm going to be as generous as I can, I guess what I would say is that there probably are people who just by being immersed in left liberal culture really did come to believe that Donald Trump is some never before seen wicked, curse sent by Satan, and that the only thing that matters is stopping Donald Trump, and that means attaching yourself to the Democratic Party. Like, perhaps there's a genuine belief that that is the way to understand politics. Now, for all the reasons I said, I think that's unbelievably simplistic and binary and primitive, but it's possible that's genuinely how he sees the world, that like Donald Trump is the only thing that matters, stopping Donald Trump is the only thing that matters, and since the Democrats are opposed to Trump, automatically that makes Democrats better. I personally think things like genocide are unique evils. And so if there's a Republican who's opposed to it and a Democrat who's in favor of it, I'm obviously going to think the Republican, certainly in that extremely important instance, and probably overall is a better person. But if you don't think genocide is the worst thing, if you don't think destroying middle class economic security or the security of the working class is the worst thing, you actually just think Donald Trump is the worst thing, then that's going to be your worldview. I should also say, and I know you know this, and I'm not suggesting this is what motivates him, but it certainly motivates a lot of people, and it could subconsciously motivate anybody. the easiest way to gain a large audience and to make a lot of money in independent media is to plant your flag in one of the two partisan camps. I'm MAGA, I'm a Democrat, or like, I'm from the Bernie AOC wing of the Democratic Party, and you'll get a big audience. You'll have a lot of people watching your program as he does, but they're all like-minded people. You're not actually you're not making an impact. You're not reaching anybody who doesn't already think the way you do. They're coming to get daily validation of their pre-existing views, and there are a lot of rewards in independent media for people who are willing to do that. That's in fact what most success is, and huge numbers of people have gotten very rich, from Rachel Maddow and Heather Cox Richardson and those Lincoln Project scumbags on down, to just adopting the most extremist anti-Trump view over the last decade. And I'm not saying this is what motivates him, but he's certainly one of the people who has benefited greatly in a very material way from kind of adopting that very partisan way of looking at the world. And I think those are corrupting incentives, even if you're not a corrupt person. Like, we're just human. We get that positive reinforcement, that daily dose of dopamine from people telling us how great we are, from having our audience numbers increase, and we think we're doing something really important and big. And that can subconsciously affect how we claim that we understand the world.
Yeah, I mean, I was told by, my liaison at, I'm lucky enough to have at YouTube, that, yeah, if you picked a side, you would get better numbers and you would have a more successful channel. And I'm like, well, that's not what we do. And he's like, yeah, I know that. I'm just letting you know. That's why other people get more oomph in the algorithm. So anyway, let's move on to the news of today. Trump admitted today the real reason why he ended the war, and it's exactly what we've been saying here at the show, is that Trump doesn't have any cards to play, that Iran actually has all the cards to play, because we found out how important the Strait of Hormuz was and the fact that they can control it whenever they feel like it. So here he is admitting it.
I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. There are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them, why didn't they blow up General Soleimani? Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead.
So,
how about you?
So
I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now,
so what he just admitted there was that Iran held all the cards, and that the United States and other people are burning through their reserves of oil. And even the oil company executives were going public saying, hey, if you think gas prices are high now, in a few weeks, they're going to spike even higher. Some people were saying $10 a gallon because they're burning through all the reserves of the oil that they had. And so Trump was forced to make a deal with Iran that's very favorable to Iran. That's the real reason. And so Trump just do you think they had no idea that this was going to happen?
I mean, first of all, it's not just their ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, which they did. And of course, once they closed it, the U.S. then blockaded it entirely. So there's been no oil running through. And their calculation there was, by blockading it entirely, by not allowing Iran to pick and choose, okay, China can come through, they're paying us, we're going to choke off the Iranian economy, and they're going to have to be forced to surrender because they're going to face economic collapse before they cause global economic collapse, and were forced to surrender, and they miscalculated. It's not just closing the Strait of Hormuz, but also the Iranians demonstrated.
It is weird, and it's suspect. It's definitely suspicious. I cannot help but be suspicious of it. It's too good to be true, man. And like Brad Pitt said, anything that sounds too good to be true ain't. It ain't true. If it's too good to be true, most likely it is. And the stuff with Trump, it's like winning the lottery. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I'll believe it when we're out of this, when we're out of these woods. When we're this is long in our rear view mirror. Then I will, count my chickens. Then I will count my gains.
From the American and Israeli perspective, a very alarming ability to destroy the energy and gas infrastructure of what we call our Persian Gulf allies, which are Arab dictators that we're in bed with. These countries are not even little,
not Arab dictators
I don't know if
we're in bed with. Arab dictators that we installed. Not Arab dictators that we that we are in bed with. No, 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 no. We are the people, or we are the country that put those people in their position as dictators, or at least the English did, you know, in the early 20th century. Like all those GCC countries, those are a product of our foreign policy. Like we picked those guys, or, you know, the British and Americans picked Arab families to give all that oil to, with the assured promise that that we would have like exclusive it's our oil. We just made them like the shepherd that watches our oil. Fuck.
Been there, but like you go to Doha or to Dubai, these are not countries, these are tiny little gas stations basically. And Iran demonstrated in a very restrained way their ability to take out Qatari infrastructure, Jordanian infrastructure, Kuwaiti infrastructure, Saudi infrastructure. And had they unleashed the full force of the Iranian military, which they could have and would have done,
They never
had there been
did, yeah.
escalation, you're talking about permanent damage to the global economy, well beyond what even the Strait of Hormuz
Big
and the
time.
closing of it has
Big
provided.
time.
And the only reason you haven't seen oil prices really spike, like to $150 a barrel or $250 a barrel, is because, as Trump said, they've been draining the reserves, the oil reserves that are all over the world. And those are running out. And the Iranians were not going to surrender. And so once they got to that point, Trump was petrified of what he was about to unleash on the world. And he was basically forced, I don't want to say into surrendering, but into a posture that is, I can't think of a parallel, at least in my lifetime, of the United States.
That Trump will be known as an absolute scumbag. Just, he will be known as a disgrace. If he had let that go through, I don't think he would have made it to the midterms, maybe even, before he was snatched out of that White House and pilloried.
A war and then was forced to end it on such humiliating terms. Maybe Vietnam, you know, which wasn't really my lifetime, but I mean, you know, shortly before that, you'd probably have to go back to Vietnam to have such a humiliating end to a war. And Trump's being very honest there, and I do think that's what happened.
And
Okay,
I'm just
that makes me
glad
feel
that
better.
he finally, you know, woke up to reality, sobered up,
Yeah.
so to speak, and
Yes.
he realized that they don't have any hand, they have no cards,
Yeah,
and that if
not
they don't
good.
do this, it's going to be devastation economically, not just for the United States, but for the world. Iran knew this, he didn't. He's surrounded by Zionist neocon morons
They're
who don't care what happens to the
sycophants.
United States because they're Israel first. So they couldn't care less. They only care about Israel. And do you think he's now woken up to that fact that he can't put Israel first anymore?
I think Trump knows that this war has been a gigantic failure and that it's now hanging around his neck like an albatross.
Yep.
And Trump is not exactly a person known for accepting responsibility for his failures. He looks for other people to blame.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is that Benjamin Netanyahu came to Washington 7 times in order to convince Trump to attack Iran. The very last time they met in the Situation Room, where Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table, but Benjamin Netanyahu presented, with Mossad on the screen, a presentation to Iran to Trump, convincing him that this would be like Venezuela. That all you have to do is go in and decapitate the Ayatollah, which they did on the first day, kill a bunch of their top generals and a couple of their nuclear scientists, and then the entire state would collapse. And then you just go in, appoint whoever you want, empower them, and they'll do your bidding like the Venezuelan government is now at gunpoint doing in the United States. That did not happen. And it was very predictable that it would not happen because Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is a gigantic country with intense and very valuable natural resources, and they've been preparing for this for the last, 50 years. I mean, ever since the Iranian Revolution.
You know, the Iranians and the Persians, they have acquitted themselves particularly well post 1960. They kicked our elites and our government's ass for the last half century. They threw those corrupt scumbags and their billionaire oil company executives, they threw them the fuck out. They didn't ask them to pack. No. They snatched them up and threw them the hell out and took people hostage too. Took people hostage. Americans pretty much got away with it scot-free. And then maintained sovereignty apart from us and did not play ball with America. That was hard, I guarantee you. I mean, we went and fought Vietnam, like we bullied the shit out of countries, and Iran they stuck in our craw and we could not spit them out, man. and they whipped our asses, whipped us to a standstill. You got to give it up to them. You got to admire that. Those people got real sand. They got fucking grit. Nick just said he's going live. Truly, they have some real sand, some fortitude, man. And it's not like it was easy for them. It's not like it was easy. It's been easy. We've been fucking leaning on them, making life hard for them. And they won. They stuck it out, stuck to their guns, and good for them. They're being rewarded for having the courage of their convictions, having the fortitude to hang in there and endure adversity. Honestly, they should receive a payday. They should get a sweetheart deal. They've been through a lot. They really have.
In 1979, the United States and Europe and Israel have wanted that government gone and wanted to restore the tyranny, the Shah's tyranny that was a puppet to the United States and to European interests and to Israel. And everything they do is about planning how not to let that happen. And this is Iranians are very smart. They're a very highly educated country, and they're very formidable, and their geography gives them extreme advantages. So once Trump realized that he was sold a con job by Netanyahu and the Mossad and whoever else was in his ear, probably Marco Rubio and a lot of these other advisors, Pete Hegseth, assuring him that this would be quick and fast. And you go look at what Trump was saying at the beginning, telling the New York Times it's going to be 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks at the most, promising everybody this would be done within a month or so.
And then we saw it coming.
And not only wasn't it, but the Iranians were showing they had far greater capability than anyone led Trump to believe that they had. I think he started looking around and getting angry at Israel and these neocons and these hawks who have led him into this war. And instead of accepting responsibility, he began to blame them. And that's why he's saying some remarkable things about Israel, like, hey, they seem to not value any non-Jewish human life. They're like blowing up entire apartment buildings in Lebanon, even though they're filled with innocent people. We should probably let the Al-Qaeda guy that we put in charge of Syria go do the job because he would be more careful and precise in his use of violence than the Israelis are. And then saying things like, yeah, of course the Iranians should be able to have ballistic missiles. Everybody has ballistic missiles. Why can't they have ballistic missiles? So you see Trump really desperate to get out of this war. And the Iranians knew he was desperate to get out of this war, and it's their civilization they were defending and their country they were defending, and they didn't play around, and they held out for a very good deal.
So he said something else today. I don't remember what this clip is. Let's play it, and we'll figure out what it is together.
We've been pretty tough on that. It is a little hard though when you say that somebody wants it, other people haven't.
Okay, so this is him talking about enriched uranium for energy. Now that was one of the things they wanted to make sure they didn't have any enriched uranium, and they couldn't do that. And Iran is demanding, as a condition of this peace deal, is that they get to use nuclear power for energy. And so here he is going to say he's going to capitulate. He's going to admit that he's capitulating on that right here. Let's listen.
We've been pretty tough on that. It is a little hard though when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please.
So there it is. I mean, again, so Iran, another big win for Iran, another big loss for the Trump administration and their stated goals. There he is. They're gonna be allowed to be allowed to have enriched uranium.
But Jimmy, it feels like what it feels like. It feels like you're living in this insane world where you live under a government that just is completely mad and talking about the world in a completely unhinged way. And then suddenly, for whatever reason, you wake up and something breaks in the matrix. And the president who's leading this war based on these insane ideas suddenly just starts sounding so reasonable, like his eyes open and he understands everything. Of course, the Iranians are entitled to have enriched uranium. There's this convention, this treaty that was signed called the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in the 70s, which was a response to the concern that every country was going to start to proliferate and acquire nuclear weapons, which is an extremely unsafe world. And everybody was incentivized to create a framework where you would limit the number of states that had nuclear weapons. And the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty was the convention, the global convention that was created to do that. And every country except for India, Pakistan, South Sudan, and Israel are signatories to the deal. And the Iranians are signatories. And one of the things that it says was a condition for people signing was that the idea is that you can't get nuclear weapons, but nothing is ever going to infringe your right to use nuclear energy. So you can enrich uranium. You can use enriched uranium for nuclear energy. Even if you're an oil-rich country, you may want to use nuclear energy because the more nuclear energy you use, the less oil you use, which means the more you can sell. and generate revenue for your people and for your country. And so the Iranians have the same right of enriched uranium as every other country in the world. And the Iran deal was so perfect from the American perspective because the Iranians agreed to things that no other country in the world agreed to, which is we're going to accept limits on our enriched uranium of 3.67%, which is the maximum you need for enriched for energy. And in order to give you the confidence that we're abiding by that, we're going to allow very invasive inspections and surveillance regimes to look at everything that we're doing inside our enrichment facility so you know we're not enriching toward a nuclear weapon. And had that protocol just remained in place, none of this would have ever happened. But Miriam Adelson and Netanyahu and the whole crew got Trump to nullify that, to withdraw from it in 2017. And now we're right back to a agreement that this time doesn't even provide those safeguards, that just has the Iranians promising us they won't get nuclear weapons. So when Trump says, of course we can't ban the Iranians from enriching uranium.
I can't believe it. It's already been a month since Nick was on Crowder's show. Dang, man. Time just flies.
For nuclear purposes, just like in another clip, I don't know if you have it, but I referenced it earlier. The idea was, we're going to also force them to destroy their ballistic missile capability.
Here it is. Let me play it for you.
This is amazing also what he said.
In the press conference, you said you don't mind Iran having ballistic missiles. Can you elaborate on that? I want to make sure we understand your position.
No, I'm saying that if other countries have them, it's a little bit unfair for them not to have some.
No shit. That's what I thought too. Is like, bro, how can you deny people the right to defend themselves? I mean, bro, that's beyond the pale. It's beyond the pale. It's unacceptable. You cannot just, double standard groups of, huge 90 million people, man. That's not a number to sneeze at. That's not a little group of people like, say, another country in the Middle East that's only 9 million. That's like evil. That's when you're talking about decreasing the quality of life. All of this has been a bullying exercise where we artificially and in all reality, in an evil way, decrease the quality of life for 90 million souls. That is not right. It's not right. And Nick's fixing it. Exactly, Will. Exactly. People are suffering because of this, because of greedy ass politicians and corporatists. They want that oil. They're greedy, and they have caused a lot of misery and a lot of suffering, and they don't deserve to just pretend that didn't happen. It's going to catch up to Israel, and they're going to bitch and moan and whine about it, but it's, it'll be their own fault, their own bed. They get to lie in it. My computer just did a sound effect for some reason. Yeah, those people are innocent. And there's 90 million of them. And we have the balls to talk shit to China about the Uyghur Muslims. It's like, dude, you really don't have a leg to stand on, man. You are actively causing suffering on a massive scale. Like, man, who the hell do you think you are? No shit, China doesn't give a damn what you think, You are evil.
Great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here.
I have two windows open.
On Thursday, we have a lot to talk about.
So much quicker.
Lots to get into. Big show. Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about. Lots to get into. Big show. Big show. Can't say anybody should be surprised. Our featured story tonight, we are talking about the total collapse of this memorandum of understanding. As quickly as it has been signed, it's now over.
What?
The whole thing is falling apart. It has totally collapsed. We're going to talk all about it. As you know, the first provision of our peace deal with Iran, obviously, is that there is a ceasefire. As you know, this is a bit more complicated than maybe you might think, because it doesn't just entail a ceasefire between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, but it also includes a provision about a ceasefire in Lebanon as well, and specifically a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, that has been the biggest central question about the implementation of the MOU and whether there could even be a ceasefire at all. It's whether Israel will agree, for the benefit of the United States, to stop their ground and air campaign in Lebanon in order that we can have this deal. And today, it seems that that single solitary provision is going to unravel the entire thing. And so today was the third day of Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Israel has bombed Lebanon literally every single day this week. They bombed Lebanon on Tuesday. They bombed them on Wednesday. They bombed them today. And actually, not only did they bomb Lebanon today, but they're advancing on the ground. So they have already invaded Lebanon. They refuse to leave. And now they're pushing further in. And they announced new plans. Today they published a renewed map. They're going to push further into Lebanon than they planned to before.
We all saw this coming.
So they're expanding and intensifying and escalating their ground campaign and their air war in Lebanon, even though this deal says that they need a ceasefire. They need to be out. They need to be done. They're actually doing more than they were planning on doing before. Now, in response to this, Iran has said that maybe the entire 60-day negotiating period under the MOU is over. There was supposed to be tomorrow a first round of negotiations between the Iranian and U.S. side, first direct negotiations of their kind. That's canceled. So you remember, there was supposed to be a signing ceremony, then it became a negotiating round. Now there's nothing. Now there's a whole lot of nothing, and the whole thing might totally unravel. Thanks to Israel.
Great.
So we're going to talk all about it. Can't say I didn't warn you. You know, it's funny because I was in my group chat, and I reluctantly said a couple of days ago, I said, you know what? I was wrong. I thought that we were inevitably going back to war in Iran. I said, I thought that was inevitability. I said, because the deal is going to be so tricky. And even if we get one, Israel's going to blow it up. I said, but I was wrong because clearly we have a deal. I should have just waited like 48 hours. I should have just given Israel until Friday to mess everything up. So we're going to talk all about it. We're going to get into it. We have the latest news on this. And you got to watch this show because the American news media lags behind. I don't know why that is, but for whatever reason, you will have reporting in Iran and you will have reporting in the Arab world. And so we know things according to these Telegram newswire channels because they report on the international media, but you actually don't always get those updates in the American press. Sometimes you never get them. Frequently, you don't get them until later. And so we have the latest tonight. We're going to talk all about the war in Lebanon and how it is causing what seems to be the total collapse of this MOU and what we can expect going forward. We're going to get into all that. We're also going to talk tonight about a press conference with Trump yesterday and with J.D. Vance today. Seems that they are very unhappy with Israel, and they're not hiding it. Today, Vice President J.D. Vance defended the MOU at a press conference, and he really put Israel on blast. He reminded the Israelis that President Trump is the only world leader that still supports Israel, and said that Israel has only survived because of weapons that were made by Americans and given to them by America. And basically saying, you owe us. You owe us for your continued existence. You owe us for your defense and survival.
Right.
And so now you better get in line. It's interesting, though, the way that he says these things. I saw a lot of people today say, well, doesn't this mean that J.D. Vance is based? Doesn't this mean that he's our guy? He's against Israel? Pay very close attention to what he said specifically, because the way that he phrased every single thing at this press conference today, there's almost no position taken. A position is being implied, and you can interpret a position from what is being said, but what Vance is saying is strictly a matter of fact. And what I mean by that is, for example, he says, Donald Trump is the only world leader that still supports Israel. Well, that's simply a matter of fact. That's actually not a position. So there's not an opinion being expressed. There's not a position being articulated. Now, you might interpret a position. Maybe a position is being implied, but a position is not being articulated. You understand the difference? He says Trump is the only world leader that supports Israel. That is just a factual statement. He says the weapons that Israel uses to defend itself have been built by Americans. Another statement of fact, not a position. Now, the only thing that Vance said, I think, that constitutes any type of position,
I'll be right back,
is that Israel is maybe killing people needlessly in Lebanon, people that have nothing to do with Hezbollah. That sounds something more like a position, but what I'm trying to say is that Vance is choosing his words very, very carefully, very smart, very clever, because he recognizes that in order for him to have any chance in 2028, he's going to need to appeal to the America First base. This is an unpopular war. It's still going to have economic ramifications. It already is. He needs to receive credit for solving the issue. And that does mean defending the MOU against those that are criticizing it, which is the Israelis. At the same time, if he wants to secure the nomination and Jewish support in the general election in 28, he's not going to be able to completely alienate the Israel lobby. He's going to need to reconcile them and bring them back into the fold in the end. Exactly as Trump did. In 2015 and early in 2016, you could describe Trump as Israel neutral or maybe Israel critical. But by the spring and summer of 2016, he had an AIPAC donation. He had a Miriam Sheldon Adelson donation. He brought them into the fold. And Vance knows he's going to need to do exactly the same thing. He's going to need to secure the nomination, the support of the base, which means take credit for this agreement, and he needs it to succeed, which means he needs to defend it against the Israelis. But he can't defend it too hard, and he can't upset them too much, because in the end, he's going to need to bring them back in. And that's why he went on Megyn Kelly to appease the base. But he also said on Megyn Kelly that just as much as Tucker and Megyn and the rest of them are part of the coalition, so are Mark Levin and the others, John Podhoretz and the neocons, the rest of them.
No, we are not in the same
Vance is walking
movement.
that tightrope very carefully. I would be cautious about drawing too many conclusions about this. People still have not learned their lesson. They're already working on their next Fell For It Again award. They're not satisfied with their closet full of Fell For It Again trophies and awards. They're already working on their next one. And I swear, so many of you guys, you are just chomping at the bit to go back to supporting the Republicans. It's like you're literally sitting there just waiting for a Republican to say something based so that you can jump right back on the train. Wait, but Vance said something based. I think it's all good now. It's like, haven't you learned your lesson? Trump said a lot of based things. Look at how that turned out. We need a little bit more than saying some based things every now and then, which is all that we have. Oh, look, wait, but Vance said he's critical of Israel. I think we should support him. Dude, Trump did the same thing in 24. Then he brought us to war in Iran twice. You think it'll be any different? It won't be. So anyway, so we're going to get into all that. We're going to give you all the updates on the situation in Iran. As always, the Jews are responsible for all the wars in the world. Has it ever been more true than that? It's actually unbelievable. You really can blame them for almost everything. You can't blame them for literally everything. I would disagree with that. You cannot blame them for literally everything, but you can blame them for almost everything because they cause almost all the problems. That's just true. But anyway, we're going to get into that. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. We have the America First hats, spring collection. We have the quarter zip. This quarter zip is probably my favorite item. I wear the shit out of this thing, and I get compliments everywhere I go. People love it. I would go as far as to say people can't get enough of it. I wear this, and people say, that looks so sharp. They say, is that the Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip? That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Or they say, that's based. We love that. We totally get what you're going for. So check it out, Fuentes.store. Subscribe to our website if you want to support us at AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month to get access to my entire content archive, every episode of the show. MP3 format, MP3 downloads, AI search of all my content. It's all there. If you want to talk to me directly, I am in a secret private group chat. For $100 a month, you can join it, and I'm dropping a lot of bonus content in there every day. I was in there all day today talking about oil pipelines, talking about the MOU, talking about Vance, North Korea, talking about lots of different things, and responding to people directly. It's sort of hit or miss in the group chat. Some people I have a good exchange with. Some people ask good questions. And then some people are just fucking retarded in the chat. It's really sad. It's really disturbing. It makes me feel very alone when you realize there are a lot of people that are just not capable of thinking. And so the group chat, it's like sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised, and then sometimes it's borderline disturbing and sad. Some of the questions I get in there, I'm just like, one guy says in the group chat today, he says, I'm getting the sense that Trump and Vance are unhappy with Israel. I said, you're getting the sense? You're getting that sense? Wow, you must have extrasensory perception. You must be clairvoyant. Are you a magician? Are you a wizard? I'm getting the sense that Trump and Vance are unhappy with Israel. What gave you that impression? Because they fucking said it all day for the past 3 days? Other than that, how could you tell? It's like, how is that even real? I see a comment like that, and I just want to say, how are you real? How are you a real person? Did you actually just say that? He goes, I'm getting the sense that Trump and Vance are unhappy with Israel. I'm like, you don't say. I'm like, you don't say. It's like those old, what was that old, those rage comic memes? You don't say. Shocking. Anyway, so check it out, AmericaFirst.plus. That was totally insane. But we're going to get into it. We're going to get into the news here tonight. I guess we'll just dive right into the MOU. There's not too much else going on. Sort of a slow week outside of this. So I suppose we'll just get into the situation in Lebanon. I'll catch you up to speed on where we are. So as you know, it seems that for the time being, the war between the U.S. and Iran is over. it's resolved. And this long-awaited ceasefire or peace deal is apparently now done. A lot of confusion, though, about the process, about the substance of it, about the implementation of it, and its future. And so the story starts this weekend when it is announced that there is a peace deal between Iran and the United States. And even better, the news is that the deal is signed. It's already done. They completed the deal and they signed it electronically. And so the war is over. But then it started to get very confusing. Because even though the deal was finished and signed, no one was allowed to see it. They said that even though the deal is signed, there's going to be another signing of the deal, but it will be a fake signing. There will be a signing ceremony, purely symbolic, 100% symbolic, even though the deal is already finished, completed, electronically signed, and in effect, they said we're not really going to consider it finished until we sign it a second time in this symbolic ceremony on Friday, where a U.S. and Iranian delegation will meet in Europe and they will sign it in real life. And only after that point do we get to see the deal. And in the meantime, there's all this debate about what is actually in the deal from the two parties. Iranian state media comes out on Monday and says the deal says this. The White House quickly disagrees and says Iran is lying about what's in the deal because they're trying to appease their domestic political constituency. Then on Wednesday, they come out again and say, actually, the deal was never signed at all, but we're signing it tonight and we're going to release it tonight. Everybody's going to know what's in it. And they said that instead of having the signing ceremony on Friday, we're going to have this round of negotiations instead, just to catch you up to speed on where we are. So today is Thursday. We were supposed to have this signing ceremony tomorrow, but that got canceled. The deal was actually signed yesterday. And instead, tomorrow we were supposed to have a first round of negotiations. And the reason this is really important is because if you understand what is in the deal does not actually solve any of the root causes of the conflict. This deal really only deals with concretizing and formalizing the pre-existing ceasefire. It deals with stopping the kinetic hostilities between the U.S.-led coalition and Iran, meaning that we're not bombing them and they're not bombing us. And it also deals with then the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz on both sides. U.S. Navy ending its blockade of Iran's ports and Iran allowing commercial shipping to resume through the strait. But everything else is left for future negotiations. The third category of things that this agreement deals in is it talks about a 60-day negotiating period where Iran and the United States will meet directly, and they're actually going to work out basically everything else. The nuclear issues, sanctions relief, long-term peace between the U.S. and Iran in every theater. And so tomorrow is then supposed to be a very important day, because although they're not actually signing the agreement any longer, instead what they're supposed to do is sit down and they're actually supposed to inaugurate this 60-day period of intensive, technical, comprehensive negotiations. And this is really going to bring an end to the long-term conflict between the U.S. and Iran. And you need to understand that is really the crux of all of this. The reason we went to war with Iran last year, the reason we went to war with Iran this year, the reason it has taken us so long to make a deal like the MOU is because of the nuclear issue and the business of sanctions relief. So in other words, you don't really end the conflict until this negotiation is completed. The MOU is not the end. The MOU does not actually resolve the conflict. All it does is it lengthens and formalizes the truce. But we still have a dagger pointed at each other's throats. We still have a lot of business to get through before the U.S. and Iran are really permanently at peace. So tomorrow is supposed to be this very big day where we start this process, and maybe it's 60 days, maybe it gets extended and it's longer, but there's no peace between the U.S. and Iran until this is all solved. However, as we have talked about throughout the week, one of the most tricky issues that the MOU deals with is not the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, and it's not the Strait of Hormuz, and it's not even necessarily the nuclear issue, where it seems like Washington is making some pretty serious concessions to Iran in the hopes that we can extricate ourselves from the region. The trickiest issue in the deal is actually having nothing to do with Iran at all. It has to deal with Israel and Lebanon. Since the war started in February, Iran has insisted that they will not open up the Strait of Hormuz and they will not make peace with the United States unless Israel stops its existing air and ground campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And ironically, that is the one thing that we cannot give Iran. We can give them sanctions relief. We can give them $300 billion. We can unfreeze $200 billion of their assets. We can end our blockade of their ports. We can let them enrich uranium at a low level. We can allow them to dilute or downblend their highly enriched uranium. We are willing to do all these things, and we can agree to do all these things, but the one thing we can't give is we can't make Israel stop fighting Hezbollah, because we have no control over Israel. And so Iran has insisted that as a precondition for even this MOU, forget about a long-term peace deal, Iran has insisted that Israel has to stop bombing Lebanon and withdraw from the parts of their territory that they've already occupied and invaded in order for the U.S. to have a ceasefire with Iran. And this has always been the trickiest part. And I told you this on Monday, on Tuesday, yesterday. I said, this is the wild card. Because be that as it may, that the Trump administration is seeking peace with Iran in the short term, may be willing to make concessions for a longer term agreement. The one thing that is outside our control is Israel. We cannot compel Israel to stop in Lebanon. And Israel is unwilling to do this because Israel does not want us to stop fighting Iran. And what's more, Israel does not want to stop fighting in Lebanon either. So as far as anybody is concerned, Israel actually has all the incentive in the world. It is doubly in their interest to sabotage this peace deal. Sabotaging the peace deal is an end in itself for them. They want to see the war go on. They want to see the United States stuck so that we are forced to escalate militarily to achieve Israel's objectives. And they also want to fight Lebanon. So if they get to continue their campaign in Lebanon and it happens to derail peace with Iran, they're only all the happier to do that. And just as we talked about, and just as everybody predicted, this is exactly how this peace deal is playing out. So the United States and Iran, they might have signed this thing over the weekend. We don't know. They said that they signed it yesterday. They're supposed to meet tomorrow. But the first provision is that Israel has to stop. And that's been the question. Will they stop for the benefit of the United States? Israel has bombed Lebanon every single day this week. Israel bombed Lebanon on Tuesday, bombed them on Wednesday. Israel bombed Lebanon today. And not only did Israel bomb Lebanon today, but they went further. Netanyahu said they are not withdrawing from any of their positions on the ground. They're not leaving the country. And what's more, the Israeli Defense Forces today published a new map of their plans to further invade Lebanon. The IDF announced that they are expanding their ground operations in Lebanon. They seek to secure territory 10 kilometers inside of Lebanon's border, all across their border with Israel. And pursuant to this, Israel launched an aggressive invasion of Lebanon just today. In response to this, Iran has now canceled our planned negotiations tomorrow, so that's off. Earlier today, Iran said that they're not going to meet. J.D. Vance said that he is not departing for Europe as he was scheduled to begin the negotiations in the 60-day period. And what's more, the Iranians are now saying the entire MOU, the whole thing, forget even about the negotiations tomorrow, Iran says the entire deal is now in jeopardy as long as Israel is at war in Lebanon. And this is a story we're going to read from the Times of Israel. It says, quote, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman warned on Thursday that a continued IDF presence in southern Lebanon would mean the annulment of the memorandum of understanding that it signed with the United States. The spokesman said, quote, it was not acceptable for us to abandon our brothers in Lebanon. We cannot talk about ending the war while parts of Lebanese territory remain under the occupation of the Zionist entity. As long as the occupation continues, it can be said that the war is still in place and has not ended in essence. So in other words, no peace, no ceasefire, no deal. The signed memorandum affirms a commitment to Lebanon's territorial integrity in the face of Israel's ground operation against Hezbollah. An official close to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Reuters that Israel had been conducting stubborn negotiations with the U.S. on the issue of maintaining its deployment in Lebanon. Israel has no intention of backing down on its position, said that official. U.S. and Iranian negotiators were set to meet Friday, tomorrow, in the Swiss resort town of Bergenstock for initial talks on Iran's nuclear program and other outstanding disputes. But Iran's spokesman appeared to rule out any progress in talks so long as Israel pressed on with its offensive against Hezbollah. The spokesman said, quote, the second phase of our negotiations will begin to reach a final agreement, and this final agreement will be achieved only if the memorandum of understanding is fully implemented, which in our view means the complete cessation of attacks and the end of the occupation. For its part, the IDF published an updated map of its security zone in the territory, showing that troops had advanced deeper in recent months. The military said in a statement, quote, IDF soldiers are stationed in the designated area of operation in southern Lebanon and will continue to remove threats and strengthen the defense of Israel's northern residents. Stretching east to west, the deployment line on the map runs up to 10 kilometers deep from the border into Lebanese territory. So, just to give you a little bit of background, let's just talk about what is happening in Israel. Let's explain the conflict. So, we have actually been talking about this war for 2.5 years, going all the way back to October 7th. On October 7th, as you know, Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza in the south. And what psychological impact did this have on Israelis, on the people of Israel? It sent the message that the status quo, the pre-war security status quo, was no longer tolerable. In other words, Israel had on its northern border Hezbollah, 50 to 100,000 fighters with 100,000 rockets. On their southern border, they had Hamas, 50,000 fighters with a small rocket arsenal of their own. And for a time, it was thought that this uneasy situation was safe for Israel. But when Hamas invaded, it made it clear that Israelis were no longer safe as long as these militant organizations existed on Israel's southern and northern border. So Hamas invades the south. Allegedly, they killed 1,200 people during this music festival, and all of these peace-loving Israelis in their kibbutzes and on their farms and at their rave. And Israelis are terrified. They say clearly this is an intolerable situation. We thought we were safe, but clearly we aren't. And so now we have to change the security situation forever. So what did Israel do? Israel launched a massive first blockade of the Gaza Strip. They embargoed Gaza, preventing no electricity, food, water, fuel, anything to get into the Strip to strangle them. Then they bombed them, and then they invaded. Specifically, what did they do in the invasion? Well, first, what the Israelis did is they established a security perimeter inside of Gaza. They basically took control of 10% of Gaza's territory all along Israel's border with Gaza. And what they did is they leveled all of it with bulldozers. They effectively flattened the entire border with Gaza, some kilometers inside the territory, and turned it into a buffer zone, a security buffer zone. What's the purpose of this? It makes it so that never again could Hamas launch a ground invasion of Israel. It would just simply be impossible. It's like they have a wall that's 5 kilometers deep inside Gaza. So there's going to be no chance that Hamas could ever launch a surprise attack on the ground inside Israel ever again. And to push back Hamas so that their rockets are not within range of Israeli settlements. But what else happened after Israel launched its invasion of Gaza? In the north, Hezbollah mobilized their troops on Israel's northern border and began launching rockets at Israel's northern settlements, their northernmost towns, villages, and settlements inside of Israel. In response to this, Israel had to evacuate all of their people living on the northern border because it wasn't safe. One, because they feared that Hezbollah might launch a similar invasion on the ground, like Hamas did in the south. And two, because Hezbollah was so close to these settlements, they were launching drone and rocket attacks inside Israel. Some of these fiber optic drones, Israel has no defense against. And so to this day, Israel has not been able to resettle many of the people that lived in these northern border towns and villages because they're still under the threat of rocket attacks and maybe even a ground invasion from Hezbollah. So how is Israel changing the security situation in Lebanon? Well, they have said repeatedly, they're telling us what their plans are for Lebanon. They have been completely consistent and unambiguous and explicit for 2.5 years. They have said, we're going to do to southern Lebanon what we did to Gaza. And what did they do to Gaza? They bombed the shit out of Gaza. They destroyed Hamas's command, control, and communications, assassinated their leadership. They launched an invasion of the ground. And the purpose of the invasion on the ground is to push everywhere across the border to establish a buffer zone, to establish a security perimeter and a buffer zone all along the border. And what the IDF said today is they're going to push 10 kilometers deep inside of Lebanon, all along Israel's northern border, not just on their northern border, but also on the border with the Golan Heights in Syria. So it's actually Lebanon's southern and eastern border. All of this territory is going to be occupied, bulldozed, and effectively annexed as a security perimeter by Israel. Make no mistake about it, Israel is invading Lebanon to annex the territory. They're going to call it a security perimeter, a buffer zone, and eventually it's just going to become a part of Israel. Those are Israel's plans. So this is what is happening in Lebanon. Now, Iran is the patron of Hezbollah, and they recognize this is happening. And so as a condition of making peace with the United States, they want the United States to compel Israel to stop this invasion, to protect the integrity of Lebanon, and effectively to preserve the existence of Hezbollah as well. And Hezbollah's ability to launch rockets at Israel and effectively keep Israel in check. This is why it's so important for Iran to make Lebanon a part of the agreement. They're trying to get as much as they can out of the deal. They want the Strait of Hormuz. They want Hezbollah to continue to exist. They want Hezbollah to operate in Lebanon's southern territory. They're trying to get as much as they can out of this agreement. Now, Israel, like I said, they are never giving up their designs in Lebanon. Why? Let's talk about the domestic political situation in Israel. There's an election coming up in Israel at the latest on October 27th. The elections could be called earlier, but at the latest, they have to be held on October 27th. Getting back to the psychology of Israelis, Israelis do not feel safe since October 7th. They haven't. They still don't. And they actually want more war. They believe that they, as a people, will not be safe until Hezbollah is decisively defeated, until Iran sees a regime change and is therefore no longer supporting Hezbollah, and they want to see Hamas eradicated. And so if Netanyahu is seen as being weak on all of these fronts or some of these fronts, if Netanyahu does not decisively defeat Hezbollah and Iran, then they will not support him. And so if by October 27th, the war is over and Hezbollah still exists and they are still on Israel's northern border with all their rockets and reconstituting their strength, and or if Iran has a new Iranian Revolutionary Guard government that is more defiant, more entrenched, arguably stronger than it was before, and perhaps never going to be displaced because they've achieved normalization with the United States, then Israelis in the south who were attacked by Hamas and Israelis in the north who were displaced because of attacks from Hezbollah, they're going to lose confidence in Netanyahu's ability to govern. And so they're not going to vote for his party. They're not going to vote for his religious right, Likud coalition government, and Netanyahu's going to go out of power. Now, Trump said the other day, Netanyahu's had a 30-year career in Israeli politics. He's an old man. He's in his 70s. Why not just retire? Why not just give it up and hand off power to somebody else? Well, Netanyahu is facing an investigation by the Israeli Supreme Court and by Israeli prosecutors. So if Netanyahu loses power as prime minister, he doesn't just get to ride off into the sunset and retire, he also goes to jail. So you have this very precarious situation where Netanyahu literally cannot lose power. If he does, he goes to jail. And in order to not lose power, he either needs to defeat Hezbollah or Iran or both, or at the minimum, he can't give up the fight against them. And the election is going to happen anytime between now and October 27th. That means that Netanyahu has every incentive available, personally, politically. Israel as a state, the body politic supports this, to keep the war going at any cost, either in perpetuity through October 27th, or until Hezbollah is decisively defeated, or until Iran sees a regime change. And this is why, like I said, for many weeks and for many months, this is why you're never going to get peace between the United States and Iran. Let's talk a little bit about peace and diplomacy and negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. The way that I've characterized this MOU throughout this entire week, and the reason I've done so, is I've said that this is a formalization of a pre-existing ceasefire. Technically speaking, the U.S. and Iran have not been in an open state of hostilities, for the most part, since April 8th. And we're all aware of this. The war started on February 28th, and what it involved was heavy bombardment of Iran by the United States, Israel, the UAE, and potentially some other Gulf states. And Iran was retaliating by launching missiles at all of the Gulf countries, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Emirates, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Israel, and northern Iraq. This was the state of the conflict from February 28th until April 8th, when a ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump. Now, even though, technically speaking, there was a ceasefire agreement, and we've been in this ceasefire ever since, the Strait of Hormuz has remained closed. And the war has still realistically been going on. The U.S. and Iran have still been trading attacks at a much lower level and much more infrequently, but it's still been happening. Why did that original ceasefire, which we apparently had and which we were apparently under for the past 8 to 10 weeks, why did it require a memorandum of understanding to actually have a ceasefire? It's because from the day that that original ceasefire was announced, Iran declared it null and void because there was no ceasefire in Lebanon. Trump announced a ceasefire on April 8th, and he said, we're going to stop bombing Iran as long as they open up the strait, and we're going to negotiate about nukes and sanctions. And those are effectively the same terms as this memorandum of understanding. But as soon as Trump announced the agreement, Iran and Pakistan, who mediated the agreement, who brokered the deal, they came out within hours and said, no, the deal is not as simple as we're going to stop fighting, we're going to open up the strait and talk about nukes. They said, because we expect that there will be a ceasefire in Lebanon as well. And the day after that ceasefire was declared, Israel killed 1,000 people in Lebanon. And Iranian spokespeople came out and said, not only is the ceasefire off and the strait remains closed, they said, but there is no longer even a basis for us to negotiate because we don't trust you. You agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon. Now you're denying that you ever agreed to that. And what's more, you're not even holding up your end of the bargain. They said, so the deal's off, and we see no reason to continue negotiating anyway, because there's no trust here. And so this is why, even though we had a ceasefire, technically speaking, we've been under a ceasefire, we meaningfully had nothing like that. The strait remained closed. The U.S. was still bombing Iran and threatening to bomb Iran. And that's why, ostensibly, we needed this memorandum of understanding to formalize and concretize the ceasefire that, again, theoretically, technically speaking, we already had. But just like that previous agreement, it was said over the weekend, before we knew the terms of the MOU, that Lebanon was expected to be a part of the ceasefire. Now, on Monday, the White House came out and said, no, Lebanon is not part of the deal. Tuesday, the deal was leaked, and it said, yes, Lebanon is part of the deal. Yesterday, we officially got the transcript of the deal from the White House, and the language of the deal is even stronger than we thought. Not only is Lebanon part of the deal, but it goes further. It says that Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty will be respected. That's very strong language. And I said on yesterday, I said it on Tuesday as well. I said, if they're talking about territorial integrity, that means Iran probably expects that Israel will withdraw from Lebanon, which means no security buffer, and that they're going to stop bombing Lebanon, which means they're not even militarily degrading Hezbollah. I said, and if that's the case, I don't see Israel going for this. And if Israel doesn't abide by those terms, then you probably don't have a deal. And if Iran was serious about not accepting the ceasefire in April because Israel would not stop, then they're probably serious now that we don't have a deal if Israel doesn't stop. I said, because yesterday there were all of these unanswered questions. What does Iran reasonably expect to happen in Lebanon? Do they expect Israel to stop bombing Lebanon? Or to stop bombing Beirut? Do they expect Israel to stop bombing Lebanon altogether? Or do they expect Israel to stop bombing Lebanon and withdraw from the territory that they already occupy? Now it's very clear Iran expects all of the above. They expect Israel to withdraw and cease all of their hostilities against Hezbollah. Now, if this is the case, you don't have a deal. If Iran says that the whole MOU, the entire thing, is contingent on Israel withdrawing and stopping their air campaign, well, Israel's never going to agree to that because they can't. Netanyahu cannot stop bombing Hezbollah. He can't stop the ground operation because if he does, then he loses the election and he goes to jail. He can't stop, maybe you could say fundamentally, even more than that. Let's take it a step further. He cannot stop because the Israelis want more war. And this is maybe the biggest misconception about what is happening in Israel. Everybody that criticizes Israel, they all like to say that this is a Netanyahu problem, that it's a Likud problem. It's this particular regime that controls Israel right now and their policies, which are the problem. And they're saying that because they want their critique of Israel to be as narrow as possible. They don't want to be seen as critiquing Israel in and of itself, or Jews as a group, or people who support Israel as a group. So they say the problem is Netanyahu. He's this particularly evil guy with this particularly evil agenda, and it tends to happen in the course of human events that these types of evil individuals will take control of countries, but it's not actually a reflection on those countries in and of themselves or the peoples that those leaders claim to represent. So you could say, for example, that Stalin was evil, but Russia isn't, or Hitler was evil, but Germany isn't. And so people say Netanyahu happens to be a real jerk, but it has nothing to do with Israel or Israelis or Jews at all. But this is belied by the fact that 70% of Israelis want to see the war in Iran continue. 70% of Israelis want to see the war in Lebanon continue. It doesn't matter if it's Netanyahu. It doesn't matter if it's Gideon Sa'ar. It doesn't matter if it's Naftali Bennett. It doesn't matter if it's this Eisenkampf guy. I don't even know his name. There's a new guy they want to run. It doesn't matter who's running Israel because Israelis want more war. They are not sated. They want Israel to annihilate Hezbollah, invade Lebanon. They want Israel to pursue regime change in Iran, and they expect the United States to support it. And if Netanyahu can't deliver on those things, then they're going to vote for somebody else who they think will deliver on those things. And I said it at the beginning of this year. Netanyahu's opposition, Yair Lapid, the leader of Israel's opposition party in the Knesset, he published an editorial in the New York Times. And he said the bipartisan security consensus of Israel has changed. In other words, he said everyone in Israel supports what Netanyahu is doing. The leader of Netanyahu's opposition said, it's not just Netanyahu, it's all of us. It's all the parties. It's all the Israelis. It's bipartisan. We all support this aggressive, revisionist new posture. And that means confronting Iran fundamentally and confronting Iran's proxies with these expansionist campaigns in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Lebanon. So, as long as that is the Israeli consensus, and as long as this is a precondition for Iran to make peace with the United States, then there's going to be no peace. Ask yourself, how is this going to get better? The Iranians say, we're not going to meet with the United States tomorrow because there's no ceasefire in Lebanon. Look at what Netanyahu is saying. Netanyahu is saying, we're not withdrawing. As a matter of fact, we're expanding. We're pushing deeper into Lebanon. Israel has bombed Lebanon every day this week. You think they haven't heard the news of the MOU? You think they don't know what's in it? You think they haven't seen the agreement that we've all seen that was leaked on Sunday? Of course they've seen it. They're the Mossad. It was in Bloomberg on Tuesday. It was in Tasnim News Agency on Sunday. And you think the Mossad didn't know that the first provision of the MOU was territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon? Of course they knew. And you think Israel doesn't know what they're doing when they bomb Lebanon every day? When they publish their new map of their 10-kilometer buffer zone in Lebanon? When they actually expand their invasion this afternoon? They know exactly what they're doing. And what they're doing is sabotaging the peace because they want the United States to stay in the war. And they want us to stay in the war because if we cannot get Iran to open up the strait through diplomacy, what's the only other way that we can open up the strait? Let's think about America's geopolitical imperative. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz effectively since February 28th. That's 20% of the world's oil supply has been ground to a halt. The only reason that energy prices have not spiraled out of control completely is because we have been dumping oil into the market from our strategic petroleum reserve. That's the only thing that is offsetting the energy shock. Energy supply has gone down. We're making up the difference by dumping all of this oil that we keep in reserves. But our SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is going to run out in 4 weeks. Once that happens, there's no more offsetting. And then everybody in the whole world gets hit with the fact that the amount of energy is much less than it was before. Consumption has gone up, supply has gone way down, and we've been offsetting the loss for the most part. Now that's gone. You're going to have a global economic recession. So this is why, by the way, the Trump administration made this huge concession in the MOU to allow Iran to sell their oil with these sanctions waivers. This is why the United States offered to end our economic blockade of the Strait of Hormuz before they opened it on their end. This is why we offered this big sweetener of a $300 billion foreign investment fund, effectively to bribe Iran to stay in these negotiations. It's because we need to secure this energy supply before we run out of oil reserves. In a word, we opened up the strait through diplomacy. Israel is now making that impossible, as we've demonstrated. Iran has told us they're not going to make peace unless Israel stops in Lebanon. Israel's not going to stop in Lebanon. They have every reason not to. Every reason to keep this campaign going in perpetuity until October 27th at least. So how else can the United States open up the Strait of Hormuz? If we can't get a deal because Iran conditions a deal upon Israel stopping their campaign, then what are we going to have to do? Israel is banking on us being stuck in the war, and the only way that we can get out of it is to restart the campaign against Iran. If we can't negotiate our way out of it, then we're going to bomb our way out of it. Because what's going to happen is we are going to run out of oil reserves. That's a fact. We're going to run out. And if we don't get that oil flowing again, then there's going to be a global economic meltdown. And that's going to be worse for us than for Israel, certainly. So we're going to have to go back to war against Iran. And that is ultimately Israel's plan. That's what Israel wants. Israel wants to put us in a situation where we have to bomb Iran, where the only way that we can get what we want is to pursue regime change. It's at the minimum to restart the war for Netanyahu's political benefit, but at the most to seek the end of the regime. Because all this is really doing is spoiling diplomacy and proving that Iran can never make a deal with the United States. We make a ceasefire in April, we are either not able or not willing to hold up our end of the bargain. Iran trusts us slightly less. We make this MOU with Iran, we sign on the dotted line, we're either unwilling or unable to carry out the provisions of the agreement. Iran trusts us even less. And so what Israel is doing over time, and I said this from the very beginning, is they're manufacturing a true predicament where there is literally no option other than total war with Iran. And they set us down this path, arguably, when we bombed Iran at Midnight Hammer. They made it impossible for there to be any other way out other than a total war. I said it from the start of these negotiations. It's going to be some miracle and some trick, and there will be some major concessions for the U.S. to negotiate its way out of this conflict with Iran. And even if they do, Israel is going to spoil it and sabotage it. And that's what makes it truly impossible. So now the real conflict is going to be between the U.S. and Israel. Think about where we are now. Trump has signed this agreement. He did it in Paris. They sent a picture of it. Iran signed an agreement. Think about how we have bent over backwards to make this deal. Think about everything we have given Iran. Right out of the gate, we ended our blockade. We gave them waivers on our sanctions so they could sell their oil immediately. We promised to give them $300 billion. We promised to unfreeze $200 billion in assets. We offered to let them keep enrichment and downblend their highly enriched uranium. In other words, it was an unconditional surrender on our part. We gave them everything they wanted. We asked nothing in return. Trump admitted we ran out of oil. We had to make a deal. It was the only way. They had us bent over a barrel. And now Netanyahu is going to sabotage that deal. And how does that make the United States look? We had to beg our enemy to make peace with us after we started a war with them. And now we can't even have that peace deal that was totally one-sided because our closest ally won't let us. We have to beg our enemies for mercy. We can't get our allies to do what we say. Think about how Trump is being deeply humiliated. Trump went all out on behalf of Israel to destroy Iran and failed. He sent the United States into yet another Middle East conflagration, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars, increasing inflation. He had to go to the press and say, I don't care about inflation. I don't care about the financial situation of the voters. I don't care about the midterms. I'm 99% approval in Israel, and I'm fighting their war. He had to beg Iran for mercy, beg for a way out. And now, even this humiliation ritual is not going to achieve its desired result because Israel is totally out of our control and they're going to undermine it. Mark Levin, Loomer, Shapiro, they're taking a dump all over the deal. Netanyahu's actively sabotaging it, and it's putting Trump and Vance in a position where they have to try to negotiate with Netanyahu in public, our closest ally. And so I have to say, taking everything under consideration, there is a pathway where maybe this is the best case scenario. If what is forced by all of this is a direct confrontation between the U.S. and Israel. Because throughout this process, what has become apparent is that Israel is the true enemy. Israel brought us to war against Iran. Iran was willing to negotiate, but it's Israel that won't let us now have peace. The United States economy is headed for total destruction. We had to make a deal with Iran, and they were willing to negotiate, but it's Israel that has now consigned us potentially to an economic catastrophe or holding us hostage. We're going to have to escalate and pursue a total war against Iran against our will. And so in a way, throughout this process, it has been made apparent that Israel is our real enemy. Israel is the one that doesn't want peace. Israel is the one that is sabotaging our chances at success and this administration. And so if over the next few weeks and months, it brings the United States and Israel into a direct confrontation, if it creates enmity between Trump and Netanyahu, between Republicans and Israel, it might bring this conflict to the forefront, and that might end in a situation where we have to permanently change our relationship with this country. And that might be the best case scenario overall. If what we get out of a war with Iran is that we forever are decoupled from Israel and Iran remains in place, that may be the best of all possibilities. Because you have to think that Trump still controls the Republican Party. Isn't that the narrative they're going with? Didn't they say that the reason Thomas Massie lost his primary race is because Trump still controls the GOP? Because the Trump-backed candidates win all their primaries? Trump is still the boss? Well, what happens when the boss wants a peace deal that Israel hates and sabotages? What happens when the boss of the GOP is in a direct confrontation with Netanyahu? You're going to have a scenario where there's either a complete mutiny in the Republican Party, and they have to totally go against their own leader and against his peace deal and against his public statements and take the side of Netanyahu, or they're going to have to rally behind Trump and show some solidarity as he separates the United States from Israel. Either way, it will be extremely telling. Either way, you're going to see that Trump is going to be isolated within his own party. His own Republican conference and party will betray him on behalf of Israel. Everybody from Mark Levin to Bill Cassidy, who criticized this deal in the Senate, they're either all going to turn on him on behalf of Israel, or they're going to follow him to keep his support in the midterms against Netanyahu. They're either going to have to hold their breath and not talk about this at all, or they're going to have to go against Israel in support of Trump. So like I said, if Trump plays his cards right, this may be the best case scenario. But I don't know how Trump is going to play this one, because you know how Trump is. Trump, more than anything, hates to be embarrassed. And if he can't control Israel, then he's going to pretend that what Israel is doing is what he wanted all along. That's sort of my concern. If Israel disobeys Trump and humiliates him, rather than look impotent, he might pretend that, Israel's going along with what he wanted. This is what happened last year. When Israel launched their attack on Iran, Trump came out and said, I knew about the attack all along. We actually supported it. And when this war started, and Marco Rubio came out and said, Israel told us they were going to launch an attack no matter what. It's only a question of whether we joined them. Trump came out and said, no, it's the opposite. We said we were going to war. We made them go to war with us. So Trump has this habit of trying to cover for Israel in order to avoid embarrassment. I would hope that he goes another route and maybe tries to restrict weapons supplies to Israel, maybe some form of a weapons embargo, and keeping up the political pressure on Israel, which would bring this confrontation to the surface. To me, that's the best case scenario. As it stands right now, however, it looks like we don't even have an agreement with Iran. So we're going to keep following this. I'm going to move on into our super chats in just a minute. But I have to say, I am not surprised by this in the slightest. I told you guys from the beginning, this entire peace process is a farce. Even when they have an agreement, even when they actually have a written text, even when they sign it, it still turns out to be a farce because fundamentally there's no agreement on any of the central issues. And so literally as quickly as this agreement was signed, it looks like it's already done. Iran comes out and says there's no negotiation tomorrow. They say the whole 60-day extension is off. And what do you think is going to happen between now and Monday, now and next week? Is it more likely that Israel stops and they suddenly observe the ceasefire and the whole thing holds? Or do you think it's more likely that Israel expands their attacks, they celebrate the fact that they've sabotaged the deal, and we get set back to square one? Right now, the only outstanding question now is, to what extent does the MOU unravel? I think it's very clear this MOU is not going to survive the weekend. If it did, I would be surprised. If Trump is able to get Netanyahu to agree to some sort of ceasefire or withdraw, that sounds to me totally improbable, maybe impossible. And if Iran is committed to a total Israeli withdrawal and cessation of hostilities, then that means that the MOU in some capacity is going to come apart. Now, the question is, in what way does the MOU unravel? And what I mean by that is, you've got three major components of the MOU, like we talked about. There's the actual ceasefire, there's the opening of the strait, and then there's the 60-day extension of the ceasefire, the 60-day negotiating period. Now, what I'm curious about is when the Iranian foreign ministry says that the MOU is off, does that mean they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz again? Or does it merely mean that they are going to suspend these negotiations for the next 60 days? That to me is the most important question, because it seems almost inevitable that Israel will not withdraw. And if Israel does not withdraw, then Iran is not happy and they're not talking to us. So I think at the minimum, this negotiating period does not begin. This is what the foreign ministry said specifically. The foreign ministry said phase 1 is the ceasefire, the opening of the strait. Phase 2, they say, is the negotiating period. And the foreign ministry said the phase 2 negotiations do not begin until the full ceasefire on every front starts. That doesn't happen until Israel withdraws. So what that sounds like to me, at least from the information we have available, is that as long as Israel occupies Lebanon, then we never advance into these negotiations. And so what that would imply is that the Strait of Hormuz remains open, ceasefire remains in place, but these other things never start. So there's never a direct negotiation between the U.S. and Iran. The sanctions relief never arrives. The $300 billion, $200 billion in unfrozen assets, that is never allocated and transferred. Here is maybe the most important thing, however. What the deal says about the 60-day negotiating period is that while these negotiations take place, the status quo of Iran's nuclear program remains in effect. And what that means, in other words, is that as long as the U.S. and Iran are negotiating on Iran's nuclear program, there will be no restrictions on Iran's nuclear program imposed. And so what that means is that the U.S. and Iran are in a ceasefire. Strait of Hormuz is open. They're not going to negotiate directly. Iran will not be the beneficiary of any sanctions relief, but Iran will carry on its nuclear program as they were before the war. Now, what does that mean in effect? It means that we basically go back to the status quo from before the war. Because what was happening before the war? The U.S. and Iran were not fighting. The Strait of Hormuz was open. Iran had this nuclear program, which we were very troubled by and which was very problematic and which they would not agree to stop. And we were not engaging in direct negotiations. So it's almost as if the war never happened. We're right back to that status quo from before. Except now there's no negotiations. We're right back to where we were. That's what it sounds like from the Iranian foreign ministry. And that means, by the way, that there is never any full resolution to the conflict. If the United States expects that there's going to be restrictions on Iran's enrichment, that we're going to secure their highly enriched uranium in order for us to make peace with Iran, well, there's going to be no progress made towards either of those things because Iran is going to carry on their nuclear activities and they will not even entertain negotiations with us over those items. So it seems like Iran just got themselves out of the war. They got the United States to back off. They've taken control of the strait. They've accepted no limitations on their nuclear program. And to boot, they're able to sell their oil without any sanctions. So the administration was saying, well, they don't get any benefits until they make concessions on their nuclear program. That's not even true. Unlike for the past 8 years, they now get to sell their oil at full price and to a wider variety of customers because now there's no sanctions on their oil. So if you're Iran, you just won. The U.S. is not attacking you. The Strait of Hormuz is under your control. You reserve the right to charge a toll on it. You get to sell your oil sanctions-free to anybody at full price. And the status quo of your nuclear program is uninterrupted, and you are not even entertaining negotiations with the United States. And that's what the Iranian foreign ministry says. They say they get to do this because Israel's not holding up their end of the bargain. They say as long as Israel occupies Lebanon, then we are under no obligation to advance to the second phase of the deal. Now, like I said, it's an open-ended question whether this means they're going to close the strait again. It doesn't sound like they're going to, but if the MOU completely falls apart, then they could. But it sounds like for now, they're satisfied with the U.S. blockade is over, the strait is open under Iranian management, nuclear program keeps going, they sell their oil sanctions-free, and then they're happy. The Israel-Hezbollah war continues, but then again, it was going to continue regardless, and they've driven a wedge between the U.S. and Israel over this issue. Total Iranian victory. So these are some different perspectives on the deal. This is how Israel sees it. This is how Iran sees it. This is the predicament that the United States is in. And it's funny how even though the United States is the vastly superior military, we seem to be getting the least out of this. Israel is getting what they want. Iran is getting what they want. And what do? We get nothing. We get 4% inflation. For our participation, for our sacrifices made in the war, the U.S. consumer gets 4% inflation, $5 gas, 13 dead Americans, Republicans lose the midterms, cost us hundreds of billions of dollars to fight the war. We pissed off the Europeans. That's what we get. Israel's going to fight their war to the finish. They got their war against Iran that they were promised. Iran gets the Strait of Hormuz. We get nothing. We're just being led around by the nose by our allies and our adversaries like idiots. So, total Iranian victory. But like I said, we're going to keep an eye on all this. We're going to cover it if I do a show tomorrow. I might not. And then certainly we'll pick back up next week, and I'm sure there'll be some major developments. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens between the U.S. and Israel. We'll see what happens in Lebanon. And we'll see to what extent this deal unravels. But it's not exactly a surprise how this is playing out. All right, but we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys are saying about all this. I'm going to get set up here. A lot of ground to cover, but it's a very complex situation. As you can tell, as you can see. So many different considerations involved in all of this. But, all right, we're going to take a look. Let's see what we got here. We'll get started here.
Praetorian Board sent $50. To be fair to Tucker, he did offer a 45K audio-only ad read for his radio podcast, and the Hermes fly rod is $31K. 50M doesn't go as far as it used to.
45,000 audio-only ad read for his radio, only for the radio? That's crazy.
Your Lego droid carrier sent $20. Did you see Toby Turner's new song, Invaders Scum? Pretty hilarious. Wang Buskus.
No, I didn't see that.
Brookhaven first sent $20. Your bachelor life is going unk. You have nothing and you will embrace the waterfall countertop.
Okay, very good. It isn't going, though. Obviously, it's not going anytime soon. Fortunately for me.
Southern Growiper sent $20. In my late 20s, I sit in the faggot-ass gay-ass house in the modern kitchen with my married buddies. I want to kill myself.
Yeah, okay. So we're just doing bits from yesterday, from 2 days ago. I love that. I love when I do a joke and then I hear the same joke repeated to me every single day for the next 2 weeks. That's my favorite. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's a pretty sad reality. I just, it's hard for me to accept that that's just what life becomes, is like dinner parties at your house. But I guess that's life. Life is very monotonous.
Latter-day Growiper sent $20. Famous Irish folk song Will Ye Go Lassie, Go? The Irish have known that your girl is going since 1821. Herman German sent $300. Thanks for the massive engagement in the $100 per month club. Best content.
Hey, thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. What do you mean the massive engagement? I don't know what you mean by that. But I appreciate the big super chat. What does that mean exactly? What is massive engagement in the $100 a month club? I'm not sure what that means, but I appreciate it anyway. Thank you very much.
Ken Roip sent $20.
I'm not reading
Skagroiper
that.
sent $25. The Gooners send their...
I'm not reading that either.
Fentanyl is good for you sent $2,000.
Thank you for the huge super chat. Whoa, another
from Fentanyl is Good For You. Hey, thank you very much, man. God bless. I appreciate all the support. And no message. Even better. Beautiful. Thank you so much. 07's in the chat for Fentanyl is Good For You, one of our
Roy
major donors.
sent $20. Have you seen the hypergamy chart? Brutal.
Yeah, who hasn't at this
Swiper
point?
sent $20. What am I washing my asshole with, you wonder? Sophie Rain sent $20. I love when a man smells like midnight. Royalty by Thomas Reeves. AF. Gooners Gone Wild GC sent $20. Midnight Royalty by Thomas Reeves Soko. Dio Tony
I don't know what
127
any
sent
of this
$25.
means.
Matt who? Your 4-letter comment is the most recognition that guy will ever get. Move over, little guy, where's your boss?
Oh, that black kid at Daily Wire? Dude, that is so funny. That is so fucking sad that is all they got left in the tank. At one point, Daily Wire had Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, Matt Walsh. And now that everything has taken a dive, it's like they got some stupid fucking black kid from Jubilee. That's sad, man. That is really sad. Think about years ago, Daily Wire was doing like $100 million a year. We got Shapiro, Walsh, Knowles, Brett Cooper, Candace, Jordan Peterson. We're making $100 million a year at least. And now their newest addition is some ugly fucking black kid from Jubilee, some fucking black nerd. It's actually crazy. So I feel bad for him. I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy or whatever. He's some young kid trying to make a name for himself. I get it. He'd be stupid not to take the deal. But it's just really embarrassing for Daily Wire that that's all they got. Talk about scraping the absolute bottom of the barrel. You like Brett Cooper? How about her maid of honor from her wedding? Oh, you like Candace Owens? How about some random black kid from Jubilee? It's like, damn, what were all of the like Dean Withers callers busy? Did like the call-in segment, Trump supporters from the Dean Withers stream, were they all busy? Are they all going to the Blaze? Like, seriously. Talk about literally scraping the absolute bottom of the barrel. I guess they're just going to take anybody these days, huh? Are you vaguely conservative? Do you absolutely not hate Israel? How about a job at the Daily Wire?
Dan Kazarian sent $150. No message.
Yo, thank you for the big super chat. Dan Kazarian, one of our biggest supporters. Maybe he is rich after all.
Traffic and Truther sent $24. Mog check.
Is it a mog check? What do you think? How are we looking today? Am I still mogging? What do you think? Yeah, I think this new camera is just doing me a lot of favors. It's doing me justice. The camera was the problem before. I was never a sub 5. I just had a bad camera. Problem is, like, my posture's bad. I collapse into this shirt. What do you think? I'm absolutely mogging. I'm lean maxed. I'm observing the law. Lean shall be the whole of the law. Everybody has to lean max. All these people that are telling you to like build up all this muscle, don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Get lean. It doesn't matter how much muscle you have, just get lean. Just get lean. Just stop being fat. I just hate fatties. I just hate fat, disgusting slobs. Shave your face, get lean. Don't be a disgusting pig.
Mormon girl Dad Roy per 222 sent $50. Hey Nick, thanks for the Euphoria recommendation. Me and my wifey aka my best friend just finished the first season and we love it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Radagon sent $500.
So
hey Nick, my black girlfriend is a huge fan of the show. I can't wait to raise her kids to be little bro-wipers. Smiley face emoji.
If that wasn't a $500 super chat, that would make me want to kill myself. Like, it's just, how many layers of being fucking annoying are there? There's like being unintentionally fucking annoying, being intentionally fucking annoying, being unintentionally, intentionally annoying. It's like you're rage baiting, but it's so bad, it's somehow more annoying than it otherwise would be. It's like such bad, obvious rage bait.
somehow it makes it worse. But I appreciate the $500, I guess. It's barely worth it. It gets to a point where it's just barely worth it. People say the dumbest stuff imaginable, and people say, well, you're complaining? Sorry, you have to take $500 to read the dumbest stuff imaginable. It's like, do it every day. Do it for an hour and a half every day for 10 years, and then you tell me how worth it is. You will long for the oil rig. You will long for the cash register. You will long for the showroom floor. You do it for 10 years, and then you tell me how good of a job it is. People say, what are you complaining about? This kid, all he does is complain. He has to read messages for thousands of dollars. Who cares? Well, you know what? You tried doing it for 10 years. People are engaging in psychological warfare against you all day. And then you tell me it's easy to keep your head on. No, but I thank you for the money. Thank you for the abuse. It puts you in this, I'm being raped. I have to pretend to like it. Thank you for the psychological torture. Thank you for your inane psychological torture. Mission accomplished. I'm irritated and tilted. Congratulations, you agitated me. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for paying to get me agitated. No, but I appreciate the money. My black girlfriend's a fit. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop. Please stop. Gosh. Just, it gets dumber every day. I swear this show gets stupider
Ali
every
Batsi sent
day.
$20. Do you know anything about the Battle of Karbala and its significance in Shia Islam?
A little bit, yeah.
Hobgoblin
But not a
13 sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat. I know it's in Iraq. I know it's a sacred Shiite city. I don't know much more about it than that. I know they all got martyred or something. Anyway, appreciate the big super
SoyToys.com
chat.
sent $21. The end goal is for people to buy Groyper plushes so they can chuck them at Ben/Hassan during speeches. Also, can you hurry up?
No. Hey, okay. We're on a mission you're on a mission to piss me. I'm not buying your stuff because you're pissing me off. You keep coming at me every day. Try it again. I don't want your stuff anymore if you're going to keep annoying the fuck out of me. I'm busy. I have other stuff going on. This nigger faggot is blowing up my phone every day. Literally, hey, did you get my message? Hey, have someone from your team reach out. Someone already did, by the way. You fucking cocksucker. It's not my fault you bought all these stupid stuffed animals. I'm not in the right headspace for the show today, guys. That makes me glad I didn't talk about the Cornell thing on Tuesday. I'm so glad you guys were pissed off. It's your turn. It's your turn to be pissed
Candace
off.
Owens sent $20. If you use enough Thomas Reeves Co-Soap, you don't smell like a...
I don't know what you're talking
RG 1313 sent $25. Nick, just shoot your shot, Fuentes. I tune out the perceived negatives and soak up the positives. Appreciated, King Wang.
I don't know what any of that means. So
NC Groypers.
I don't know who you're talking
NC Groypers
to.
sent $25. Too many guipers and not enough grow wipers. Love from NC Nick. Saluting face emoji.
Kill
Scruffle
yourself.
sent $100.
Please. Thank you for the big super chat. So dude, you people, you're really pushing me. I'm not doing a show. I'm not doing a show tomorrow. That's it. I'm dead. I'm not doing a show tomorrow. Forget it. Forget it. No show. I need a mental health day. No show tomorrow. Juneteenth, I'm having a nigger holiday. I'm having my nigger holiday, no show.
Shop and Grow Wiper sent
How about
$20.
that?
Wages don't know how good it feels to send a no show tonight message. It's like having on-demand snow days as a kid.
They really don't. They really don't know how good it feels.
Supergoy 420 sent $20. I got accepted to an IB. I could major in my passion, do something more impactful like poli-sci. Thoughts?
Okay.
Nick needs a mullet
just
sent $20.
rage-baiting me.
PBD said he was asked to be the leader of Iran. He gives off the vibe of Capeaholic.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Brittany K sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate it.
Grassroots Groyper sent $20. Jive. Eric Blair sent $20. Musical notes emoji. My love has got no money / he's got his strong beliefs. Musical notes emoji is from your previous intro montage. Mind blown emoji. We miss it. Okay. Petty Grow I percent $100. Praying for you and your family's safety. Also great suit combos this week, brother.
Thank you for the big super chat. Thanks, brother. I really hate when people call me brother. It's like, I'm not your brother. Great suit combos this week, brother. Ugh. Fucking vomit, barf. Great suit combos. Thank you for the suit combo compliment. Whatever that means. Great suit combo. What? Yeah, thanks, I guess. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it, brother.
Genitals sent $20. Teen on Lime scooter runs over.
That's like in that Steve Jobs movie when he goes, "That's the point, brother." I love that. The Michael Fassbender Steve Jobs movie. He goes, "Your products are better than you are, brother." He goes, "That's the point, brother." Epic.
Genitals sent $20. Teen on Lime scooter runs over gay nightclub owner in Milwaukee. Pride Month versus Juneteenth. 67 Wang 67 sent $20. $2 super chat will face the High Goyim Council. Wisco Grow I percent $20. Nick, we appreciate you.
Please.
Got the original quarter zip, the white one's on the way. Life is good, fellas. God bless. Folded hands emoji.
Congrats. Love to hear
Big
it.
Bald Grower percent $25. 2 Mo ago I sent a chat saying I'm heading to BCT and I'm finally done. THX for the prayers now, we're going to Disney like you said.
I don't know what that means.
Big Bald Grower percent $25. Nah, but for real, glad to be able to watch the show again. I'ma catch up with all the episodes I missed. You're looking sharp, bro.
Thanks,
Liriano
bro.
Law sent $25. I'm 26 years old, America first attorney in Florida running my own law firm. Feel free to contact me. Civil lit in real estate.
Okay.
Rusty Screw sent $20. Nick, will you be visiting the Obama Center? Happy Juneteenth. Raised
I
fist
kind of
emoji.
want to. The adults are in the room again. Maybe.
Amy DeField sent $100, but I work for PBD. Man shrugging emoji.
Okay, thank you for the big super chat.
Crown
Very
Point Grower
good.
percent $219.
Yo, thank you for the big See, these are the best ones. These are the really loyal people. The no message soldiers. These are our no message heroes. We appreciate you. We love you. God bless you, our no message Marines. You are a beautiful person. You're a beautiful, spectacular person. I love you. You got all these other faggots trying to be funny, trying to rage bait me, trying to glaze me, sickening, disgusting glaze, giggling and slipping it back in. And then you got just a old, reliable, no message Marine. Hey, man, here's just the support for the movement, no message. Oh, I love you.
Dusty
You're
Pepper
amazing.
97 sent $20. Hey,
You're
Nick,
wonderful.
I know you're a little bummed that Dasha may not want you, but at least you got to smell her hair. A win is a win.
It's like, this is why artists kill themselves. This is why artists give up. This is why, like, visionaries, artists, this is why people commit suicide. It's because they live to see their beloved creation soiled and molested and raped by the unwashed pedestrian masses. It's like, what is even the point of that comment? You're just restating the joke. Do you understand that what you're saying isn't funny? You're just saying the joke again. It's like, I said the joke and you're just restating it. It's not funny. The punchline has already been given. Okay, the cat's out of the bag. I know you're a little bummed, but at least you got to smell her hair. I know you're just referencing a joke that has already been made repeatedly. So it's not funny. You understand that? It's like doing a knock-knock joke. Knock, knock, orange, you glad I didn't say banana? And you're like, remember when the banana answered the door? It's like, you're just referencing a joke that was already made. You're not being funny. What's the point of saying this? Like, I seriously think Judaism must be true because the central claim that most people don't have souls is obviously real. Like, I seriously question my faith because of people like you, because you are living proof that it is a small percentage of human beings that actually have souls and are therefore bound by the law and have a destiny in heaven. Like when the Jews say that you are animals that look like people, this is clearly what they were referring to. This is what they meant. Obviously, sometimes I think maybe I am Jewish. People say Fuentes is a Sephardic last name. You know, it certainly must be. Clearly, it has to be. Because I am not one of you niggas. I am not a goy. I am not a goy. Clearly, that must be the case. When do I get my tefillin? Clavicular, hook me up. Yo, Clav, hook me up with that guy. I need my tefillin stat. I am catching the next flight to Miami, and I am getting my tefillin with that nigga because I am not one of you people. I am not a stupid goy. Get me my tefillin, place a small cube on my forehead, and tell me what to say. Because damn. Nail a mezuzah to my door, put the cube on my head, because I am not one of you niggas. I am not like you. At least you got to smell her hair. Oh, good job. Good job, fucking idiot. You said the joke again. Yeah, remember that joke I made 100,000 years ago? Thanks for referencing that. Because that does something. It's just like, it's actually crazy. Mission accomplished. Congrats. You did
Oceania
it.
Futurism sent $25. W Grow Wipers. W Nick. Half Slav monkey. Half German here. Share 50% of US with Mexicans, Latinos or Slavs, Eastern Europeans. Yappenheimer sent $20. Hello fellow Americans, which I am also. How about that sports game on the ESPN last night? Joe Lonsdale.
Okay. You guys.
I Knifely sent $20. What was your worst experience with the bug?
You guys, it's just getting
Kentucky Knight sent
really
$100.
hard.
I just finished your
really hard to do this
Kentucky
show.
Knight sent $100.
It's
I just
so
finished your
hard.
10-part series with Joel Webben. Loved it.
Pause.
Your ability to freestyle history is a gift God has blessed you with. God has some great plans for you, Nick. The best is yet to come for you, my friend. Thank you for speaking the truth. Christ is king. Latin
Thank
cross
you for
emoji.
the big super. You had me in the first half, but then it just kept going on and on and on. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
David
it.
Walker sent $20. Hi, Nick. Thanks for your work. Have you ever listened to XXX Tentacion? He died today in 2018
Guys,
at 20 and made amazing music.
Please, I'm actually
Joe
begging
Ho
you to
79
stop.
sent $25. Greetings, Nick from FWTX Mexican American, putting on my fellas fix onto the show. Fucks me good. He can worship the all
like
spark.
seriously, it's
The
not
Wilbert sent
funny
$20.
anymore. Come on.
1,700 episodes. Did you ever expect the show to get this big?
No, I didn't.
Frid sent $20. I'm convinced Mark Levine watches the show live, nightly. Mark, if you're seeing this, we love you.
Okay.
Color Me Impress 677 sent $20. It's my birthday. Thank you for the show.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You're welcome. Hope it's a good
SC
one.
Groy per 5,210 sent $25. First time super chat. Thanks for your hard work. Love the show. God
Thanks.
bless. Ryan's Money
Appreciate
sent
it.
$20. The girl on Tinder said she was a sophomore. She said you were quiet but got written up for harassing people in their dorms. Then she said, but hey, if you like Nick Fuentes, this isn't going to work.
Oh, you know what? What did I get written up for? That's fake. I got in trouble because I said something in like the group chat. There was like a group me text thread for our floor. And I think I posted a bunch of like pro-Trump stuff in the group me. And dude, I had this like biblical fight with the, what do they call the person that like runs the floor? They like called me into this meeting because I was posting political stuff. And I just like lost my fucking mind. I was like, you know, I have all these classes and I have actual work to do. How dare you waste my time? Like I went off because the floor person was like some girl and she thought she was going to like girl boss me into not posting Trump stuff in the group chat. And I rarely get that mad, but I like let her have it. I was screaming. And she wanted nothing to do with that. So I think she kind of just let it go. But that seriously pissed me off. But no, that's Oh, how would she be a sophomore and be in one of my classes? I was a freshman. I don't know. It sounds like fucking made up nonsense. That stupid bitch is saying.
River Forest Groy per cent $21.
Hey!
Win.
What up, twin? River Forest Groiper, what's up, king? What up, twin? Iceman summer is in full effect. We're out here. We're living that. We're living that every day. I can't stop listening to it. I don't know about you guys, but Iceman is one of these. I have not listened to an album this much. I can't even remember the last time. And I'm not LARPing. I'm not faking it. It's just good. It's just that good. So, yeah. So what up, twin? It is an Iceman summer out here in Berwyn and River Forest.
Quizzer sent $25.
Absolutely.
The administration was pretty optimistic about this deal until the stock market closed for a long weekend.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Very interesting.
Ajit Macron sent $20. Chad is one letter away from Chad, and the only thing that changes is you.
Oh.
Fuentes is a Sephardic Jewish last name, sent $20.
And maybe, I'm so, Yahweh, Hashem, please. Hashem. Hashem, please, I hope it's true. Please save me from these goyim. Can I join the club? Please wrap me up like I'm leftovers. Put the cube on my head. Hashem, please tell me it's true. I am not one of these niggas. I know I am not one of these niggas. I am not a goy. Oh man, I can't wait. Me and Shapiro and Joe Lonsdale at Shabbat is going to go crazy, man. I cannot wait. You're not a traitor if you're one of them, you know? If you see me wearing the tiny hat, it's not treachery if I'm just taking my own side. Hashem, if you can hear me, please open the path. No, just kidding. It's obviously a joke. I reluctantly accept my leadership over you people. Yeah, I know. Yeah. We're goyim. It's great. I love being a goy. No, it's great. I love being a goy. It's the best. I hate being goyish. It's awesome.
Fuentes is a Sephardic Jewish last name, sent $20. I believe that when it comes to October 7th and the traditional perspective rabbinic Jews will have of it is that they didn't get Nick to do a striptease with his kosher pecker out to the big Yahoo.
Oh, come on. Why? Just
Bryce
why
sent
with
$20.
this?
Are we getting a Hunter Biden show?
Should I bring him on? I would talk to him.
Ivan P sent $20. Just ignore the mad nuclear faggot into irrelevancy.
Thank you for the advice.
Jordan Summers sent $25. I'm starting to think Netanyahu is a Jew.
Guys, I think Jews run Israel.
Joshua Automate sent $25. Nick, what exactly is the modern equivalent of manifest destiny for the America First movement today?
Please. Kill yourself. This like subhuman line of questioning. You are a subhuman, brother. I struggle to model the theory of mind that asks that question. How does that question I want to understand the genesis of that question. I want to understand the theory of mind that explains how that question is asked. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you understand anything I'm saying? Clearly not. That's the most heartbreaking thing about the show is realizing that like 90% of you have no idea what I'm talking about. 90% of you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. And you're just here for the kecks. You're just here for the giggles. He said nigger on the show. Like, that's what you're here for. Okay, it's fine. But like, you don't know. You don't understand any of this. What does that even mean? What is the modern equivalent of manifest? What are you talking about, stupid? You don't even know you don't even know. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what I'm talking about. I don't even know how you people get dressed in the morning. I don't know how you're out there living a life. It's disturbing.
Peral Gibbles Groy sent $45. Who is Ben Shapiro's new Uncle Tom Matt Nuclear and why is he enlisting him against you? Coleman Jones sent $20.
Who cares?
Hey,
He's
Nick.
just some Jubilee idiot. Jubilee and its consequences. How does it even go again? I don't even know. It's bad, okay? Jubilee and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. I don't want to shade anybody, but like if you're on Jubilee, fuck you. I'm not shading anybody. Like some of my friends go on Jubilee, but like Jubilee and its consequences, have been a disaster for the human race. No more, please. No more Jubilee. No one needs any more of that. Nobody needs to see any of these flags going up and people running and hitting this timer and doing these insipid debates about partisan politics. It's just like everything that's wrong with everything. It's everything that's wrong with America. No more Jubilee, please. 30 V1 Jubilee. No more. No more, please. No more. So yeah, they hired some kid from Jubilee. Does it get any worse? Daily Wire hires Niglet from Jubilee. How can it get any worse? Here's a depiction of hell. Let me give you a vision of hell. Daily Wire just hired some Afro-American from Jubilee.
Flukey sent $20
to do a show about like being Republican.
Flukey sent $20. When you say a conflict between the U.S. and Israel, do you mean a ground conflict with Israel or just a political conflict? Gang shit no lame shit sent $20. President Trump, please permanently separate us from Israel. We will very strong. Danner MC Farland sent $30. Love you Nick White Labs Matter ill play Fortnite with you. All my friends are the same. Fuck your 9 to 5 at me on Discord. Mr. One Ice Cream sent $20. It's times like these where we have to ask ourselves the big question. Is Stacy real?
Is Stacy real? Stacy, if you can hear me. Ugh. Yeah. No, Stacy's not real.
Blonde Grow Hyper sent $20. Underwhelmed that the letter regarding Israel's nuclear ambiguity got swept under the rug. Guess that's politics.
Are you stupid? Obviously. That's all symbolic.
Jan Malinowski sent $20. America first. Poland second. DP sent $20. You do Morgan, you do look like the bad guy banker from the movie Ghost.
I've never seen it, so.
Gratitude Max Singh sent $20. Nick, am I mugging? Does Candace reach for the banana in a fruit basket? Alabama Groy % $20. Did you happen to read the rape gang inquiry from Rupert Lowe? Thoughts? God bless you. Thanks for all you do.
No, I haven't read it, but I might do a show about it next week, I guess. The rape gang inquiry. It's huge, though. It's absolutely massive. You got to give them a lot of credit. Restore is doing amazing stuff over there. So good for them. It's awesome.
Douglas Kappa sent $50. I have a warehouse full of life-size Candace Owens dolls if you'd like to buy them at cost. Jimster sent $20. You wearing jeans? Jan Malinowski sent $20. Cheers. Shadow408 sent $20. W Super Chat. Andrel Industries IPO sent $20. Hey Nick, love the show. Great week. What's your favorite type of cake? My birthday is coming up and I need to know, please, man.
Favorite cake? I don't really like cake, but you know what you want to know my favorite thing in the world? I'll tell you. My favorite thing in the world are like those, I don't even know what you would call it, but I love like an olive oil cake or like an almond cake or a pistachio cake. Are those all the same type of cake? I like those types of cakes. That with like fresh whipping cream or ice cream, that's got to be my favorite dessert of all time. Like they're like, I don't even know how you would describe them. You know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I could get to the bottom of this. So I don't like a birthday cake, chocolate cake. I like an almond cake, a pistachio cake, an olive oil cake. I like these like, what would you call that? Is that like a variety of cake? But that's I guess it's flourless. But yeah, those are my favorites. I had an olive oil cake the other day. And it was out of this world. Yeah, what do they all have in common? Because they all seem like similar. Yeah, those are my favorites. So good. Just take me there. I'm going to build the HQ. I'm going to build the compound with the sauna, a jacuzzi, a pool, a gym. Who am I kidding? Forget the gym. LED video wall in a brutalist structure. And it's going to be on the beach. And there's going to be almond cake. There's going to be French fries, donuts, cheese pizza, there's going to be cheeseburgers, there's going to be cheese curds, there's going to be hot dogs, there's going to be ice cream. There's going to be coffee, there will be lattes. This is a vision of the future. This is a vision of heaven on earth that we are going to bring into the real world. It will become reality.
Going with a gripe sent $20. When are you going to buy the plushie empire? Want to buy one for my black girlfriend and her illegitimate son?
Nice one. That one was actually funny. When are you going to buy the plushie empire? Want to buy one for my... That one, okay, that's kind of funny. Well done.
Really the Groiper sent $20. Did you see the Groiper back bling in the Fortnite shop?
No, I didn't.
Upgrade sent $100.
Thank you for the big super chat.
Beardly
No
Nationalist
message.
sent $20.
Nice.
I know you didn't love the gaming stream yesterday, but it was fun. Reminded me of Shalit Valorant streams except less yapping.
No, I had fun. Look, I'm just tired. After I do my show, I don't want to be talking a lot. So no, I wasn't bothered that they were streaming it. I just didn't know we were streaming, but that's fine. I like those guys. So no, it was. I just hate that game. That game is stupid too.
Schopenhauer sent $20. At Skipin Grow Iber DM me. Mexicali sent $50.
No.
Ever since I heard you say you loved how Mark Levin made fun of his viewers, I can't help but think now super chats are the most Jewish part of the show.
I guess they kind of
Jan
are.
Malinowski sent $20. Are we ever going to get to the point where Ben Shapiro becomes irrelevant? Younger guys at my workplace think he is a joke.
Well, he sort of is irrelevant.
Connor Rupert sent $20. Would love to send no message, but I wanted to say I quit weed this past Sunday and am on my path to joining the Coast Guard to pay for my bachelor's degree.
I love that. That's amazing. That's all good news. I love that. See, this is a good super chat. Yeah, I'm surprised how popular weed is. There's a lot of people that super chat, oh, I quit weed. No, stop with the weed. If you're a younger person, you're a teenager, no weed. Weed is not cool, okay? Weed is not cool. It's disgusting. So glad to hear it. Get rid of the weed. And I'm glad to hear you're going to college. Coast Guard, nice. Love that. That's good stuff. And you're getting a bachelor's degree. That's all good stuff. Good for
Emmy
you.
sent $1,000.
Whoa, thank you for the massive super chat from some girl. What is with the girls and the giant super chats? Holy, that's crazy. Thank you for the massive super chat from another Foyd. 07's in the chat for Emmy. Thank you very much. I always feel bad taking money from girls. Not that bad, but a little bit. But I appreciate it. It's kind of funny. It's like simps give money to women. Women are giving money to me. Simps are giving their money to the Foyds, and the Foyds are supporting the movement. It's actually a positive development. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. God
Radagon
bless.
sent $500. My black GF said she loves BBC and it made me sad, but then I realized that the C stands for chicks, so I guess I love BBC as well. Smiley face emoji.
Okay. Can we not? That's just too far. But I appreciate the big super chat, but I don't love the message.
Stealth Black sent $25. You or Drake. Friends becoming enemies. Survived to 20v1.
Right?
Does record numbers. Battling the industry. Like some young. Smirking face emoji.
Certified lover boy. Yeah. I am Drake. You're Drake. Dude, I am Drake. I listen to the songs and I'm like, this is about me. This is a song about me. When he says, you niggas were standing beside me. How can some people I love hang out with pussies that tried me? Yeah, what the fuck, Sneeko? What happened? You niggas were standing beside me. Now you're hanging out with pussies that tried me? So true, man. Fake love? I know that's not from Iceman, but River Forest Groiper sent that to me. They look up to me. I got fake niggas showing fake love to me straight up to my face. So true. That's why I'm the Iceman. Iceman was a nice man. Now I'm hot and cold. So true. So true. Now I'm hot and cold. True. So I relate to Drake. I relate to Ye. I relate to Drake. I listen to the songs. I'm like, dude, it's true. You're Drake. I'm Drake. The GOAT said so himself. So yeah. Yeah, and it's true. It's like, you think about how successful Drake is and people still switched up on him. Drake is like #1, most commercially successful of all time. And even still, this like faggot Kendrick Lamar is calling him a pedophile and everybody switches up on poor Drake. Exactly. That's like what happens to me. It's like everybody loves me. I'm clearly the best. I'm number one. And then everybody switches up because I don't know. They get bored, I guess. They want to take my place. So true. So, you know, I relate to Drake. That's why I like Drake, because I see myself in him. I see myself in Drake. So, yeah. So I get it now. I get the hype. I didn't get it before because, you know, before I thought that Drake was just the industry. I thought Drake was the system approved rapper, but then seeing the system turn against him, I was like, oh no, it's actually real. Seeing the, the Democrats turn against him like that, I said, no, he's real.
MJE sent $20. We would gladly welcome you into the tribe. Mazel tov, Naftali, kissing face emoji.
Ah, very good.
Smoot Johnson sent $20. If the US and Israel decouple and Trump stands firm because of his pride, I will believe in 4D chess again.
Yeah, hey, I don't know if I believe in 4D chess, but I would congratulate Trump for
Larry
sure.
Hoover Pardon sent $20. If Jews are one nation, how can all the different white PPL assimilate?
What are you talking about? What does one have to do with the other?
Zach26 sent $20. Is there anything we stand to gain from keeping good relations with Israel?
That's a very complicated question. I mean, they are a nuclear power, so we can't tell them to fuck off permanently. And Jews are very powerful in America, so you know, the idea that Israel's going to be our enemy, I don't think that's a great idea, to tell you the truth. But what we need to treat them as is like a rival power. We should treat them like we treat China. We don't want to be at war with China. We don't want negative relations with China, but we recognize China is a rival. They're trying to subvert us, subvert our interests. They're a national security threat. We just need to have our guard up because they're a subversive fifth column. They're a nuclear-armed intelligence superpower. We got to be careful. They're not our ally. They're not our buddy. They're a rival. They're an adversary, frankly. So you say good relations. Look, we have good relations with China. Ostensibly, we have good relations with a lot of these countries. It doesn't mean that we trust them. It doesn't mean that we have intelligence sharing and every other thing that we do with Israel. So, you know, that's why it's not such a simple question. I would see good relations with all countries, but we have to prioritize our security and our interests and our well-being, and that means we have to actually keep Israel at arm's length. But, and there has to be a decoupling. They have infiltrated our system too much.
Jimbo sent $20. TF you just say about Marvel rivals. If I was there, it would have went down differently. Give it one more shot, man, Simon.
Dude, I will, but we lost every single game and it wasn't even close.
Danner MC Farland sent $25. JK King, sorry for asking you to play for it, but you my nigga broke him out to Arizona King. I'm a join $100 group chat King.
And what? I'm going to go out and hang out
Robert
with you?
Robert Drum sent $25. Jello Cake is good too.
Okay.
W and DXB sent $100. Any tape collaboration soon?
Thank you for the big super chat. Nothing in the works, nothing planned, but yeah, I'd like to collab with him at some point. With the GOAT, with my nigga Tate. I love the Tates. I will say, Classical Theist is very displeased. I always, whenever Classical Theist disagrees with me, I feel like a piece of shit. Because he is like, he speaks, it's almost like he's the representative of the church for the Groypers. That's how, I know he isn't, but that's how it feels. And so I made this joke the other day. People said, what do you think is going to be in heaven? And I'm joking. I said, well, everything I want to be in heaven is going to send me to hell. That's supposed to be just like a relatable joke. You know, I don't mean that seriously. Obviously, I'm going to go to purgatory for a very long time and all my worldly desires will be burned off of me in agonizing pain. Or at least that's the best case scenario for me, probably. And then we'll achieve the beatific vision, and that's nothing will compare to that. I get that. But I made this joke where I'm like, vision of heaven. I said, everything that I want is going to send me to hell. And he'd like read me the riot act over this. He'd like reprimanded me. I'm like, bro, I was kidding. And then Andrew Tate was talking about the compound, and Classical Theist is like, listen to how he has contempt for Christianity. I'm like, I know, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that part. It's just sad, though, that Andrew Tate is the only one that is realistic about feminism. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't agree with the polygamy thing. I really don't. I don't agree. Look, I am a Christian, and he clearly is preaching something that is not Christianity, and I don't agree with that. The problem is there are sparingly few Christians that will talk about the reality of feminism like he does. And so what we're left with is two options where Christians are really not being realistic and practical about what is happening with feminism and modern women. And non-Christians, maybe even people that are hostile to Christianity, that are realistic. And neither of them possess the fullness of the truth, because Christianity is really papering over all these problems to the point where it's doing us a disservice. It's actually not such a great idea to rush into marriage and have more kids than you can afford and everything because you have no-fault divorce. And you don't have a social fabric, and you don't have these expectations on women, and you have Instagram and all these other things. And many Christians are just not being honest about that. They're not being honest about how bossy women are. Feminism has infected everything. Even the traditional women, maybe even especially the traditional women. The women in the church, it's a matriarchy, and they want to run their husbands. They want to run the house. It's a big problem, and no one wants to talk about it. But then on the other side, the people that are being honest about women, they're talking about polygamy, and they're saying they're really downing marriage. They're being very down on marriage and very down on the traditional family, and that's not really true either. So it puts me in the middle. And so that I feel sort of caught between the two worlds. Matt Walsh is this insufferable wife guy. Andrew Tate's a polygamist. And you know, it's tough. So I do encourage people to get married and everything like that, but you just got to be realistic about women. That's all. So anyway.
Coleman Jones sent $20. Love the show. Thanks for all you do. First time super chatter. Fuck Sneeko.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Yeah, totally agree.
Indiana Pacers sent $20. Will you search the streets of GTA 6 on stream to find Ben Shapiro again? Just gotta talk it out in the marketplace of ideas.
Amazing. Another callback. Well done. Posted it again award. Okay, that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. You know, I think that's it for me this week. I can't promise you I'm going to be here tomorrow, okay? But that's all I got for you. Remember to smash the follow button, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. As always, thank you for watching. Thank you to our top super chatters. Special thanks to Fentanyl is Good For You, Radagon, Emmy, Herman German, Crown Point Groiper, Willie the Groiper, Dan Kazarian, Hobgoblin, Scruffles, Brittany K, Patty Groiper, Amy Defiled, Kentucky Knight, Upgrade, and W and DXB. Thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches. We love you. I'll see you maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our
All right, fellas. Yeah, that's it for the evening. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. Sorry I didn't have a whole lot of substantive stuff to talk about tonight, but anywho, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the show and have a good night and God bless. See you guys tomorrow night.